that there was violence in very many parts of the country, and a number of people lost their lives in the process. But that was after the process had been concluded. So what we are discussing with you, Dr. Adamo, and which we will talk about with our other guests right after a break, it is very, very critical, because we're again approaching that, and it has become very important in view of the intelligence that we've talked about. But let me use the opportunity to thank you, Dr. Kabir Adamu, Managing Director of Beacon Consulting Limited, for joining us on the show. We know your schedule is a bit tight. You are, after all, outside the country where elections are not taking place at the moment. And so we know that your schedule otherwise is tight. But thank you for your time on the program. Our other guests, Mr. Arogodade, Mr. Manu, and Ezenwawago, of course, remain with us. They'll stay with us. We'll be back with them right after this break. So please stay on with us.
That is the truth. Now, when you are mobilizing for protest, you say, we are going to Inec office. Everybody should mobilize. Everybody should do this and that. What are you going to Inec office to do? If you overwhelm the policemen at the barricades, are you not going to set the place on fire? Are we to wait for that to happen before we take action? If your protest is riotous, the law gives us power to disperse you by force. I've given instruction, only soft material like tear gas will be used. But I tell you, if any among the protesters wield a weapon, they will be brought down. Hey. Let no one test our will. Yeah. Every protest must be within the ambit of the law. So, every protest must be civil, must be peaceful, and must not inhibit free flow of traffic. If anyone crosses the boundary, we will put them in their place. The people of River State have nothing to worry about. They should remain law-abiding and peaceful. But we are fully ready for them.
What's interesting in you, Levi?
Good day, sir. My name is Inec for GBC. Okay, a lot happened in River State on Saturday because of electoral violence. I'm sure a number of those cases have been brought to the attention of the police. But curiously, for me, I want to know, I'm surprised that up till now, there's been no confirmation or word from the police as to if anybody has so far been arrested for whatever this happened on Saturday. If anyone has been taken into custody, they want to know how many persons. Because I'm asking this question because people are saying the police is turning a blind eye to many of what is going on. So this is more than about 48 hours after the February 25th. There has not been any statement as to so and so number of persons have been arrested, because it is a statement of fact that a lot happened as regards electoral violence.
Okay, thank you for your question. First, let me ask you a question. Don't go, I'm talking to you. Good. Now, these incidents you mentioned, where specifically are you referring to? Where? How many local governments in the state are you referring to?
How many local governments?
Yes.
Well, I don't need to identify the local governments really, but we know.
No, excuse me. You said a lot happened.
Yes, a lot.
Where?
No, I don't think I need to
see, that. Okay, it's all right. That does not be. Hold on.
If I can help my colleague.
No, please hold on. Don't help your colleague. He has mouth, he's an adult. Now, you see, the question I'm asking is not to evade his own question. I will answer it. All right? I just want all of us to get a perspective of how widespread is the widespread he's talking about. To answer your questions directly, we have 14 suspects in custody, arrested for various electoral offenses. And if you add the service personnel to them, the figure comes to 18. Arrested, detained, being interrogated with one electoral malpractice or the other, including snatching of beavers, many of which we have recovered, including holding people hostage, all of whom we have rescued without loss of life. So these are the statistics. We are doing a lot, but we avoid hitting up the polity because each offender arrested has his own supporters. So we don't want to hit up the polity. We do what needs to be done. And at the appropriate time, we will hold a briefing and give all these details. For now, we only do what will help the process to achieve an outcome that is generally acceptable to the majority of the good people of Rivers State. We will not be distracted by isolated incidents over which we have already taken appropriate actions. We are not resting on our oars, but a sword cut on both sides. Just as we are dealing with those who commit infractions, we will also deal with those who are going outside the law to get redress. Everyone must remain within the ambit of the law. Thank you. That will be all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CP. So we have Emoha. They are ready, right?
So we will need to continue with that coalition. Before us is Emoha local government coalition team. And so you will need to introduce yourself.
Hey. What's it done?
The EO I work with you. Tell us what you're reporting from total number of registered voters, total number of accredited voters, performance of parties, continue with total number of valid votes, then rejected votes, and total vote cast. We need to emphasize that if you have issues of cancellation, we need you to submit to us items in from DC 40G. So, are you hearing me? All right, so with that, we will ask you to start. You have the floor now.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Dr. Joseph Olichuku, the return officer of Emoha local government area.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Christina Obamoge. I'm the lecturer officer for Emoha.
The question from which university, please?
Port Harcourt, University of Port Harcourt.
Thank you.
The results collected from Emoha, right from the unit to the walls and to the coalition office as the local government. We have a total number of registered voters, 118,221. I said number of registered voters is 118.
We start with the figures before the words. Okay. Just tell us it's 118,221. Repeat that.
Number of registered voters is 118,221. Then number of accredited voters 21022. Then the breakdown is as follows according to the political parties. Party A 28, 28. Party AA 09. Party Party AAC.
Party AA 09, you repeat it as 9.
Party AA 9. Party AAC 17. Party ADC.
AAC 17, you repeat it as 17. So you repeat it. Figures and words.
Party AAC 17. Party ADC 77. Party ADP 24. Party APC 9145. 9,145. Party ABGA, that Afghan, 43. Party APN, 11. Party APP, 32. Party BP, 5. Party LP,
BP 05. And repeat it as 5. Repeat that again.
Party BP 05. 5. Party LP 4239. 4,239. Party NNPP 18. Party NRM 17. Party PDP 5242. 5,242. Party PRP 17. Party SDP 160. 160. Party YPP 066. Party ZLP 5959. Total valid votes. 19107. 19107. That is 19,107. Rejected votes 1896. 1896. That's 18,000 and 1,896. Total votes cast. 21003. 21003 with 1,003 votes. Sorry, sir, I think I don't know whether what I called for APC was 9145. I think so. 45.
sum your results from the party. Sum it again. Error. You need to step down. Figures I'm receiving from my own local calculation is above the 19,107. It's above the 19,107, so you can go back. If I can sit here and use my calculator and say that you are wrong, it means you didn't calculate well. So you step down. Okay, thank you. Again, we are not accepting the results. The REC and the admin secretary should be able to make their deals, at least to provide some level of guidance to the coalition officers. Yes, for submissions and the rest. Thank you very much. Yes, I am. So we have stepped down Odwell. We have just stepped down Emoha. We have stepped down Gokana. Is there the local government? Asari Toro, I'm sure you have done due diligence. And so we have here Asari Toro. You will need to introduce yourself, including the institution you are coming from, the university. You need to introduce your EO and present your results.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the team. My name is Ishmael Gwiram. I'm a lecturer at the University of Port Harcourt. With me is my lecturer officer for Asari Toro local government.
My name is Uzoka Patrick, a lecturer officer, Asari Toro local government area.
You're welcome.
Ishmael Gwirama. Gwirama is spelled Gwuniereama. Gwirama. Ishmael Gwirama. Ishmael Gwunireh. I hold a PhD in philosophy.
You have the floor now.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm here to present the result of the presidential election conducted in Asarito local government on the 25th of February 2023. The details are as follows. Would you find me to start with the basic summary before I do
No.
analysis?
Just we're going for this summary. We want to know the total number of registered voters, the number of accredited voters, the sum of the performance of parties. Then we want to know the total valid votes cast, one rejected, and the total vote cast. We also want to know if you have cancellation, then we believe you must have fulfilled the requirement of filling the form EC40G. Because if you don't have that, we're going to step you down.
Yes, I do have.
All right, so you can go ahead now.
The election was conducted in 13 wards in Asarito. The total number of registered voters is 86,110. That's 86,110. Number of accredited voters, 22,258.
No, you need to repeat.
Okay, sorry.
The figures, then the word will follow. And so the first one should be...
Number of registered...
No, hold on. First one should be total number of registered voters should stand as 86,110. 86,110. That's what we expect.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. The total number of registered voters, 86,110. That is 86,110. Total number of accredited voters, 22,258. That is 22,258. I'll now proceed to take the results according to the respective wards.
Respective parties. No. Go to the summaries of the performance of parties.
Okay. Party A. Performance of the parties, respective parties that participated are as follows. Party A, 87.
By saying 87.
87. Party A, 87.
87.
87. Party B, 9. Party AA. Party AA. 9, I'm sorry about that.
09.
09.
9. 09.
09.
9.
9. Party AAC. 07. 7. Party ADC. 71. 71. Party ADP. 12. 12. Party APC. 14483. 14,483. Party APGA 909 9. Party APM 1616. Party APP 0. Party BP 01 1. Party LP 2094 2094. Party NNPP 09 9. Party NRM 54 54. Party PDP 4476 4476. Party PRP 07 7. Party SDP 59 59. Party YPP 04 4. Party ZLP 25 25. Total valid votes 21,423. 21,423. Rejected votes 631. 631. Total votes cast 22,054. 22,054. 22,054. Mr. Chairman, we had some circumstances that warranted 26 units, results of 26 units to be cancelled in 7 wards. I filled the corresponding form for that.
Thank you. We can present Councillor Mitchell. Yes, the number of ROAs that are affected, you say, is how many?
Wards, 7.
That is 1.
7 wards.
That is
in 7 wards, 26 units.
That is 7 wards.
Yes.
That is, all right. And how many polling units are affected?
26.
26 polling of
Yes.
7 ROAs.
Yes, sir.
The number of PVC collected in this polling units.
With due respect, sir.
Here at the National Collation Center here in the Federal Capital Territory, where the election results from across the country will be collated and the winner for the presidential election announced. So it's a working day in the FCT and workers are going about their businesses. However, there's still intense security right here at the collation center. And so much people are not allowed to enter into the collation center without proper identification here at the collation center. So the Inec chairman is expected to brief by 11 o'clock. He's supposed to open up the collation process by 11 o'clock today. So earlier we had a conversation with Mr. Festus Okoye, who told us that they're expecting 7 results today. But we're not sure if it's 7 results for the entire day or just this morning. But he says 7 results are expected today, one of which is Kwara, which is ready. And 2 more results will be coming in later. That's Enugu and Ebonyi. That an airline carrier will be sent to those states to pick up the collation officers and the resident electoral commissioners for Enugu and Ebonyi. Remember that the Inec chairman had said yesterday that planes will be sent to states to pick up some Inec personnel who are having challenges in getting to the collation center.
Now, Linda, you did talk about the Inec commissioner, chairman rather, being expected in a couple of minutes, actually, because I think I heard you mention 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock is imminent as we speak. So any moment from now, the Inec chairman is expected to walk into the hall where you are and begin the process for today. 7 states. Now, what's the atmosphere like there? Is there one of, is it anxiety? Is it expectation and all of that?
So the atmosphere is not exactly tense, but you get a sense that people here are getting anxious for more results for the states to come in and the conclusion of the exercise. So the hall is gradually filling up with journalists, local and international observers, INEC staff, and security personnel, all waiting for the INEC chairman to disclose the results from the states.
Thank you very much, Linda, for that. We'll be keeping, of course, with you as soon as we see the INEC chairman. We're coming back to that venue, the National Collation Center in Abuja. But for now, thank you very much, Linda Akibe, our correspondent at the National Collation Center.
A lot of people are looking forward to those 7 states and, going back to that particular briefing. But let's continue with our guests. Mr. Arogundade, I know that you were trying to wrap up on, the question I asked you about the importance of the party agents as much as the candidates and the parties themselves.
Well, so just to, sum up this aspect of, the discussion, if we would not have a repeat of some of these problems in the elections of March 11, I think that, the political parties have to go back to the proverbial, drawing board to know that they have to do the needful. You know that when it comes to election, on election day, their party agents as good as, the results they get. And they're as good as what would really happen, because what we do not want to happen is, post-election, violence. And that can only be prevented where the political parties themselves are satisfied that the results that are coming out are the results that they themselves have been able, to verify. And you do not go out there. And I also feel that we need to bring in the media here, because as they did mention earlier on that we have situations where some persons or party members are already declaring and saying their candidates have actually won. This of course is much more predominant in the social media, but for us, the conventional media, the broadcast stations, the newspapers, the online newspapers, TV and radio, we need to make the point repeatedly that it's only when we've had all these entire collation. Well, it will have been good that we don't go through this process. I mean, we're just going to have 7 states now, but that is the stage where we are in, and it's only when we have all that we could actually come out and say, you've actually declared. And it would be criminal, really, if even from the results that you already have, that your candidate will not win or has not won, and yet you are deliberately misleading the public. That will then mean trying to set up the atmosphere for violence and the crisis. And we need to do everything to avoid that. But again, it's also about the credibility and the transparency of the process. At all these collation centers, we shouldn't have all these problems of inaccurate figures and so on. Even when you are displaying these results, be sure that you are not putting the name of another party under another candidate, because I think that mistake was made in Ekiti State, where the name of a political party was put twice, and people are saying maybe the other party had the votes that were given to those kind of candidates. These are all kind of confusion and misinformation going out there. So it has to be gotten right at the collation centers in the states. The process must give people, confidence, so that doubts do not begin to emanate even from that level.
Mr. Arogudade, thank you so very much. Mr. Arogudade is Executive Director, International Press Center, and of course is a Channels TV analyst. We're staying with the pictures of what's going on at the International Conference Center in Abuja, but there's just enough time for me to thank Mr. Larry Arogudade for his participation this morning. And of course, to say that Ezenwa Wagu, Chair of the Partners for Electoral Reforms, is still staying on with us, even as we await the Inec chairman for this morning's proceedings. Mr. Wagu, I must ask you at this point, while we wait for this process to recommence in Abuja, there are other processes going on at the various state levels, even as we wait for this one at the national level. How difficult is it, perhaps, I mean, with what we have been talking about all morning, for those who have the interest and those who have been trying to do so over time, to keep track of everything that is happening without missing something, even as Mr. Arogudade did point out that, look, it's only when this formal announcement is made that you can say this has happened or that has happened for sure.
Well, I think Channels TV perhaps have been in the forefront of putting out all the angles, and I've scanned through many of the other platforms. I've not seen the intensity with which Channels TV has tried to bring Nigerians up to scratch on what's going on. The results management process is important, and like I keep saying, it appears that no lessons have been learned. And what I mean by that is that the rivers that you just finished showing us, if you go back to 2019, we saw the drama of this whole inability to do simple arithmetic, and it is coming from the non-interrogation of how much the introduction of academics, for instance, who for me are simply announcers, because the real work of doing this work is the result is the work of the Inec officials, the EO, and that is why you see them together. So I'm still surprised that we did this in 2015. There were computational errors. You come again on national television, and people are being stepped down for simple issues of arithmetic. I think that we should have gone beyond this, and that is where the whole question of lessons being learned, and it fouls the environment in a sense in which when people do this, sometimes people just think that there is some intentionality in the error. But what is good about what Channels TV is doing is that we can see, caution. We can see people being cautioned and said, look, go back, do the right thing, come back, and the party agents, party coalition agents are also there and seeing all of this happen and are invested in ensuring that the right thing is done. And like I keep making this point about how we over-respect the political parties and their candidates in the level of not taking action that we are supposed to see them take. If there are reports, and Yaga Africa has its pre-election observation report from the 774 local governments, and the reports have been made available to the public through the media, you can see the percentage spread of political parties in the country. What does that mean? You can say this political party is present throughout the campaign period in this number of states. That report is out there. So if you do not have presence in a state, you cannot say that you have citizen party, your party agents are citizens. That is why INEC will make a call and say, political parties, send the party agents that you are going to be deploying for this election and their passports. And what we then see is that the political parties will not send passports, they will not send anybody, and they will go out and say that they are everywhere. And nobody takes them on to say, we have this report. This report says you are 46% present, you have 46% presence all over the country. This other party has 98% presence all over the country. The other one has 97% presence. This one has 8% presence all over the country. Why will you then make the claims? An election has come. You cannot by yourself clearly say this is the number of places where we have party agents. And that is the point in which we have to call out the political parties. And now we can understand where that is coming from, because the relationship between the parties and the party agents is a transactional one. It has nothing to do with membership, that you are a member of this political party and that you are passionate about the ideology of your party to the point where you volunteer yourself to be a party agent. What has happened is that it is recruitment. The party recruits on the basis of how much you are going to pay. And the party that is paying coming to do provide election exercise effort for them. These are the things that we can put in the front burner.
But Mr. Wagu, it sounds like
has this result.
My apologies. It sounds like you're saying overtly or covertly that the Naira crunch or the cash crunch has played a role in this. But to speak to the data, the Yaga Africa data that you have reeled out, I wonder how many people are really aware of it, because that would be a concern. For instance, quoting the Yaga Africa preliminary statement that you talked about, it says APC agents were cited at 97% of polling units. Labour Party polling agents were cited at 67% of polling units. NNPP polling agents were cited at 51% of polling units, and PDP at 99% of polling units. I wonder how many of these political interests are aware of these, because as you said earlier, tempers are on edge now, and without this information put out for people to be aware of, people are just going to go on whatever tangent they want based on their perception of the locality in which they are, which is saturated by their interests.
Well, I think that I just think that people are not interested in reports, and oftentimes what we see is that when reports are issued, people look at those reports from the lessons of their partisan, from the lenses of their partisan interests. And like we do often, Transparency International will say, oh, Nigeria is at the so-and-so ranking in the corruption index. We fight the report rather than going back to say, what are the things that we need to do to be able to come up in this ranking? So if this is out in the public space through the media, and a press conference we didn't just issue releases, we address the press and put out these statistics and say this party has this number of presence according to our observers that are spread in this long-term observers that are spread in 774 local governments. What you need to do is to take that statistics and begin to see what you can do with it. And then you reconcile it with INEC's report also, because INEC is publishing also the political party agent spread across the country. So you can take the Yaga report, take other reports, and look at what INEC is saying. And these reports were issued days before the election. So you go out there and see what you can do. So if it's not our responsibility as civil society is to put this out, use our leverage and reach, and even partnership with organizations like Yaga, channels, to put it out there for people. What they do with it is their responsibility, it's not ours.
Okay, well, Mr. Wagu, still on that data, and I think, the data angle is really, really very important here. Because as you said, one of the questions we had asked one of the political parties earlier before the election itself was like, look, how would you persuade those who want to get out of the country to not go when they can see all the things that are happening? And one of the, information put out is just what you're confirming. People do not want, they're not interested in these reports. They just want what they want, the way they want it. So speaking again to the polling, the process, that same year, and of course, as soon as we have others, we'll definitely bring them on. In 83% of polling units, that's about speaking to polling unit level results transmission. In 83% of polling units, the presiding officer used the BVAS to scan and take a snapshot of the results sheet. That's from EC8A. 83% of polling units, that's where that happened. But in 69% of polling units, the presiding officer attempted to transmit or send the polling unit result image to the Inec online database, that's IREV. So long as it is on BVAS, one can expect that it will get eventually to the IREV portal. How significant is that for you? There are those who would say, I mean, scoring 50% is pass mark, scoring almost 70%, and that is a good thing.
Yeah, the thing with election is that it's a passion enterprise. And once passion is involved, people don't like statistics. They don't like data. So the data is saying 83% of this happened, 67% of uploads were attempted, and all of that. So in terms of percentaging, you will say that that has gone well. And that is why in the communication of the election process, it's important to also signpost, like I said in my opener, that we need to put out what has gone well and also talk about what hasn't gone well. Excuse me. The challenge of news is that it is what hasn't gone well that takes preeminence. And it is a natural thing for us. I used to make a joke with friends. I said, divorce, the story of a divorce is everywhere. But the stories of marriages that are going well is not reported. Some have hit 50 years and going forward 60 years, nobody will hear about them. But once somebody separates, everywhere will go. So the percentaging is, because election is a passion enterprise, it impacts, that percentage impacts on the integrity of the whole process, whether we like it or not. So that is why we are continuing to hold the leg of INEC on the fire to up their game in a way that these infractions, no matter how little they are, do not come up and mar the good work that they continue to do and that they are doing. And sometimes my restraint in even criticizing INEC is when I look at the determination in spite of the obstacles. But like I said, it's their own challenge of always assuring, when they should put out the critical challenges that they're having so that citizens can, run on that, and those who have suggestions to make as to how to resolve the problem can also do so.
Election is a passion enterprise, but it is only played based on data. At the end of the day, it is data that will declare who won and who did better or not.
Yes, sir. But if you, as you know, sir, the challenge of that is that people sit down, for instance, like I said, you have agents in this number of polling units. You know yourself that you did not deploy agents everywhere. And you can authoritatively sit down and talk about what is happening everywhere when you do not have agents everywhere. And when you speak, those who should ask you the question and say, how many agents did you deploy for this election? Those agents they are by the definition of their role, they can even interfere with the process. Observers cannot interfere with the process. If things are not going wrong in the interest of a particular party, he can, in a peaceful manner, call attention to the electoral officials to say, this is not going well, and I need you to do something about it. I, as an observer, cannot do that. No matter how passionate I am about what I'm doing, I cannot call an electoral officer and say, this is going wrong, this is what you should do. That is why you invest in party agents, you invest in their training. But as you know, Dr. Manu just told you before he left, and anybody who has moved around. In many places, you see party agents, meters away from the area of voting, involved in conversations and not putting an eye on the process that he is a watcher of, and can then be able to make interventions. Many of them do not even by simple text message, send to whatever situation room they have. As soon as they finish, it is a business for them. It is transactional. And that is why I said the commitment to a party needs to rise beyond how much you are going to be paid. It has to be because we are invested in the ideology, in the manifesto, and in the candidate that as a party has brought you to come and work for them. But that is not what we see. And so in the conversations, we are in the scale of the analysis. We are looking at what Inec is doing. We are looking at what security is doing, but we are not interrogating the political parties and how much they have invested in ensuring that the outcomes that they are looking for is matched by what they put in.
Absolutely.
To get those kind of outcomes.
Absolutely, Mr. Wangu. Thank you very, very much for that. Of course, we will, as journalists and as media, continue to interrogate this, because we did ask quite a number of these political parties in the run-up to the elections that how do you know what's happening everywhere if you say it is the citizens who are your party agents? You didn't send anybody there. And then, post-election, they start claiming that their agents who they did not send to Inec, who Inec did not recognize, has no identification of, were not allowed access to the polling center, and they come screaming to the media. So to that extent, one can see the connection in what you're saying. But I think it's time to say thank you very much, Mr. Ezenwa Wangu, for your participation in the show this morning. As always, we are grateful for your expertise, for your experience, and for your perspective. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go straight away. In his closing statement there, Mr. Wangu did talk about security. So in comes another man. Layers and or is it concentric cycles of security? Primary, secondary, and perhaps tertiary in terms of deployment for the election, so that while we don't want to have accusations of over militarization of the process, you also don't want it to be a free-for-all. So there's some kind of thin line before you step over one side or the other. We saw where we had skirmishes and the security agents that were there, being unarmed, could do nothing. So it spoke about what happened to the outer layers, which were supposed to be reinforcements. What did you make of that dynamic in the process that we had?
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, that levels of security is the usual setting. And, we must take cognizance of the fact that we're dealing with democracy here. You don't want to give a wrong impression, not just locally, but even internationally. You cannot have democracy, have elections, and you're seeing soldiers all over the place. It will send a very wrong signal. So the way it's been arranged is the best way in our setting, in the situation we find ourselves, where the military services are the outer cordon, and they're supposed to be really not seen, and of course, the police is the first level that are close by to the polling units, okay, and that was the setting. And it was good that they are not armed, because, we also have to guide against intimidating the voters by what they see around them. So in trying to balance all of these odds, that's where we find ourselves, So, but I think the issue is very clear. It still boils down to this culture of impunity and these highly determined evildoers, because they can watch, it's you're like dealing with an enemy that is seeing you, but you are not seeing him. Because they are so determined, even if you have in your outer cordon, the security, the military, for example, which is supposed to be the outermost cordon, they can always watch where they are located, and circumvent all that to get to the polling units. Okay? Maybe in our next election, we start thinking of how to still have something between the police and the polling booths, and some police that will be armed, just immediate cordon after that, so that they will be able to stop such hoodlums from getting access to the polling units. We have to think about it. We keep, tweaking these strategies that have been adopted. Each time as the adversaries, those who have made themselves adversaries of the nation, each time they change their tactics, we also have to keep changing our strategies to be ahead of them, not even to match them. And I say that that's a very tedious task, no doubt. So that's what I see.
I know Ayo wants to follow up, but let me quickly just introduce our other guest who has joined Major General Ayola, Mr. Nero Ohujabo, former special advisor to the United Kingdom Prime Minister, has joined us virtually. You're welcome to the program. Thank you for your time.
It's great to join you this morning.
Indeed. Ayo, please proceed with your question.
Well, maybe I could just straight away go to Mr. Ohujabo, who has just joined us. I mean, you've been observing this as well. What would be your initial comments about how far so far?
Well, I think there's a number of things that are incredibly exciting with this particular election. And I want to focus specifically on the citizens of Nigeria who have clearly stepped forward and demonstrated that this election and the country is incredibly important to them, because they've come out against the odds in extraordinary numbers to cast their vote against all the challenges that have been outlined, whether it's security challenges or other challenges. And I think I've also observed quite a number of citizens on social media playing other roles that you would otherwise expect external agencies to play. So acting as election observers, recording what they are seeing and reporting what they are seeing to the rest of the world. So most of the news I've seen have actually come from citizens reporting their experiences on the ground. So I think that's very positive for civic participation in our country.
Sticking with you for a bit, by the way, other pictures you're seeing on your screen are that of the National Coalition Center right there in Abuja. As soon as activities are about to take off, we'll let you know. So sticking with you for a bit, Mr. Ohujabo, there are those who have indicated that, yes, we do have a situation on our hands where voter education has played its role. But guess what? There is now the role of political education to take us beyond where we are now. How do you see that helping us maintain the peace, stability, and tranquility that we have had until now?
Yeah, so I think that will be the incredible next step. And I think, as you say, the voter education that we've clearly seen has had an impact, means that people are beginning to grow into that next stage of really holding elected officials to account. So I think that's where the lessons need to move now. Now that more people are aware of the importance of casting their vote and what that means for the country, they can also recognize that they have a number of options available to them under the Constitution to hold those people who are elected to account. So whether you voted for the individual or not, that next level of making sure that they are representing the will of the people at that local level on a continual basis. So it's not just it's not just about the day of election and casting your vote. It's a continuous process throughout the year that you're able to hold those people to account, and if necessary to recall, but also to support them to play their role effectively. So I think people are learning, people are graduating, and as you know, Nigeria's democracy is still incredibly young. And so these processes and these lessons that we're learning along the way are very, very important as we mature as a democracy.
Well, there's a word we played with a lot yesterday, Mr. Ohujabo, and that word is evolution. Some, of course, many people believe we have not evolved, but we are evolving. I'm glad you also spoke to the role the electorate has played in this process so far. But it is the same society that produces electorates that produce political actors. produce party agents. Speaking to some of the issues raised by Mr. Wagu before he left us, he talked about the fact that the role of political agents, or the agents of political parties, are largely transactional, and not all parties have representation across all 36 states of the country. However, as you have noted, a number of people have information being put out from their own perspective, from whatever part of Nigeria they are coming from, rightly or wrongly. What impact do you see that playing in the entire scheme of things?
Well, I think, like you say, the nation is evolving, our democracy is evolving, and the political parties will have to evolve along the way as well. There is a myth that was beginning to develop in Nigeria that we are a two-party state, but I think this election has proved that that's certainly not the case. And so those smaller parties have to come up with their ways of structuring themselves at the national level in order to be able to have their agents and so on across the nation. And I think they have to really develop what it means to be a political party, not just a question of the elites who control the party or the people who are standing for public office that are controlling the party, but the members themselves will need to have a much stronger stake as we move forward. And I think that will enhance our democracy greatly. Because the more people play a role at the very earliest possible opportunity, in other words, that stage of even selecting who goes forward as a candidate, I think all of these things will have a great role to play in making change. And we've seen how that has had an impact in different countries across the world as well. So it's nothing new. We have to learn those lessons in Nigeria, and individual members have to genuinely feel the power and feel and understand that they can drive change. And I think we will get there, but it takes a long time to get there.
Let me come to you, Major General Ayola, and you've spoken about your experience with, or rather your observations pre-election and then during, but this is a process that is still on. We're at the collation stage. What are your expectations as to the security at this point as results are coming in at the different collation centers and also the National Collation Center?
Well, I hope everything goes ahead smoothly, but obviously there's this continuing concern in the Nigerian context about malpractice. So that's a concern that I see a lot of people are sharing on social media, that malpractice would still have taken place. Let's hope that that's not the case. But whatever the case, I will still insist that the exciting thing for me is that the Nigerian electorate are waking up to the reality that they have to take their destiny into their own hands, and they have to grip this issue in Nigeria so that we can have a government that truly represents the will of the people and functions to serve the interest of the community.
Thanks, Nera, but that question was actually for Major General Ayola. Major General.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, now we can. Thanks so much.
Oh, okay, so it went off. Okay, so I don't know how far backward I should go.
Very beginning.
Up
to
okay, from the beginning. Okay,
yes.
All right. All right, thank you. Okay, so what I was saying is this, that, yeah, surely without having an accurate details of what exactly have been put in place to secure the collation centers and the National Collation Center, itself in particular. But I know that what is important here is that from the lessons learned from some of the incidents that have taken place, since Saturday to now, we should be able to update our strategies for securing those centers. And I was giving an example that the issue of hoodlums getting to polling booths and disrupting election is not happening for the first time. And so if it has happened before in previous elections, what were the lessons learned? I mean, if you take, for example, particular centers where that happened, you will notice that it's the same areas where they happened in the past. especially in Lagos, that that I'm quite familiar with. Okay, it's the same areas where they happen in, and you can almost pinpoint why they happen in those areas. They are usually areas that are strong for certain opponents, and so these things are planned for them to happen there. So we could be ahead of such adversaries by ensuring that they are giving very invisible cordon of the leaders of such gangs, even before the election, as at the morning of the election. Okay? Whoever is the known leader of such gangs should have been kept in a kind of unseen, cordon that if he moves an inch, the security agencies keeping that cordon will be able to know, in fact, be able to stop him from moving outside his allowable area. I know we're dealing in democracy, so the issue of freedom of movement or rights and all of that will come. Rights and freedoms, and ensure that we keep an eye and place a surveillance on such gang leaders. And of course, a possibility of places where he could muster his operatives from, And I think these are some of the preemptive steps that we can take to ensure that we don't have a repetition of this next time. And of course, some of these hoodlums and their leaders are even known. So even during the normal time before elections, what has been done to them? I mean, have they been interrogated before? Have there been punishment to deter others from doing such things? If we don't do those, we always then continue to encourage the possibility of people, repeating this kind of dastardly acts. So I think these are some of my suggestions. So in the current collation centers right now, I think we need to up our games immediately. We need to, since of course most of the security men that have been deployed have finished their primary level assignment, they can now use them to beef up the collation centers, to increase the security presence in those centers. I think that will help our situation.
General, sticking with you for a bit, one of the issues, excuse me, that Mr. Nwagu raised before he went away, before he had to take his leave, and I'm pretty sure you caught a little bit of that comment of his, was that politics or elections are about passion. Irrespective of what the data says, passion always seems to carry the day. For you, given what what is going on now and the results that are coming in, either way, I was having a pre-program informal discussion with my colleague here, Ladi, and he was speaking along the line of, look, whether we like it or not, we have to pay attention to security right now. Because, of course, as we have all been seeing, passion is playing a significant role. What should who be doing now, especially in terms of crisis communication? What should who be doing now so things don't get unnecessarily out of hand?
Okay, thank you very much. We're looking at the point where we are right now. Okay, like I said in the last minute, the security agencies are the collation center, and of course, the arrangement that has been put in place. Like I said, there is a need to review that. Okay, but before that, let me put it this way: world over, delinquencies and malfeasance are factored into human progress and human development on certain level of assumptions, and that's where the issue of where culture matters. I mean, Samuel Huntington and one other person, Harrison, had edited a book called Culture Matters, How Values Shape Human Progress. It boils down to it because there is a percentage of malfeasance that should be allowed, that should be factored into enforcement of law and order in a nation, into dealing with security matters in a nation. Now, when you have a situation where that level of malfeasance and delinquence is far in excess of what is required, then you have an unusual situation in your hands. And so the issue of culture comes in. How do you social culturalization of your people, right from childhood, so that the idea of doing the right thing becomes normal to citizens of a nation, of a society, where, I mean, people take the pride in doing the right thing, even when no one is watching them, even when no one is there to enforce doing that right thing. That's a huge task for a nation, and that's a major part of nation building for any nation. And I think that's something we will need to do, because I know that may not become handy now, but immediately what we need to do now is, of course, I think as the collation centers and the briefings are going on, I'm sure the security agencies are also having their own regular briefings to update, the intelligence gathered, and then to update the strategies being deployed. So as long as that is going on, and they are taking advantage of the intelligence gathered from the various incidents that have been reported, I think we'll be able to, keep at bay, some of the bad elements until the results is announced. I expect that it won't get worse than what we have seen. In fact, it's going to get better. Thank you very much.
That's a very positive sentiment, General Ayola, and I'm sure as many people as possible who want to buy into that, because everyone wants this process to go on and be concluded peacefully. We have some breaking news out of Lagos. Of course, it is on channelstv.com. Even as we wait for the Inec chairman in Abuja, the results from Lagos State are now complete, and the indications are that the Labour Party has won the presidential election from Lagos State. That's the report that we have. If you want the details at the moment, please go to our website, channelstv.com, for the details. We will bring you those, of course, even as we wait. But we thought that you should get to know this almost immediately. The Labour Party presidential candidate, Peter Obi, has in fact won the presidential election in Lagos State. Because I know that it's quite possible that someone will be quoting me a bit later on as saying that he in fact won the election. Now, this is Lagos State. Now that this is the collation center in Lagos State. That we've switched from Abuja to Lagos. I'm seeing that the activities are at an I don't know if we shall say they're at an end here. We can see that the chair, the scope of Lagos State is not seated there. But it is from there that we got the results that the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, has won the presidential election in Lagos State, defeating the APC presidential candidate, Senator Bola Tinubu. Mr. Obi scored 582,454 votes to beat the former governor of Lagos State, who scored 572,606 votes. I'll just take that again. The presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Mr. Peter Obi, has in fact won the presidential election in Lagos State, beating the APC presidential candidate, Senator Bola Tinubu, who himself is a former governor of Lagos State. Mr. Obi polled 582,454 votes to win that election in Lagos State. Coming second was, of course, the APC presidential candidate, former Lagos State Governor, Senator Bola Tinubu, who scored 572,606 votes.
And the Lagos State, collation center was one that opened yesterday. So we had a number of local governments, wards, polling units that really came up with their results. And I believe today that the last two that were expected and that perhaps got us to this point was Ali Mosho and Ojo local government area.
And of course, now you have the full result on your screen. In third place, of course, was the PDP presidential candidate, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, who scored 75,750 votes, while Senator Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, the presidential candidate of the NNPP, scored 8,442 votes. So the results of the presidential election in Lagos State there on your screen just out and just now. General Ayola, my apologies that I had to break into your thoughts and your conversation in order to relay that information, but it is, as we promised our viewers, as we get it, we'll give it to them. Let me return to you, because again, we're at the stage where everything now is about post-results management and about managing the expectations. One of our guests did talk about our experience of the elections in 2011, the 2011 general elections in Nigeria, where, you know, things went quite smoothly in the pre-election stage. It went quite smoothly in the election stage. The election results were collated and announced, and then, you know, the bedlam ensued after the results were announced, and on that occasion, we lost a couple of lives. So this time around, to guard against this, what you're saying earlier on about what we now need to do, and I know that in my previous conversations with you, you had talked about the fact that security does not consist only of having boots on the ground. There is mind games, there is psychology involved and all of that. So I want you to apply that now to the situation we find ourselves. As more and more of the results become available, people are, you know, with their calculators like Jide here with us, putting up the figures and all of that, managing those expectations and ensuring that we don't have a situation where there's confrontation.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's a very beautiful question. It is to be expected. Really, when security is planned in phases. Just like we have the phases of the process, so the security will cover the different phases. So the post-election, in fact, post-result announcement, that immediate anticipated responses and reactions of the populace, that would have been factored to have a plan and a strategy to manage that. And then even between the announcement of the result to inauguration, there must be another plan to take care of that. And then even post-inauguration, say to the first 100 days and beyond of the new government, all of this will have been planned by the security agencies. So I expect that there will be some contingency plans to take care of this. I mean, as much as I like to be optimistic, by my training, we always plan for the worst scenario cases, usually. There'd be no need to have armed forces in the world at all if we can just believe that everything will be fine and calm. So, of course, we must always factor the fact that there will be some people who will not be happy with whatever the outcome is, either way. So all of that must be planned for. So the unforeseen contingency plans and arrangements, both not just, like you said, not just boots on ground, even some social, psychological, information dissemination and information operations must be put in place to help to ensure that all through the different phases of this process and the entire electoral cycle, we are able to anticipate likely incidents and be able to preempt them. So that's why we talk of contingency plans. Yeah, that should be there.
I did mention Babajide earlier, and he joins us here. He solved the cliffhanger he left yesterday.
Indeed.
He left it and dropped another one. And I see that he's back with his horses beside me. Welcome, Babajide, so data analyst, and of course, Channels Television's numbers man. Anything numbers, we go to Jide. And that's what your horses are back. They are less than they were yesterday and day before yesterday. Are you two pruning down?
Yes, we're pruning down. Some didn't wake up today. Some of the horses didn't wake up today. 4 woke up today. But Nigerians are expecting the results. The results have started coming in, but there are 2 ways to look at this. The first is to look at the results, the only result that has been announced by the Central Collation Center, Ekiti, which we'll talk about. The second is to look at the other results that have been announced at the state level. And the results that have been announced at the state level includes Osun and Lagos from the southwest. From the northeast, from the northwest, we have Katsina. And from the northeast, we have Gombe and Yobe. So let's start with that result that has been announced at the National Collation Center, which is Ekiti.
From that result, the presidential candidate of the APC, Bola Tinubu, is leading by a margin of 110,000 votes. How did he do it? In 2019, out of the 16 local governments in Ekiti, the APC won 15. This time around, across all the local governments in Ekiti, including Ekiti East, that the PDP won in the 2019 election, the APC won all those local governments. So we see Ekiti this time around going all the way to one party, APC. Tinubu has a margin of 110,000 votes in Ekiti. Good news for the APC, but there's more bad news for the APC. Across all the state results that have come out, we've seen surprises, starting from Katsina. 2019, the APC won Katsina. This time around, the Waziri of Adama, Atiku Abubakar, has won Katsina. What happened in the Northeast in 2019? We've seen the results from Yobe and Gombe. In 2019, not only did the PDP perform poorly in Yobe states, Yobe was one of the states that the PDP did not score 25%. We've seen the results from Yobe at the state level. The PDP, the Waziri of Adama, has won Yobe State, a state that they did not even get 25% in 2019. APC is us. More bad news for the APC. In Gombe, in 2019, the APC won Gombe State. The state results that have been declared by the Independent National Electoral Commission in Gombe State, the PDP has won. So in the Northeast, the summary is 2 states that have been declared at the state level in the Northeast zone, Yobe and Gombe. 2 states that the APC won 4 years ago, the PDP has won. Let's look at what's going on in the Southwest. 2 results that have been declared at the state level, Lagos and Osun State. 2 states that the APC won 4 years ago. The results, based on what we've seen from Lagos and Osun, Lagos has gone to the way of LP, Osun has gone to the way of PDP. We also have a state that we're expecting any moment from now, Enugu State. And based on the preliminary results from Enugu State, again, it is not looking good for the party. It's looking good for the party that won in Enugu in 2019. Above all, based on the results we have so far, the APC, because it had a huge margin of lead in Ekiti, still has the highest number of votes overall. Because of the margin of lead of the APC in Ekiti, based on all the results from Ekiti, Katsina, Osun, Yobe, Gombe, and Lagos, if you add all those votes together, the APC is still in the lead. But if you look at it from the state-by-state perspective, we see more states the APC is losing. State by state, I hope you understand it clearly. State by state, the APC has lost more states. I repeat again, in 2019, the APC did not lose Lagos. It has now lost Lagos. In 2019, the APC did not lose Osun. It has now lost Osun. In 2019, the APC did not lose Katsina. It has now lost Katsina. In 2019, the APC did not lose Yobe. It has now lost Yobe. In 2019, the APC did not lose Gombe. It has now lost Gombe. Makes sense.
And how big of a surprise is it, Katsina, seeing as the president of the political party is?
Clearly, what the trend shows now is that did people vote for APC in 2019 or did they vote for Muhammadu Buhari? Ayo, what do you think?
Well, you're the one answering the questions. But however, it's quite a salient question, that Millicent has asked. But then, and I know you would still speak to that more, but what's the implication of all of these in the, I don't know if it's too early to ask for the 25%, you know,
that even those who didn't win they get 25%.
Yes, I mean,
in some of this.
You're talking about totality of the votes. So if a candidate, for instance, who didn't get one or two enough states, but got enough representation of spread in 24% of the states, as the laws have said, what happens? No, not enough states, but enough votes in the states.
So this is the way to look at it. We are saying the states APC won in 2019, APC is losing them. The question you're asking is how many states did, right now, APC has gotten 25% across all the states that we've seen results. Same thing with the PDP. But the reason why this analysis is important is there are some states that the PDP did not get 25% in 2019, 7 of them. In the Northwest, APC and PDP did not get 25% in Kano, Katsina, Kebbi, Jigawa. In the Northeast, the PDP did not get 25% in Borno, Bauchi, Yobe. Ayo.
Sorry, Babajide, again, my apologies. You know, the interconnectivity of life tends to punctuate our discussions. These are visuals from the Lagos State Collation Center, where I believe that the scope, that's the state collation officer or the presidential election, is now speaking. Please, let's listen.
Calling attention to it before we input it into the form, so that when you see something that is slightly different, in some cases it's just 3 persons, in another case it is correct, in some other cases the values are, the discrepancy is a bit much. So we are calling your attention to it so that when you see it on your copy, you understand what has happened. Just the total number of registered voters, please. Thank you.
Apparently, it looks like the chairman, the national chairman of Inec, is seated and ready to go. but I'm pretty sure that as soon as we have the audio, we will get to it, because they look set already.
Indeed, and it's just about 12 o'clock.
Yep, 1 minute past 12, actually.
Our correspondent had earlier told us that there will be 7 states that will be called at the National Collation Center, and perhaps 2 more states on its way there as well.
Well, from what we're seeing now, let's just hope that we have all of the representation ready, and as soon as they're ready to go, we will most certainly. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to the resumption.
Sorry, sir.
The collation of the 2023 presidential election result. We have a number of states that have been queued up to make their presentation. We'll start with Kwara, and thereafter go to Ondo State, and after Ondo, take Oshun and any other state that is ready. So we have the resident electoral commissioner for Kwara State, accompanied by the returning officer for the state. The resident electoral commissioner of Kwara, you are welcome. Please introduce yourself and the scope. The state collation officer for the presidential election should introduce himself, and then let the proceedings begin. So over to you, Rek Kwara. Observation? Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, party agent, media. My name is Dino Melaye, agent for the PDP. Mr. Chairman, I have a fundamental observation based on our proceedings yesterday. Yesterday we received the result from Ekiti State, and I worked on the results as presented yesterday, and I discovered that we have 301,000. We have, 987,647 registered voters in Ekiti, and 301,558 accredited. And since we have 301,558 accredited, the result as presented yesterday, APC had 201,494. If you subtract that from 301,558, what you have left is 100,064.
Hey! Dino.
Out of this 100,064, PDP scored 89,554.
Yeah.
If you subtract that from the balance of 100,064, what is left is 10,510.
Yo.
And now it was also recorded yesterday that Labour had 11,397, when the total number left is 10,510, leaving an over figure of 887.
Oh, pario.
Apart from this 887 surplus, we have not calculated even the votes of other political parties.
Oh, pario.
Because you will recall that yesterday he told us ADC scored 1,037.
Oh,
so you will recall, you will see from that postulation and presentation yesterday that the figures did not add up, there was overvoting, and the number of votes outnumbered the number of accredited votes. And we know exactly what the law says concerning that. So I hope that be considered because Ekiti cannot stand. Thank you.
Oh, that means what if he
any further comment?
Hey, Yemi.
Okay. Introduce yourself and your party.
My name is Honorable Umar Farouk Ibrahim, the National Secretary of the Labour Party and Presidential Agent for Party. We made our observation and calculation based on your presentation of Ekiti State result, and we have also come with a similar figure as presented by the PDP. And as such, there is an obvious and overvoting. Also
over 40! Over 40! That means you don't
any more?
Another person.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kenneth, Chairman of Action Alliance. This calculation and the position of my colleagues here, Action Alliance have gone through that same figure and we've got the same similar position. By the Commission to really look at it and see this state voting cancel for overvoting based on our calculation. Thank you.
Any more?
Thank you, Mr.
Any
Chairman.
more?
My name is Ngem Okando, ADC National Agent. We also same calculation yesterday, and we are here to also say that Ekiti result should be looked into and outrightly rejected for overvoting.
Overvoting, overvoting.
Good morning. My name is Babatunde Ogala, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, agent for APC. I think the law is clear that when a result should result petition, if need be. Ekiti was declared yesterday. We were asked for observations, and if that has been done, any party that feels strongly should prepare its petition. Where we are today, I want to say with all respect, here the Commission is functioning. And the business of now is Kwara. We cannot go back to what has been declared here by the Commission. Just my own humble observation.
Okay, sorry.
I'm not going into the merit or otherwise.
Sorry.
Of what they've said.
There is a gentleman in white. Sorry, agent of the PDP, you have made your point. There is a gentleman in white. Introduce yourself.
My name is Anaya Petro Jesalo. I'm from NRM. I stand by the submission of the APC that when the result had been declared, board, local government, state, and the declaration center of the place are seen by the law, and by electoral act. Every other thing should challenge it through the court. Thank you.
Okay, I think we should make progress. We have taken note of that, but you started the PDP agent by quoting a figure different from the figure that we have for the number of accredited voters. What we have is 315,058. It's 315,058. I said this is the copy. And I also have here the manually recorded figures. So the figure you mentioned is at variance with the figure that was actually presented yesterday. But we'll come back to this result. We have taken note of the observations you have raised.
Mr. Chairman, we were here yesterday, and fortunately we recorded the proceedings, and we recorded the presentation by the professor, and we heard his pronouncements, and we have a picture copy of the projection on the wall that was done yesterday. Having said that, I also want, with due respect to the SAN, that presentation of results is different from declaration of results. That result has not been declared, it was only presented. Only you can declare that result, and you have not done that. So that result was presented, but have not been declared. And the figures he presented yesterday, if you have a panel that is looking into this, we want to provide evidence. Thank you.
I still insist that the figure presented by the State Collation Officer for the presidential election for Ekiti State of the total number of accredited voters is 315,058. This is what is on the spreadsheet that we screened yesterday, and this is also what is actual result manually recorded by the scope and signed by the PDP agent and agents of other political parties back in Ekiti State. But having said that, I've taken note of your observations. Let us make progress on that one. But what we have here is exactly what I've said, and any other figure that is at variance with this one cannot supersede the official result presented. But let's make progress. We'll come back to this matter. On this note, let me invite the Rec Kwara to introduce himself, and then the State Collation Officer for Kwara State presents the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Malang Garba Tahiru Madami, President Electoral Commissioner for Kwara State. With me is State Collation Officer. Found Anuna, Vice Chancellor, Taka University, Mali Federal University of Agriculture. I am the State Collation Officer for the presidential election of 25th February 2023 in Kwara State. With me is Malang Garba Atahiru Madami, the Resident Electoral Commissioner for Kwara State. The result for the presidential election held on 25th February 2023 in Kwara State are as follows. Total number of registered voters, 169,592,7. 169,592,7. Number accredited voters, 497,519. 497,519. Then the scores by the political parties. A, 1786. 1786. AA, 430. 430. AAC, 257. 257. ADC 3007. 3007. ADP 1128. 1128. APC 263572. 263572. APGA 722. 722. APM 368. 368. APP 454. 454. BP 188. 188. LP 31166. 31166. NNPP 3141. 3141. NRM 466. 466. PGP 136909. 136909. PRP 355. 355. SGP 22738. 22738. YPP 2114. 2114. ZLP 1170. 1170. Total valid votes 469971. 469971. Rejected votes 26712. 26712. Total vote cast 496683. 496683.
Okay, thank you very much, Scope. Are you done?
Yes, sir.
Scope, can you listen to me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are there places where elections were not held or cancelled as recorded on EC40G?
Yes, sir. There are places where there were cancelled votes.
So tell us those places and the reasons for the cancellation.
The places were ASA, and of the affected registration area was one. It was cancelled as a result of overvoting. Another place was Edu. At Edu, there was the snatching of the ballot box. With the intervention of the police, the ad hoc staff were rescued, but the box was gone away with. At Ilorin East, there was overvoting in one polling unit. Ilorin South, overvoting in one polling unit. And Irepodun, there was overvoting in one polling unit. Ilorin West, at one polling unit, some hoodlums came and disrupted the voting, so voters took to their heels. So we have some reports here concerning the cancelled votes.
Okay, thank you very much, Scope. Party agents, any questions, any observations? Okay, the Labour Party.
Sir, going by what happened with the Ekiti result, it is only fair that we should be allowed to correlate what they have given so that no party will be disenfranchised, and we should not come and present another observation and it will be looked down at. So we want to have time to correlate this result and make sure that it tallies with what they presented, but not just to give us.
What do you mean by correlation?
To collect it, to calculate it.
You are not given copies. You are not given copies of the results for the purpose of correlation. I'm sure you must have participated in collation of results.
Sir, we had issue at the polling unit, at the collation centers, and we also have been issue here.
No, what I'm saying is that if you say that we should give you the results so that you can correlate, the purpose of collation is for you to look at what has been presented.
To interrogate it, sorry, I want to use the word interrogation.
So how do you interrogate the results at this point? Raise your observations, let me hear you carefully.
So let us have time and do that.
Yeah, Dino Melaye, PDP. Mr. Chairman, the purpose for amending the Electoral Act and making electronic transmission of results from polling units is to enhance the transparency, credibility of the process. In accordance with Section 65 and Section 64, 4 of the Electoral Act 2022 as amended, I want to demand that while the 2 other screens can show the results as presented by the returning officer, the center screen should actually show the uploaded results. That is the only way we can compare and be sure that what the returning officers are presenting is in consonance with the uploaded results. Because without uploading the results, and we are making a comparison here, it will be difficult to know where beavers were bypassed. Because upload is supposed to be done immediately after voting. And I have your manual for electoral officers here, and it is so stipulated therein. So we will want, as the presentation is done state by state, the uploaded results on your server should be displayed. What they are presenting also displayed by the 2 smaller screens. Then we'll be able to know if what is uploaded is what is being presented. That is the only way the transparency of this process can be guaranteed. That is the way bypassing beavers can be detected, and that is the only way we can get results. Because more than 10 times, Barrister Festus Okoye made press conferences and told Nigerians that beavers and electronic transmission of results have come to stay. We want to see it in practice. Thank you.
Okay, any further comments before I respond?
Mr. Chairman, sir, I just wish to appeal to my colleagues. These are results that were declared at the state level, where we all had agents.
Why this man always talk?
And the agents were outside. What has just been transmitted here is what we are polled at the state level. This, Dino, please, you made your observation. Let me make mine. I'm speaking for me. Thank you very much. So, sir, what I'm suggesting, so we save everybody's time, we all note our observations, and where we need to challenge, we follow the law so that time is saved and we move on. Asking that we start uploading from polling units here, and we may take the rest of the year to declare this result, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further comments? Yeah, there is a lady raising her hand.
Permit me to stand on existing protocol. Juliet Anyata Ogba, Mrs. PRP agent. I humbly, Mr. Chairman, support the motion of or proposition of a PDP agent. Secondly, the total number of accredited votes is mentioned to be 497, 419, 519, sorry. And then the total votes cast is mentioned to be 496, 683. And then when you minus the total number of votes from the total number of accredited voters, you have a balance of 836. And my question is, what happened to these 836 voters that were duly accredited? Was there been time that, as in, did they not vote? What happened to the vote at all? So mine is like a clarification of what happened to this number. Thank you. While I strongly support that the upload of results should be displayed.
I hear you. I hear you, but the state coalition officer who has presented the result will respond to the question you ask about the result. But for the purpose of final collation of the results, at what point are results transmitted to the IRF portal, and what's the purpose? First, for transparency of the process. And when it goes to the ward level collation, which is the first layer of collation, where there is a discrepancy between the manual copy brought by your agent from the field, it should then, that discrepancy should be resolved against the electronically transmitted results, either on the portal or on the machine. That is why from the polling unit level, the machines and the physical copies of the results are handed over to the collation officer at ward level. This procedure has taken place at ward collation level. And you had agents at ward collation level. From there, it went to the local government collation level, then the state collation level, before the results are presented here. So it is not at this point, with due respect, the agent of the PDP, that you will talk about the display of the polling unit level result, because you don't have copies of the polling unit level results. It is at that point that it ought to have been done. And based on the result that we have received, we believe that that has been done. So I will still call on the scope to respond to the issue raised by the agent of the People's Redemption Party.
Thank you, sir.
I would really like a situation where we make this a collation of results, rather than dragging us back on matters that must have already been ironed out at collation level. In my opening statement yesterday, I said that these results are collated at 4 stages. Apart from the polling unit level, where they were counted and recorded, there was ward level collation. Parties had agents. It went to local government collation. Parties had agents. State collation. Parties had agents. And at that point, they had all the little pieces of paper that we are talking about to compare. But let's listen to the scope. I will still come back to you. No, just a minute, if you may. Just a minute. Let's make this a procedure that we all should make. Okay. Let the rec, or the scope for Kwara, respond to that question, and then we'll come back to the issue.
Thank you, sir.
Let the scope respond. I will still come back to you. Scope.
Thank you, sir. regarding the comments by the PRP agents, I have mentioned earlier that there were some cancelled votes in some of the polling units, and this might be attributed to the difference. Thank you, sir.
Okay. The agent of the PRP, I'm sorry, PDP, can you please repeat what you said on the basis of the provision of the law?
I just want to quickly react to the presentation by the chairman on we are in this country, and the INEC made a press statement when uploads were not done. You even said there was no hacking of your server and all that. And everyone sitting there is either a Christian or a Muslim. And you know there was problem with uploading your results. Till this minute I'm speaking, many results have not been uploaded on your server. So you cannot be using justification that a vote took place at the polling unit when INEC failed in uploading results from polling units. If you had uploaded those results immediately after vote was casted in each polling unit, we will have access to them and I will not be asking questions here. But as I speak to you, those results were not uploaded for hours. Yesterday, I complained to you, the chairman. I complained to 2 other commissioners, and in my presence, they called the rec in Imo, where even the director of ICT was saying they should use offline to upload. So if results were not uploaded, we as parties cannot be challenged that the process is over. The process is not over because it is faulty. Results were not uploaded, and if those results were not uploaded, we are definitely going to contest the authenticity of whatever presentation is being made here. And finally, sir, I want to challenge any returning officer from any state coming here, because there's penalty for you if you lie or if you alter anything. Tell us before you start your presentation that what you are presenting before cameras, that what you are presenting is what is uploaded on INEC website. Please say that and see if you have given wrong information, you will not go to jail.
Okay. Is there any agent of any party that hasn't spoken? Party agent? No, not you. Your party has spoken. Let's give the opportunity to another person who you have also spoken, PRP. Please take your seat. Let's make this orderly, in an orderly manner, please. Speak, introduce yourself.
Mr. Chairman, I'm Chinemelo Uba. I represent APP. I want to align with the submission of the PDP agent. If we take your submission, Chairman, it may seem what we are here for is mere formality, as if all has been done at the level of the ward, local government, and state. Mr. Chairman, if there is difficulty in why what he's saying cannot be done, you explain to us, maybe we understand. But what he's asking for, to my mind, is very apt. We are here as the final collation center, either to correct what has been done wrongly. We've had complaints from the ward, from the local government, from agents there. If we can upload this year, we serve as a final arbiter, so to say. Thank you, sir.
Okay. If you have any complaints, any documents that you may have, please forward them. But otherwise, we cannot be considering the report from Kwara and talking about matters arising from another state. When we come to that state, we'll talk about matters arising from that state. Which party is that, Alex?
Alex,
go ahead.
ADP.
Yes.
I stand before you and the entire world to support what the PDP agent had said. Because before now, Nigerians have waited, with abated palpitation for authenticity of this project, 2023. And the information or the education we had before now is that whatever vote is cast is transmitted upon that time. That is the education we had. But we are now hearing a different introduction of some other phrases like beavers, boycott, or whatever language is used for it. So we needed the party, the collation officer from the state, like it has been asserted, for them to do that. Let them prove to us that yes, at the point of voting, it was transmitted. Secondly, sir, I have read and I've seen that even at the point of election, some personalities in this country showed their ballot paper for the party they voted for.
Representative of the ADP.
Yes, sir.
Please, that is not before us.
Yes, I know, but I'm
So
proactively speaking, sir.
Please, let us focus on what is before us.
Yes, but
the
you
result for the election from Kwara.
I know,
Otherwise,
sir.
This is unending.
Allow me to learn, sir. Allow me to learn. Because we are looking at the transparency of the entire system. And if it's the entire system, if somebody shows the party he voted for, that also can be taken as vote buying. And so we have to take care of that, sir.
I wish we can confine ourselves to what is before us, consideration of the report from Kwara.
All right, sir.
Not what transpired.
In summary, I
I
support the move of PDP, sir.
So that's all you wanted to say all this while, just to support. Okay. The second agent of the PDP, I think.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Emeka Ihedior. Mr. Chairman, I am one of the Nigerians that have absolute confidence in this electoral process. Mr. Chairman, when there were efforts to undermine the authority of Inec, we stood firmly that Inec must be truly independent. Mr. Chairman, we're talking about the transparency of this process, and we're talking about confidence in the process. I had cause, sir, to engage you yesterday. I had cause to speak to your national commissioners yesterday. I had cause to speak to them this morning about collation and abuse of the electoral process. Mr. Chairman, as we speak, in a number of states, efforts are still ongoing to undermine that process. Result sheet, Mr. Chairman.
I wish you can just confine yourself
Mr.
to what has been presented.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman,
if we are talking about what is not before us, this discussion will be unending.
No,
we're
sir.
not here for an ending discussion.
Sir, the point
we're
I'm
here
making,
for collation of results.
Mr. Chairman, please, sir. The point I'm making, sir, is that it is clear that there were problems with uploading the results, which is fundamental to where we are. And we are saying it is important that we know, that Nigerians are aware, that electorates know that the votes they've cast were properly uploaded and it reflects the wishes of the people from polling units. Mr. Chairman, fundamentally, it is clear to us that in the course of collation officers and return officers were forced by people who think they're more powerful to return results. And Mr. Chairman, it's important that that is addressed. Where people...
Excuse me, the former Deputy Speaker of the Federal Republic, please speak to what you can present evidence for, not to stand at the national coalition to be making insinuations. Please,
Mr. Chairman,
please resume your seat. Emeka Ihedior, please.
I will take my seat, Mr. Chairman.
Please.
But the point has been made. Thank you, Mr.
Please
Chairman.
resume your seat. Are there any specific issues or questions relating to the results presented by the Rep. Kwara apart from these general issues? Okay. Scope, Kwara, and the REC, please present your report.
is what he presented, we cannot continue coalition. It's not possible. Not allow it. At least the coalition officer must tell us that what is presenting is in consonance with what was uploaded. If that is not done, then there's an infraction of the Electoral Act, and we will not allow it. And we cannot continue with coalition. If a referring officer cannot guarantee 10 Nigerians that what is uploaded is what is presented, there's a fine for that.
Thank you.
You have not addressed
chairman kó ṣe nǹkan táwọn èèyàn bá fẹ́ náà. Tá a bá nídìí kí yóò ní máa gbádùn lọ àwọn èèyàn ń jìyà.
Thank you very much. Coalition
APC
Secretariat.
àti PDP àtòbí ó yẹ kí ẹ jẹ́ kí kinní kó wà transparent.
Thank you, Rek Kwara.
Do we need to fight it?
Will not come up and tell us that what is uploaded.
Ibùgbé kinní yẹn ó yẹ kó máa ní gbogbo ẹgbẹ́ ní. Ní ẹ̀yìn ní ẹ̀gbẹ́. Asáàrá wọn tó wà ní court.
We will defend our rights. This election, we will serve with our blood. We will make sure that the right thing is done.
Hey,
if there's difficulty in uploading it, there's no difficulty in the returning officer telling us that what is uploaded is what is presented. And if that is a lie, we will meet in the court of law.
Okay, thank you very much. Next state.
No, we cannot have another state, sir. We cannot have another state.
You are now being.
We cannot, sir.
You are now being disruptive.
I am not disrupting. The Electoral Act says that what is uploaded
you are now being disruptive.
You can bundle me out, but the right thing must be done. I'm a party agent.
You are now.
That is what the
You are
Constitution
now
says.
being disruptive of the process.
I am not being disruptive. I'm asking what is uploaded.
Next, score, please. After the presentation, then we'll come back to the issues you've raised. Let's take the next step.
We are saying that let him declare that what is uploaded is what he's going to present. At least let him make that statement.
Okay. Score, Kwara, sorry, Oshun and Derek, please make your presentation.
Thank you.
Sorry, Kwara. Kwara has done his own. Oshun State?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please go ahead, Oshun.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Mutiu Olaleke Agoke. I am the resident electoral commissioner, Inec, Osun State. My scope is here.
My name is Professor Folashade Ogushola, the Vice Chancellor
Agent
of the University of
please resume your seat. You are now deliberately disruptive.
I'm defending my votes.
Okay.
And I'm allowed by law to do that.
Rek Kwara, please make your prayer. Sorry, Oshun, introduce yourself and let the scope for Oshun make her presentation.
I am Dr. Mutiu Olaleke Agoke. I am the resident electoral commissioner, Inec, Osun State. My scope is also here.
Okay, thank you. Scope.
I am Professor Folashade Ogunshola, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Lagos. I was the scope for Osun State for the presidential election. The results for the presidential election held on the 25th February 2023 in Osun State. We had the total number of registered voters, 1,954,800. The total number of accredited voters was 759,362. The total number of votes received by the presidential candidates of each of the political parties is as follows. Party A, 1,006. 1,006. Party AA, 129. 129. Party AAC, 402. 402. Party ADC, 3,988. 3,988. Party ADP, 1519. 1,519. APC 343,945. 343,945. APGA 613. 613. APM 291. 291. APP 149. 149. BP 206. 206. LP 23,283. 23,283. NNPP 713. 713. NRM 623. 623. PDP 354,366. 354,366. PRP 277. PRP 277. SDP 225. SDP 225. YPP 347. YPP 347. ZLP 1121. 1121. The total valid votes 733,203. 733,203. Rejected votes 23,541. 23,541. The total votes cast 756,744. 756,744. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Scope, any comments? Yes, I can see a hand from a distance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Ina Okopi Agu, the party agent for African Action Congress. I'd like to have a situation where, and I'm hoping you're going to do this, if any scope is coming here to present, I think you should instruct them to first tell us that the results they are presenting had already been uploaded. It's a simple thing. If you can tell them to tell us this, it makes it easy for everybody, and we won't have this rancor we're having here.
Noted.
Thank you very much.
Yes, I can see a hand there.
Sir, we made an observation, and you assure us that you gave us 30 minutes to look at the result and then come off with
Did I assure you that I'll give you 30 minutes?
10 minutes, 10 minutes.
Did I assure you I will give you 10 minutes? So
well, whether there is assurance or no assurance, you say we should do it. And
No.
now I have done mine. And I come out in Kwara, there is an overvoting of 7,330.
Sorry.
That is why we say it is very important. Sorry, sir. It is very important. We just don't read. The result was read, was presented at polling unit, and it came to the collation center, at the collation center in the World Collation Center. It came to local government collation center, at the state collation center, and we're receiving the same treatment. Then when we came here for final approval or presentation of the result, and then we also be treated the same way. Sir, it's not acceptable.
Okay.
Any specific comments on the result presented? We will then take the next state, and I think there's no other state immediately available. We will have an interlude. During the interlude, you can interrogate the results. And when we come back after the interlude, we'll talk about your observations on the results presented. Meanwhile, on the specific question whether these results are the same result that emanated from the polling units, which is critical, let the scope and or the rec speak to that. But what I've seen is that these results are endorsed by all the agents of all the political parties at different levels. Okay, the scope or the rec, they are the same result that emanated from the polling units as collated.
Of course.
Thank you.
Exactly.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much, Dino. I wish you can resume your seat. I've listened to you. Any specific question? Apart from that, any specific question on what has been presented? Any specific question? Who hasn't spoken before? PRP has spoken. There's a gentleman in front of the agent of the PRP. Yes, the one in black.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Mohammed. I'm the agent for NRM. Mr. Chairman, my advice is before the state coalition agents should come here, they should verify their figures very well. Because we are sitting here in front of the whole Nigerians, the whole world. These figures should be looked into. That is my suggestion. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank
Chairman.
you very much. We'll always do so, verify and cross-check figures. As the gentleman in white.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Sule Mohammed. I'm the party agent for PRP. What I want to inquire is, what is the position of law on this issue of uploading of results?
The law does not require that collation should be done on the basis of results transmitted. It's on the basis of results carried forward manually and physically to the various collation centers. But while there are discrepancies, then it is the transmitted result that should be used to resolve the discrepancies. But why do these discrepancies arise? Discrepancies arise at the level of polling, after a polling unit collation at ward level. Okay. So, any specific question, any further specific question? We can't be going back and forth on this matter. We'll come back to it.
My second question,
we can't be going back and forth. Okay, second question.
Yes, sir.
PRP.
Yes. Yesterday, at the course of the beginning of your statement, you said you will have on the side collation secretariat. And I assume this collation secretariat is supposed to interrogate whatever results the scope and the recs are bringing. It's advisable, like NRM indicated, that these things should be interrogated and checked and cross-checked so that we do not have this embarrassing situation of people claiming that there is overvoting, there is undervoting whatsoever. Just my own piece of advice.
Thank you. We have noted the claims, and I'm happy you said the claims. Any specific issue on the result? Okay, we still have Ondo. We'll take Ondo, and I don't think there's any other scope around at the moment. Then there will be an interlude. Is there any issue with the figures you have presented that you would like to use the collation secretariat to cross-check?
No, as we arrive, everything has been cross-checked, and we are good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. But are there places where election did not hold or results cancelled?
There was
reasons?
There was nowhere elections didn't hold, but there were some cancelled results.
Okay.
Yes.
And what are they? And what are the reasons for the cancellation?
Overvoting. And this came from the polling units.
Okay. Thank you very much. Please submit your report. Okay, Coalition Secretariat, which state is next? Coalition Secretariat, which state is next? I will come back to you. Please take your seat. Please, I noted your observations. We'll come back to these observations. Next state is, I think, Ondo. Is the rep Ondo around and the scope? Okay, the rec and the scope and the admin sec in the absence of the resident electoral commissioner. Admin sec, introduce yourself and let the scope introduce himself and make your presentation for Ondo State.
Honorable Chairman, my name is Oyekola Oyelami, the Administrative Secretary, Inec, Ondo State.
My name is Professor Fashina Abayami Sunday, the Vice Chancellor of Federal University of Inec. Honorable Chairman, can I go ahead, sir?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Well, we have 18 local governments in Ondo State. Presentation go thus. The number of registered voters, 1,991,344. 1,991,344. Number of accredited voters, 571,402. 571,402. For the parties, Party A, 414. 414. Party AA, 196. 196. Party AAC, 890. 890. Party ADC, 5612. 5612. Party ADP, 1266. 1266. Party APC, 369924. 369924. Party APGA, APGA, 1206. 1206. Party APM, 319. 319. Party APP, 235. 235. Party BP, 200. 200. Party LP, 47350. 47350. Party NNPP, 930. 930. Party NRM, 347. 347. Party PDP, 115463. 115,463. Party PRP, 240. 240. Party SDP, 1293. 1293. Party YPP, 340. 340. Party ZLP, 4783. 4783. Total valid votes, 551,008. 551,008. Number of rejected votes, 19,009. 19009. Total vote cast, 570,017. 570,017.
Okay, thank you very much, Scope.
Were there places where election did not hold or results cancelled?
Yeah, in 4 local government area with RA, 8 RA, with 11 polling units and registered voters of 5363 and PVC of collected 3156. We have cases of overvoting in this.
Sorry, go over the figures carefully. 4 local governments.
Yes, sir.
How many RAs?
8.
8 RAs. How many PUs affected?
11.
Number of registered voters?
5363.
And PVCs collected?
3156.
3156. And what were the reasons for the cancellation?
Overvoting.
Overvoting. And are these recorded in detail in the EC40G?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Comments? Okay, please submit your results. Coalition Secretariat, do we have any scope around? Not yet. Coalition Secretariat? Okay. At this point, we'll take a short break and resume in the next 1 hour, hoping that some additional scope would have arrived. Thank you.
We are insisting that rights must announce. If that is not done, we will not be here and allow this process continue. If the right thing is not done, we will not allow it. We will not allow it.
ló bá dojú ẹ rí pé wọ́n entertain wa Nàìjíríà. ẹ̀yin ọmọ ìyá mi rí pé wọ́n entertain wa entertainment industry wọ́n entertain wa gidi gan gbádùn fíìmù tó ń lọ yìí. ó yẹ kí àwọn nǹkan tó ń ṣe yẹn kó máa display lọ́tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ ni. All of it should be ashamed of you. Nínú church yìí gan ní nowadays ní Nàìjíríà tí pásítọ̀ bá ń sọ̀rọ̀ tẹlifíṣàn máa wà káàkiri aráàlú gbogbo tó bá ti sọ tó máa ṣò ní. Tẹ́ ẹ bá dé àwọn company tí wọ́n ti ń ṣe bí ìbùn ní bank ní ọ̀dọ̀ tiwa nílùú òyìnbó ó máa bá àwọn lóńgbò nǹkan tẹ́ ẹ bá ń ṣe bóyá ìwọ tó wọlé nọ́mbà yín bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ nọ́mbà wo ló kàn ẹni tó kàn gbogbo ẹ̀ ló máa ṣò nínú TV ẹ kàn ṣòṣì aṣòṣì máa ń bọ̀ ní Nàìjíríà Ọlọ́run gbogbo tẹ́ ẹ sọ yìí nọ́mbà yóò yẹ kó máa dìde ni tó bá ti bọ́ sórí Èkìtì báyìí tó bá ti bọ́ sórí Èkìtì tẹ́ fẹ́ kà aṣọ Èkìtì gbogbo fídíò Èkìtì di all wide world ló máa rí oníṣẹ́yàn bẹ́ẹ̀ dídò ọ̀gbùdọ̀ gbà mí ò ṣe PDP ọ̀gbùdọ̀ gbà gbùdọ̀ gbà fúnra yín gbùdọ̀ gbà ọgbọ́n tẹ́tù fi káńsù ohun tẹ́ fẹ́ ṣe lénìí tẹ́tù ní ẹ̀sùn ìgbẹ́jọ́ yín síwájú àmọ́ iye ọdún tẹ́ fẹ́ fi ka rìsọ́ọ̀tì ẹdídí ọ̀sẹ̀ kan ẹ̀fọ́jọ́ mẹ́ta ka rìsọ́ọ̀tì ọ̀tọ̀lẹ̀ rìsọ́ọ̀tì ẹ̀ kẹ́ announce ní alẹ́ ọjọ́ yẹn lè announce ẹ̀ tún sọ di ìjọ́ kejì tó dé ẹ̀ tó lé ó tún ti di ìjọ́ kẹta Monday la wà yìí ọ̀gá Monday la wà yìí wọ́n ṣì lẹ́jẹ̀ Nàìjíríà ń dojú ti gbogbo wa Ọlọ́run Benin Republic go ògùdọ̀ máa behave bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe tí ò tó Ghana àwọn Ghana ògùdọ̀ wùwà tẹ̀ ń wì ẹ kàn ń ṣe rándanrandan ẹ bá gbọ́ àwọn aṣòṣì máa mọ̀ ẹ dákun kí ni gbogbo ilé ìtàn ṣe àwọn nǹkan yìí kò ṣe tó yẹ kó jẹ́ bàríà fún yín ẹ wá ń jà àbí nígbà tí èèyàn tó bá fọ́ọ̀tì tó dìbò àwọn èèyàn tó dìbò nọ́mbà tí wọ́n gbé jáde ó pọ̀ ju àwọn èèyàn tó dìbò lọ ìjọ wo gan lẹ ti ṣe sẹ́ńsọ̀ ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ̀ ṣe sẹ́ńsọ̀ mọ́ mọ̀ pọ́n ti reduce yín tán ẹ̀ kàn pé ẹ̀yin 200 million people 200 million people lẹ́yìn tí wọ́n ti bẹ́ẹ̀ pàtán nínú gbọ́ ebe tó bá rọ́ jẹjẹ ní òbí mọ́ ẹ̀yin tó ti reduce tẹ́ ẹ̀ pé ẹ̀yin Yorùbá náà máa sọ pé wọ́n 60 million people 60 million mọ̀ yẹ ìyàwó yẹn tó ti kú 60 million tẹ́ ẹ̀ ti pa láti bí ọdún ìwọ tẹ́ ẹ̀ mọ̀ yẹ àwọn tó ti padà tẹ́ ẹ̀ mọ̀ yẹ àwọn mẹ́sàs tẹ́ ẹ̀ mọ̀ yẹ àwọn tí Fúlàní ti pa sínú gbọ́.
You have a situation where it's high drama. We expected high drama, especially because
this drama is too much. Ẹ dákun mo fẹ́ kí àtẹ̀yẹ kan máa bọ̀ káwájọ máa rojọ́ kí wọ́n tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ drama wọn. Ẹni tó bá fẹ́ jọ mi kó jọ ìwé ká bá máa rojọ́ o.
Some of the parties making their
voices
being disruptive as the Inec chairman. To some extent, you know. The process is now being sort of circumscribed because what they expected was that a comparison could be made between the results being submitted by the scopes and what was uploaded onto the IRF by the electoral officers at the various levels. Ayo and I were checking as each result was being given, and while we can confirm that in the case of Ondo and in the case of
practically all the three states already. There are some of them.
Many of the results.
Yes.
Many of the results have been uploaded.
Yes.
Even though not all of them.
Yes.
Noted that not all of them have been uploaded to the IRF.
Especially at the ward levels.
Yeah, which is.
Torí wọ́n ti lọ sí sinmi, ó yẹ káwa náà máa interact kan tó di pé wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀. Sẹ́yìn ò rí wípé ohun tó wà lẹ́yìn kọjá dáadáa. Báwo ni nọ́mbà àwọn tó dìbò ọ̀tọ̀ làwọn tó dìbò nọ́mbà àwọn tó dìbò ó kéré sí nọ́mbà tó gbé jáde wọ́n dẹ̀ tún máa reject àwọn nọ́mbà kan tábà wá calculate gbogbo ẹ̀ papọ̀ kò tó nọ́mbà tí wọ́n ń gbé jáde ló ń dájà lẹ́lẹ́ o mo dẹ̀ like ti Dino ṣe to be sincere drama yẹn o kò dáa tí APC bá wọlé Ọlọ́run mo ti sọ fún bàbá Jagaban mo sọ fún Jagaban Tinubu Dagarodi mo rò pé torí pé ó fẹ́ wọlé ni mo ṣe ń pè ẹ́ ní bàbá tó bá ti kó sí mi lẹ́nu ni Dagarodi jẹ́ kúkú pé ká kúkú ṣe ń pè ọ́ lè pa wá Dagarodi àbí ẹ̀yẹ èèyàn wa àbí nígbà tí a bá wò wípé tí APC bá wọlé I think there is no bad tẹ́ ẹ bá wọlé torí ní táwọn ọmọ yín choose ni àwọn ọmọ yín ni wọ́n fẹ́ wọ́n lẹ́yìn làwọn fẹ́ wọ́n ní Yorùbá ló kàn wọ́n náwọn ló Tinubu ló kàn kì í ṣe pé Yorùbá gangan o kì í ṣe fún òmìnira Yorùbá o but fún òmìnira fún history Tinubu wọ́n ní Yorùbá ló kàn torí pé history Tinubu Yorùbá ló kàn kí Tinubu lè make history pé ó jèrè gbogbo bàbá afọbajẹ bàbá àfi gómìnà jẹ bàbá àfi gọ́fúnà jẹ bàbá àfi sẹ́nétọ̀ jẹ bàbá àfọba jẹ bàbá àfi gbá jẹ so ó fẹ́ make history pé mo dán Ọlọ́run gbé n tán ṣe nìyẹn kì í ṣe pé Yorùbá torí àwọn èèyàn tí wọ́n ń fọ́ọ̀sì nǹkan lé yín lórí tán dẹ̀ ń threaten yín pé tí ẹ bá ṣe anything lórí ìgbà táwọn bá decide ọlọ́pàá máa kó everybody ẹgbọ́n tán ti ń demand fún yín pé lẹ́yìn ìdáhùn tí tẹ́ bá bọ́ọ̀ta ẹgbọ́n tán sọ mẹ́rẹ̀ tọ́lọ́pàá yẹn kọ́kọ́ sọ mẹ́rẹ̀ orí tẹ́ bá lẹ́sẹ̀ protest kan ọlọ́pàá pa yàgbà sẹ́lómi lára ẹgbọ́n ti ẹ̀rí pológun ti fẹ́ jẹ̀wé ìjọba kí Tinubu wà bẹ́ẹ̀ gan bọ́jẹ̀tì wà lẹ̀ bàbá ti fi yín dógò ó ti fi yín dẹ̀gẹ̀ ẹ ṣáà jẹ́ débẹ̀ ẹ ṣáà announce mi ẹ ṣáà sọ pé kọ̀kọ́ gbogbo tó wà lẹ́yìn tẹ́ bá fẹ́ gbé fún ni kẹ́ ẹ gbé fún ṣáà announce mi ẹ sọ pé èmi ni mo wọlé ẹ kàn ṣáà announce mi mo fẹ́ make history ni ẹ jẹ́ kémi náà sí gbogbo wàhálà tí mo ti ṣe fún yín látijọ́ yìí kémi náà lè jèrè rẹ̀ ẹ ṣáà announce mi so that á wà nínú history pé Bọ́lá o Ahmed o Tinubu o jẹ́ president wọn gbé fún ni but àwọn tí wá gbàgbé wípé ègún náà ń gbélẹ̀ yẹn wọ́n ti fẹ́ sọ ilẹ̀ Yorùbá di pé tí Yorùbá bá ti wọlé wọn ò ní gbé fún Yorùbá àbí tán bá ti wọlé náà máa arrest wọn tí Yíbò bá wọlé ẹ nítorí pé Yíbò lè rúùlù báwo lẹ ṣe máa ní Yíbò lè rúùlù Nàìjíríà ṣé gbogbo ọkàn àwọn èèyàn rí bákan náà ni ara àwọn nǹkan tẹ́ẹ̀dẹ̀ lẹ́yẹ nígbà tẹ́ mọ̀ pé kò lè rúùlù Nàìjíríà wáyé tẹ́ẹ̀dẹ̀ kan máa lọ ẹni Yíbò lè rúùlù Nàìjíríà wọn lè wà níbi kan ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ̀jẹ̀ kan máa lọ náà ẹ̀ tún jẹ́ kán lọ ẹ wá sọ everybody mọ́lẹ̀ bí ẹrú àwa tá a wà nílẹ̀ Yorùbá gan tá a wà lábẹ́ yín gan bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe káńkọ́ọ̀fù sí ènìyàn ìdí ọwọ́ wa tán bá ti ń yí orí tán bá ti ń yí fìlà àwọn yẹn báyìí bí Fáráò ṣe lágbára tó nílẹ̀ Íjíbítì bí Fáráò ṣe nípọn tó lágbára tó nípọn tó ní gbogbo ẹ̀ tó kí ló padà ṣẹlẹ̀ sí last ó kú náà ni ó fi kú ṣèfàjẹ́ ikú tó ń tiẹ̀ kú ó kọjá dáadáa òkun pupa ni ó wá wú temtem sétí omi gbogbo ayé gbogbo àwọn ọmọ ilẹ̀ Íjíbítì náà rókù rẹ̀ kò sẹ́ni tí ò gun ẹṣin dé ibi tó kú sí ẹṣin kẹ́tẹ́kẹ́tẹ́ wọ́n gùn débẹ̀ torí ni wọ́n ń lò ń gbà náà àti pọnpọ́n kẹ́tẹ́kẹ́tẹ́ yẹn wọ́n máa ń gbé pọnpọ́n kan sí lẹ́yìn bíi pákó báyìí wọ́n wá tò lé lórí lọ gbogbo wọn ni wọ́n tò débẹ̀ wọ́n rí ẹ̀sìn rẹ̀ tẹ́tí sí ti ń kàn níjọ́ kejì ní etí omi tó ń wú àtòun àtàwọn ọmọ ẹ̀yìn rẹ̀ ṣẹ́yìn ò mọ̀ pé tí wọ́n bá wọlé yẹn ṣé bẹ́ẹ̀ sì ẹ mọ iye bọ́n ṣe ń fọra níyín lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ẹ ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ bọ́n bá wọlé ọlọ́gùn ṣe n ò sọmọ Èkó n ò sì gbé Èkó so ìwọ̀nba láyé tó lè nìyàn lára mọ́ ó lè affect gbogbo di ó Nàìjíríà but ẹ̀yin tẹ̀ wá lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ lẹ máa ní effect jù bẹ́ẹ̀ mo sọ fún yín so wọ́n bá ti padà dé àmọ́ gan ẹ dákun sọ yẹ kó even anybody tó bá lọ síbi tán even níbi tán ti ń ta sim card tán ti ń ta sim níbi network communication bóyá wọn ọ́fíìsì tí wọ́n ti ń ta sim tán ti ń ta nǹkan ẹ lọ check ẹ̀ náà Dino Melaye mọ̀ yarí o Dino bàbá Dino àbúrò kàkà Tinubu bó kúkú ṣe máa ń pè náà nu àbó bẹ̀rù kàkà ni pé tí kàkà bá lọ wọlé tí kàkà bá lọ mú ẹ pé èmi ló ń pè kàkà Dino Melaye àbí Dino bẹ̀rù pé tí kàkà bá lọ wọlé pẹ́rẹ́ ẹnu tí wọ́n fi pé kàkà wàá máa fi gbolẹ̀ ni ẹ̀rù bà kàkà gbogbo yín pátá náà máa gbé gbogbo yín pátá náà máa kó Tinubu dùn pẹ̀lú gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ̀ ń bu irú àwa yìí ní ìsìn ọkàn wa ò balẹ̀ kọ́lọ̀ ṣàánú wa ni kò sí kù tí ó gbá wa táyà ní bá polo orí ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣé ẹ dákun ẹ jẹ́ agbẹ́ interview.
In accordance with the provision of the Electoral Act, Section 60 and Section 64, 4 of the Electoral Act 2002 as amended, that there will be transmission of results from the polling units. And the Inec chairman and Festus Okoye have repeatedly told Nigerians that there will be transmission of results from polling unit directly to the server. And we found out that this has not been done. Inec failed in this regard. And when I raised this issue today, supported by other party agents, the national chairman of Inec vehemently evaded that, because what Section 47(3) emphasizes is that wherever the card reader or the beavers failed, if they cannot get a replacement, election should be cancelled in those areas. And we have seen for the presentation of the results from Ekiti yesterday that some places were cancelled as a result of bypassing beavers. So the only way to detect that beavers have been bypassed is for us to see the uploaded results. And we insisted that the chairman should show us here now the uploaded results state by state, just like the way they are displaying the collated results they are presenting. And that is the only way to test the veracity and authenticity of these results. If not, we are only here to endorse the fraud that has been done from the unit to the ward to the state. We are not here to rubber stamp infractions. We are not here to rubber stamp the abnormalities that have been done. We are here to check them. But the national chairman of Inec is not giving us opportunity to question what they are doing. He's saying that all has been done, meaning we are just here to rubber stamp. And we are going to prove that we are not here to rubber stamp. We have no other country to call our own but this country. We are going to do everything humanly possible to make sure that the right thing must be done.
Exactly are you going to do now, you and the other political parties?
We have just met now, and we are going to make a presentation by the time we resume. And if they insist that they are not going to respond to us, then you will see the action we will take. But we want to tell you, that we will not allow, having suffered a pain in this country, having suffered poverty, hunger, kidnapping, killings, we will not allow a continuation of failure. We must make sure that the right thing is done. And national chairman is putting his integrity on test. We are putting his integrity on test. Nigerians are watching. The world is watching. Even the dead are watching to see what INEC will do. But the battle to make sure that only authentic results will be announced here today is the battle of no retreat, no surrender.
Bravo! Bravo!
Dido Malaye. Right now, the INEC rec has announced, INEC chairman has announced a break to reconvene in an hour's time. So we're just going to have to watch and see what the PDP agents and other political party agents, what they intend to do about the situation.
All right, thanks, Linda. We've heard from Senator Dino Melaye. He's keeping the cards close to his chest about what they intend to do in the aftermath. But I must ask you, while this break is on, what is the situation there now within the hall? It does look like, from those of us who are watching from here, it does look as if the tension is still there.
Getting more and more tense as the minutes go because of what is happening in the hall, because of the position of the INEC chairman not allowing the IRF results to be shown on the display board as requested by some of the party agents. So it's a bit tense here, and our journalists are still milling around with the local and international observers. But right now it's a watch and see situation rather.
All right, thank you very much, Linda. We'll get back to you just as we get to the top of the next hour when the proceedings are expected to resume. Our correspondent, Linda Akibe, at the International Conference Center, venue of the National Collation Center of INEC for the 2023 presidential election. Thank you, Linda.
It would also be nice to know if that was the consensus of most of the political parties who were there.
Well, they were there with Senator Melaye, and I assume he's been made spokesperson because the others haven't said it, and he kept on referring to we. So we'll have to wait and see how that situation.
However, interestingly, you kept asking us to check, the IRF portal just to be sure. What we can find is that looking at the IRF now, 3 states were announced, Kwara, Osun, and Ondo. All those states have results at the ward levels uploaded, but not all. That needs to be put out there because as at this moment, for instance, Gambari 1 ward in Kwara State, out of the 23 polling units, 7 have been uploaded. And a number of others like that, on and on and on like that. So those issues, that needs to be put out. Almost all the local government, almost all the wards have results uploaded, but not all of them. The percentage, that's another thing to see altogether.
All right. Major General Henry Ayola, thank you for your patience while all that drama was going on. And of course, I guess it speaks to what we were talking about before we had to go there, the issue of this being an emotional enterprise. I think it was Ezenwawagu who described it as that, your co-guest earlier on. But I wondered if what you made of what you just watched, even as we wind down this segment of the discussion at the end of this time. What did you make of what you just saw, and what would you say should be done now to ensure that the process going forward is smoother, shall we say?
Thank you very much. Can you hear me there?
Absolutely. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. I was actually itching to have an opportunity to comment on the drama we saw a few minutes ago. I'm really not very enchanted about it. And I think this again brings to the fore the point I've always made on your channel here, the opportunities in the past, that we as a people need to systemize how we do things. I mean, for me, it's a huge shame that from 1999 to now, this is what we are presenting to the world of how to run a collation center. First and foremost, my first concern is there should be a template. There should be a template, a format for what the scope used in presenting this report per state. That will be so simple, stated out, and all that we need to insert is which state is this, and all of those things that the chairman is now asking them before they can say it should have been there in the format, and they will just run through it. The only thing that will be inserted is what state and total number of votes accredited, total voted, and all of those things will be there. It simplifies and it will maximize the use of time. That's why formats are used, you know, so that, I mean, I saw in Kano State, they were even calling names of candidates. Well, there should be one single format. If you are using names of parties, it should just be parties. But that's one. Then the area of security of that center, we saw the drama. You know, again, that shouldn't happen at all. From the beginning, in the opening remarks of the chairman for the day, there should have been some house rules that will state if you become disruptive of the proceedings of this process, you will get 3 warnings. At the end of 3 warnings, you will be escorted out of the hall neatly and nicely. That's how, I mean, civilized societies behave. You can't be in the place and disrupt the whole place against, you know, all the pleadings and the, you know, all the pleading of the chairman, and they'll just get away with it. It's not done. What will we be teaching? What will we be passing on to the next generation? So I don't know which channel we can use to get this across to Inec. There should be a statement at the beginning of every proceeding. These are the house rules. And that must include, if you become disruptive of this meeting, after 3 warnings, you will be escorted or removed from the hall, you know, quietly and nicely. I'm glad I have the opportunity to say this. But it all boils down to the fact that all the lessons learned from 1999 to now, we are not showing them. We are not showing them. We have done this too many times that by now, there should be some standard template for everything. That's the concept of systems. Having procedures and processes that have been standardized over time, and they are updated with each experience and lessons learned. But we are not showing it. Thank you very much.
Sadly, they haven't. Seeing as we use the card readers, you know, the previous year, and this is the BVAS, and then you have the IREP. It doesn't take away the message, which Senator Dino was saying. Upload the results, display them. Let's look at them side by side with the results that you have on hand.
Indeed, it doesn't take away that message, because that was the advertised method that was to be used for the result. But General Ayola, because of your time and our time, let me thank you so very much for participating in our discussions on the 2023 elections coverage. At this time, General Ayola has been with us for quite a bit. I want to thank you for your time, and do have a pleasant rest of today, even though as we progress with the coverage. Thank you, General.
Thank you very much.
All right, then. Let's come back here. Judith, I'm going to give you 1 minute or two to conclude what you wanted to say before we went to Abuja the first time, hoping that you can remember where you were.
And then nothing has changed with the results that come in as well.
That you now have. if that is if things have changed, then of course you will require some time to impute that, won't you?
Nothing has changed. We have 8 states that have been released officially by the commission, 4 from again the state level, 4 from the national level. But it's still a long time to go. We still have 28 states and Abuja. But what started out as a 3-horse race is now looking more like a 2-horse race. And I'll explain why. What happened this time last 4 years when these 8 state results had been announced? These same 8 states, the APC was leading with a margin of 1.9 million votes. 1.9 million. These same 8 states, in 2019, the APC had a margin of 1.9 million votes over the PDP. APC, PDP. This time around, the APC is still in the lead, but the PDP has caught up. The margin of lead of the APC over the PDP has been cut short to 753,000 votes. That is the situation we have as at now. Above all, APC has the majority, 2.5 million votes. Second, PDP, 1.7 million votes. But the reason why this horse is behind is because across all these 8 states, it has scored less than 1 million votes. Again, let's not forget, PDP, this same 8 states 4 years ago, APC was in the lead, 1.9 million votes. APC is still in the lead, but the Waziri of Adamawa is catching up. The margin has been cut to 753,000 votes. We are waiting for the commission to officially release the results of the 28 states that are outstanding and Abuja. Will the Waziri catch up, or will it be the bat?
Or possibly, will it be this horse that is at the back that may end up, pulling a surprise and catching up?
It's possible. And why it's possible is there are 2 zones that officially have not declared any result, the South-South and the Southeast. What we know is a lot of voters are, with new PVCs, are in these 2 regions. Did they turn out to vote? The results will let us know, Millicent.
That's also something we're seeing in terms of the number of people who came out to vote vis-a-vis the number of registered voters.
Yes, that was something you and I were discussing earlier on. And I think some of our analysts talked about that yesterday. That is that, oh, yes, it's good to talk about number of people who picked up their PVCs. Large number, 87.2 million, if my memory serves me well. But how many of them on election day actually turned out to vote? Even from the 4 state results and from the 4 results announced at the National Collation Center, it does appear as if the number of those who actually turned out to vote, that is accredited voters, was simply a fraction of the number.
Which is something significant. And I'm pretty sure that Jide is going to come at us with those figures, because the last time I checked, I think we had about 8 or 9 million voters in Lagos. And as at
no, I think that the number is about
6 million.
6 million in Lagos. But as at now, from all the results that we had so far, I'm not sure it's up to 2 million.
And so what we've seen based on the results that have been released, 2019 again, only 1.2 million people came out to vote in Lagos State on presidential election day. This result shows that only 1.3 million. So what we see is about the same number of persons that voted in Lagos during the presidential election 4 years ago came out this time around. In simple terms, only 1 out of 5 PVC holders in Lagos came out to vote. However, they were the ones that decided they wanted the Labour Party and Peter Obi. So Peter Obi, Labour Party won in Lagos, though it was a small margin, less than 10,000 votes. And that brings us to the point why citizens need to come out to vote. Only 10,000 people made the difference. Only 10,000 people. And imagine what would have happened if those 10,000 had stayed at home. 10,000 out of 1.3 million people that came out to vote made the difference for Peter Obi.
Let's not forget the places we had disruptions and, contention, disparity in the numbers as well. That could make a difference.
And which will still need to be reflected and recognized by the time the scope of Lagos gets to Abuja. But we've since been joined by the Senior Manager Strategy of Paradigm Initiative is Mr. Adeboye Adegoke. Mr. Adeboye Adegoke, thank you for your time. Welcome, Mr. Adegoke is in our Abuja studios. Thank you for your time. Welcome to the program.
Thank you for having me.
Now, before we ask you any questions, I'm being prompted that the collation center in Adamawa is now ready. There's some activity there. Adamawa State, of course, is the home state of one of the presidential candidates of the PDP. Please, I want you to see the visuals from that collation center in Adamawa State. There you have it. So let's listen in.
They don't come back you. British Nigeria company constructs is for stooges to run and control indigenous people.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the CEO for Hong will present the final part of his presentation. Please, let's listen. Please, let's have silence.
Hello?
Hello. Please, gentlemen and ladies.
Hello. So this is the final part of my presentation that I started times ago. So the total valid votes is 48,120. 48120. The rejected votes is 1,615. 1615. And then the total vote cast is 49,735. 49735. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. So, thank you. You can bring the, yeah. And then, CEO, do you have cases of cancellation in Hong? Yeah? Coalition officer, you are the one. Do you have cases of cancellation?
No, I don't have any cases of
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Femi Gbajabiamila won his seat in Lagos. Then, of course, technical issues with audio from the collation center in Adamawa State in Yola there. As you can see, we're keeping tabs on it. I believe that as soon as we sorted that out, we might be able to go back and listen in. But in the meantime, I was welcoming Mr. Adeboye Adegoke to the program before we had to cut that short and go to Yola. So, Mr. Adegoke, perhaps we may have a bit of time to, or enough time for you to at least say a few words about your impressions. Unfortunately, not at this point. It seems as if the audio problems have been resolved, so let's go back to Yola in Adamawa State.
Local government. What we'll do now is for me as the the coalition officer for Adamawa State to fill the statutory form as provided by the law. I will fill it with the figures we have all seen presented by the coalition officers from the local governments. Thereafter, all petty agents present would sign. Then they will be given copies, and copies will also be given to the security agents present. Then the original copy will now be taken to the Inec coalition. Yeah. So this is it. This is the original form, and we are opening it now.
ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ̀ ṣe tẹ̀ ṣe ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ̀ ń ṣe dáadáa látàárọ̀ kí ló ẹ fòṣì. ọdún mẹ́rin lẹ́fẹ́ fi pilẹ̀ wèrè kó tó jájà. ẹ̀yin oní tíráàkà ẹ ti wọ 533 ẹ tún ti wọ 533 ẹ ti lọ bí 1005 báyìí lè ní ẹ kúṣẹ́ o jẹ́ tó refresh kí n tún mọ yẹ̀yìn tẹ́ tó wọlé láàrin.
Visuals, the live visuals there from Yola, the Adamawa State Capital, the Inec Collation Center, where all the results are in now. They're just following the protocols of collation because all the results being submitted now. The scope of the state, when I say scope, I mean, of course, the state collation officer for the presidential election now has to enter those results into a form, which is what he is doing there, right? On the live screen. Is after that he will then make a declaration and then be on his on the way to Abuja. He will then expect to be on the way to Abuja. Mr. Ade Goke, I've been trying to get you to weigh in, but while all this has been happening, we've since been joined by Professor Olawale Ajayi, Professor of Legal, Social and Political Environment and Justice. He's here with us in our Lagos studios. Prof, good afternoon and welcome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming in. Let me let Mr. Adegoke get a word in. Mr. Adegoke, what's your word? What do you have to? What have you seen so far of this process? We are now at the stage of collation and announcement of results. What do you make of it?
Yeah, so I think the most significant things to point out, especially looking at the drama that happened at the Collation Center in Abuja, is the fact that what has been promoted as the game changer for this election, which is the fact that election will be, results will be uploaded from polling units into the Inec server, and that it will reflect the will of the people, and it will reflect whatever is decided at each polling unit. And the fact that that seems to not be what we are experiencing. And I think that was, you might not like Dino's approach, might not like the drama around it, but I think he has a legitimate issue right there, because what we were told is that INEC was prepared to make this election, almost impossible to rig, and also to ensure that whatever happened at the polling unit is what is going to be reflected at the INEC headquarters, at the INEC server. But that doesn't seem to be the case. It appears as though we are still using the method that we were using previously, which is largely that results are sent, manually, which is not exactly what people were told. So I think it's unfortunate that we are still having this conversation at this time. It totally, in my opinion, impact on perception of the integrity of this election, because it's one thing to tell people that this is how results will be collated, this is how winners will be determined, etc. It's another thing to then get to national coalition and begin to say that, oh, it doesn't matter what is on the sheet is what matters. But I think the argument is that what is on the sheet should tally with what is on the high rev. That was what people were told. And I think that argument helped a lot of people to have confidence, coming into this election, to say that this election will be a game changer. There was a lot of positivity, Nigerian citizens believing that this will be different from previous elections. So I think that since we are still in the middle of it, it's not too late. We need to, on the part of INEC needs to ensure that they stick to that, to what they had said earlier. It's not too late. It's only 8 states that has been declared. We can ensure that we stick to what has been communicated to the people, because it's about what you communicated. You said to the people that results will be uploaded from the polling unit. Although I'm not surprised this is happening, because if you are following with the way the elections were conducted, people started complaining about the fact that a lot of polling units could not, the returning officer could not, upload their results immediately after the election. So I'm not surprised this is happening, but I would have expected that between Saturday, when most elections were conducted, and now they should have been able to sort that out, and anything that is being announced today in Abuja should have been also, properly documented and uploaded to the INEC server, which is the high rev.
Prof, again, coming from where Mr. Adegoke has pointed out, there's a perception here. Of course, we start off with the fact that at the very baseline of it, most public institutions have not engendered trust in the activities from the populace. So they've got to do this extra work every time there's a process. In this particular instance, as Mr. Adegoye pointed out, this issue of the uploading and the opportunity to cross-check was to be the unique selling point for, transparency of this election. That hasn't happened. But in terms of looking at it from, the legal perspective, some have already said, they're going to challenge this in court and all of that, whatever is declared, they're going to go after them and say it should be declared null and void. So I want you to look at it from that prism at first. Of course, you can also look at it as simply a citizen. That does the fact that INEC overpromised, I'm using the phrase of one of my guests, and under-delivered on that score, tend to vitiate the process?
From the strictly legal point of view, I think if I recollect correctly, loading onto the server is not mandatory in terms of the verbiage of the law. It seems to say that that can be done. That's a process that can also be done. So if it's not mandatory, that will not constitute the breach of a legal parameter that can vitiate the process. Of course, it does suggest that there is a very low level of trust in INEC, which, of course, you must earn the trust. But for me, the interesting thing, if I want to frame it differently, is that either the law itself was not completely digital, maybe it's in the analog mode, because the essence of loading it digitally will be that you are declaring the results. So probably we need to make up our mind that should the results be declared when they're loaded, and maybe INEC just comes to the collation center and does something formal? Or do we take the position that you must have a returning officer, which I think is the way the law seems to have been set up, who must declare the results, and then they will be valid. So I think that's where we need to be careful. I think the uploading, yes, was trying to use technology to ensure there's accountability and transparency, and that's very good. But I think then going further, we need to now probably think through the philosophy and perfect the process. I guess the idea is that if you're sure from the polling unit, these are the results, and you uphold them and they're not going to change, then everybody knows immediately. And there's no hanky-panky at collation centers, no hanky-panky between the polling booth and collation centers. So I think that is what we probably have to now think through going forward. However, if INEC has made certain promises, it's probably also just, what's the word, prudent to follow through from the point of view of governance. Because if you're saying hold us accountable, then I think good governance practices suggest that you should actually go out and do that. So that's where I think I can reconcile things.
Doesn't that delay the process, which is everybody's just waiting, do this quickly, upload the results. If you have issues, go to the court.
Yeah, okay, so that's where we need to think through. Because if uploading means those are the valid results, then even if you're still going to have a returning officer, then we all understand that he will, maybe in his declaring it, that's what gives it validity, or probably it's just a nod to formality. But if it is that they are uploaded and they will always still be challengeable from point of view of law, that they can be challengeable, that would have been okay in a perfect world. But in a situation where there's so much mistrust and people cannot abide by what's it now? Even where results where there's no cheating, people cannot learn to say, well, I lost this time, let me go back. I think then we need to also be a bit more
wise in how we manage things, but we also don't want to blow up the country.
Mr. Adegoke, I'm curious to know though. Prof has told us now that this was supposed to enhance transparency. I mean, at the process, but the manual aspect of it is still a part of the, is still a part of the process. The manual, this, physically entering by hand the results generated digitally and so on into these sheets, and then the physical transport of them to Abuja, where they are then presented, and then the Inec chairman then accepts them, and before there's a final announcement. This is not optional. This is part of the law, and may have been some kind of compromise position because between those who wanted us to go completely digital and those who wanted us to stay where we were. But it does seem as if rather than resolve issues, it has created, further avenues for controversy. I don't know what you make of that.
Yeah, so for me, I think what we need to do is to look at where we are coming from. We didn't just arrive at this point. Ours is a country whereby the outcomes of our elections have always been controversial. Many people believe that every time we go to elections, that the will of the people never mattered, that the powers that be, one way or the other, find a way, to manipulate the outcomes of the election. So that's where we're coming from. We are coming from a place of high, mistrust in the system, in the polity. And we wanted to deepen the process. We wanted to make the process better. We want to create a system of transparency, of openness, where people can trust and can believe that whatever is the outcome of an election is a reflection of the decision of the people of Nigeria. So that's how we got to this point. And that's why the technology element, got into our electoral law. So yes, it is true that the law is the law, and what the law says, about the manual, announcement of results stays. But we introduced the digital component, the technology component, for the purpose of promoting transparency, for the purpose of building trust in the system. And it's now even more important that at a very cleanly contested election as this, the first election whereby we, in recent time, where we have 3 frontline candidates at least going into the election, you want to demonstrate as much as possible to the people that everybody was given a fair play, especially with all the allegations that have been flying around. On the election day, there were a lot of, allegations that came up that people were, not allowed to vote. There were allegations that came up of INEC officials inputting a different number from what was the actual, occurrence at the polling unit. There were allegations around the fact that, in fact, there was even a picture I saw where there was allegation that they were using TPEX to erase the initial number, and they were putting new numbers. I mean, these are all allegations. But then when there are allegations like this, as an issue that you promote transparency, and your introduction of the BVAS, through the introduction of the IREF, to promote that the IREF, or to use the IREF as the basis of declaring the outcome of the election, it is your integrity of the country that is at stake. We don't want it or true voter substance in this process is that you want to ensure that you have done your best as an institution, as an electoral umpire. You've done your best to be transparent, to be open to the people, especially in terms of allaying the fears that ordinary Nigerians have. If you go on social media now, every party is declaring their candidate as the winner of this election. All the leading party believes that their candidate has won the election. And the only way for us to know the actual winner is, number one, by law, through declaration by
when the
has won the election. And the only way for us to know the actual winner is, number one, by law, through declaration by...
Okay, internet, ọ̀dọ̀ wọn ni. ọ̀dọ̀ wọn ni o kì í sọ́dọ̀ mi o ẹ jẹ́ á check ẹ̀. mo ń bọ̀ wá o ẹ̀yin ará mi nínú Olúwa ẹ̀yin ará mi nínú Olúwa oró tí ń kun mọ́mì a dẹ̀ fẹ́ gbọ́ èsì.
That there has not been fair play, and it may not even be fair play as far as the law is concerned. It may be fair play in terms of
kí ló tún ṣẹlẹ̀ o. àbí íńtánẹ́ẹ̀tì mi ni íńtánẹ́ẹ̀tì mi kọ́ o wá rẹ̀ jó náà. mo ń bọ̀ wá o mo ń bá yín wo eléyìí tó máa.
that is a legal principle. Okay. So I think that is the point. Again, that is a legal principle. Okay. So I think that is the point.
Subsection 2 says, subject to section 63 of this act, voting at an election and transmission of results under this act shall be in accordance with the procedure determined by the commission. The same thing is repeated in section 60, subsection 5 of the same law that says, and I quote, the presiding officer shall transfer the results, including the total number of accredited voters and the results of the ballot in a manner as prescribed by the Constitution. So, perhaps by way of saying the same thing that you're saying, legally, Inec has not broken any law. However, how do we legislate perception in this regard? Because from what you're saying now, and from what's happened just not too long ago from the National Coalition Center, perception is becoming prominent here.
Yeah, so that is part of public administration or governance. And in the political process, I think public servants must also know that, you also must manage perceptions. You must be fair, you must manage due process, but you must also manage people in order to ensure that you are driving them together. But strictly, this is a matter of accountability and transparency, which has its legal part and it has its non-legal part. And as I have said, it helps us to be more transparent, that as things are happening at the polling center, everybody can see it, so that there is no issue of hanky-panky. And I think I would fault the commission for not doing this. I've read some justification on the basis that they have issues with technology and so on and so forth. Perhaps my own suggestion would be that another aspect of transparency is to bring in citizens or even bring in the stakeholders into your administrative process so that they're able to see what you're doing. And they may be even the ones who can give you the necessary cover to say, well, we can see what is happening. There's nothing really wrong here. So this is about open government. Now we talk about governance. And governance requires governments to open up their processes to citizens, to include citizens. If you don't want the politicians there, then let the CSOs be in your process.
Well, Mr. Adegoke, the claim, well, the position that is being held generally is that Inec isn't uploading results on IREP. As at this moment, and it's something everyone has said, so, since morning, more than 57,712 results. Right now it's 57,982. And in each of the polling units, in each of the states that have been announced, it's not that the results are not on the IRF at all. They are there on the IRF, but not all of them are there. In most cases, especially the ones that have been announced, there are some results, but it's not all of them that is there. Is there any chance that you think, because already this issue is generating this kind of attention, people can begin to say, okay, we've been to IREV, the results are there, but not all of it. Does it count in any way, manner, shape, or form?
Approach that question from this way. About 3 days to the election, I had an opportunity to address the Commonwealth delegation for this election, the observer delegation for this election. And they asked me a question. They said, if we are going to talk to Inec and maybe give Inec an advice, what would you advise us to tell Inec? I said, please tell Inec that they should communicate clearly how long it will take for election results to be uploaded to their server. And I made that recommendation on the basis of what we saw in Osun. I mean, you are familiar with the court case in Osun and the discrepancy in the time at which Inec and the political party, assess the server, and the difference in the numbers, in the results at that particular point in time. I think that should have taught Inec an important lesson, and they should have used that feedback. I mean, I was having a conversation with my co-guest who just left a few minutes ago, earlier, that when you go through a process, there's something called a an evaluation process, where you evaluate your process. What are the lessons learned? What are the things you got right? What are the things you didn't get right? And you use that to improve on the next process. I don't think Inec learned from what happened in Osun in terms of the discrepancy that we noticed in the court process. So what I think Inec failed to do, that is bringing us into this conversation, is that Inec should have communicated clearly that the way this IRF is set up, it might take 24 hours, it might take 48 hours, it might take 72 hours for all the results to be collated, giving citizens, political parties, civil society enough ample time to then do whatever, assessment, whatever comparison they want to do between what's on the IRF and what is on the result sheet. That way, people will have already been informed, and people will not, all this confusion we are having, will have avoided it, because people would not expect that all the results will be on the IRF maybe 24 hours after the election. So what I think is that since there was no clear communication, people have a right to make the point that the data on the IRF is not complete, and whatever the results that are being declared should have waited until those data have been completely uploaded, as we have been informed. So that's what would be my advice. I think people have a right to make that point. Whether the commission would then agree or not is another conversation entirely. But if I was an agent to one of the political parties, I would be making that point to say that I don't think it is appropriate to announce the result of any state when you have not fully uploaded them on the IRF.
Again, because this brings us to a problem, Mr. Adegoke, and I'm happy you say, okay, look, this is what they ought to have done, because they ought to have anticipated this ahead of the election. Since this was the first time, they should have given themselves some wiggle room, because this was the first time they were applying this technology nationally. And therefore, they should have anticipated that it's possible that there could have been hiccups, and therefore the 24, 48, 72 hours, in which case all those who are, now raising issues may not have raised the issues, because they would have said, we had been told before that this could be, there could be a time lag. But we are going to go through this process again in about 11 or 12 days' time. And now we're going to be talking about 28 or so states where governors are to be elected, and then maybe about 34 or 35 states where state assemblies are to be elected. So, I mean, I'm wondering if we don't tackle this now, whatever the resolution that comes from this one for the presidential election, is that going to apply at the level of the next election in 12 days' time?
Well, I think that's largely a question for INEC to answer. But I think
I'm putting
that
it to
INEC
you.
listens to the
I'm
feedback
putting
like
it to you. My apologies. I'm putting it to you because I'm thinking, perhaps you could offer some way out for them between now and then. Since we're offering them a way out, we're trying to say, look, you've made this mistake. Now let's try to see if we can get you out of it, because we've got to do this anyway.
Yeah, sure. I agree with you. We can definitely tell INEC, to say that you need to communicate with the people, give enough time frame, with respect to the governorship election, take away the lessons from the presidential election so that it is not repeated at the governorship level. Give people at least like 1 week. By 1 week, every result should have been uploaded, and say that 1 week after the election, all results should have been uploaded. And this is important, not just because of the election that will be declared, also because of the litigation that will follow suit. People will be looking for evidence, and people will go into the IRF to go and get evidence. So it's very important. And the timing of the evidence is important because that was critical in determining the case in Osun State. So it's very important that INEC communicates clearly so that it even guides the judiciary by the time they are adjudicating over these cases. They are able to know exactly what they are working with. So if they are collecting evidence is collected on which date? Is it a day after the election? Is it a week after the election? So INEC needs to be clear in communicating that. And I think they have an opportunity to do that in the upcoming election. I mean, I will agree with you. This is the first time they are doing this at national level. So, I mean, we can like, okay, allow this to slide. But I'm not sure the parties will agree with me though. But they have an opportunity with the governorship election coming up to say that, you know what, we are using the high ref, and from our experience, we think that you guys will need at least 1 week to have all the results uploaded on the high ref.
Change the process, question the credibility.
These adjustments from between one process and the other, within the timeline.
This is an innovation. This is the first time, so to say, it's been rolled out nationally. Yes, we had the Osun, and it's very correct. Lessons should have been learned. But it's also possible to say that when you are dealing at scale, there may be issues. So I would want to apply the presumption of regularity. In other words, that one presumes that everything is regular until it is proven that it is irregular. So I think it's also useful for our politicians to begin to demonstrate maturity. Our entire polity system processes must mature. And I think there's also, and even the civil society, everybody, we need to also grow. So it is sufficient, it is something that we can say, okay, maybe there are hiccups. Then, but have they tried to recover in time? I think those are some of the other things we can look at. We probably shouldn't then immediately go to say it's tainted. Then that also begins to be a bit of gaslighting and political posturing, which is in politics that's accepted. But those of us who are analyzing also need to read between the lines and tell the politicians, in your posturing, be careful you do not tip the civil populace over the line.
Speaks to this posturing of the law. Earlier we read section 60 sub 5 that the presiding officer shall transfer the results in a manner as prescribed by the commission. But sub 6 says, a presiding officer who willfully contravenes any provision of this section commits an offense and is liable on conviction to a fine not more than 500,000 naira or imprisonment for a term of at least 6 months. The question here is, a presiding officer who willfully contravenes 5, subsection 5, in a manner prescribed by the Commission. The manner prescribed by the Commission is to transmit electronically, take a snapshot, and send. There are some presentations that have been made in Abuja now that some of them have not been uploaded on the IREV. Is that a contravention?
I think if I understand correctly, there are two processes. One is to send it to Inec, then the other is to upload. I assume those are two processes.
Well, yes, but one is at the point you send, then you now take the hard copy to physically to.
Yes. So that's very good, because that's trying to make sure there are checks. Now, but the operative word there is willfully. So you are really trying to pin down people who have criminal intent, not somebody who made a mistake, or maybe somebody who is
an oversight or something,
who is lax or something, like, who's negligent. So it's really looking for people who have criminal intent. And of course, when you're talking about criminal intent, then you must bring the evidence forward. So because the maximum of the law is, we would rather that 9 persons go free than one person is unjustly convicted.
Let's come to you, Adeboye, and this is what you think could be happening online, with this sort of gap, or, this issue and the process of uploading to IREV.
I'm sorry, I didn't get the question very well.
What kind of message do you think this is sending to the online community? What do you think could be happening with, questions on the process and the uploading, the slow uploading to the IREV?
Yeah, so I think the online community, as you put it, were the most excited, about the introduction of the BVAS and the IREV. And so it was something that the online community was looking forward to. And that has generated a lot of conversation. If you are following trends of conversation on social media right now, it's all about what is happening with regards to the IREV and discrepancies that a lot of people are saying, oh, you've declared this state, but on the IREV, not all the results are listed there, because that is where the enthusiasm is coming from for the generation of younger people who are more digitally savvy, who are more comfortable accessing information online, or more comfortable doing their things digitally. So that's also, I think, a demographic that are most probably offended by the fact that we are not sticking to that, that part of the bargain in a lot of ways. But I also think that it's very important for me to emphasize what will have been a way for maybe Inec to manage the situation better. I think that Inec also left a lot of gaps with respect to communication, especially on social media. I remember early yesterday, I went to check Inec's, social media handle, and I saw that it was just blank. It was blank from 8 a.m. when the election started up to when the election was almost ending on Saturday. I think that, it's still a transition process for government institutions. I mean, we have to admit that. Transition in terms of deploying digital means in communicating with the people. There is a lot of demography of young people who are more comfortable receiving information on those platforms. So I feel that for a very long time, Inec left a gap, which it could probably have made things easier if it had filled that gap. And what do I mean about filling the gap? When people started complaining about the IREV and all of that, although eventually there was a press release addressing the issue, but I thought that waited for too long, because people started getting agitated the moment there were complaints on social media about the IREV, about the BVAS, and the fact that INEC didn't say anything for so long. I feel that if INEC had come forward much earlier to say that we have been receiving reports, even if you don't have a position at that point, just acknowledge that you have been receiving the reports and you are looking into it while you are preparing your, a more robust response. So in terms of what is happening in the online community, of course, agitations, people saying all sorts of things, but I think we still have decent amount of time to manage the situation, to manage the communication that needs to take place. And if I have a way, or if I have a channel through which I can communicate with the head of communication for INEC right now, I'll be telling him, you need to make your communication more consistent, and you need to explore all communication platforms. All this traditional method of waiting to release press statements and waiting to call all journalists into a room before you can pass information across, I think the world has moved past that, and we need to explore the channels of communication that we have. Even if you are not saying anything specifically, just let people know that you are looking into the issue. Just let people know that INEC is on top of the issue. Admit the challenges you are facing, but at the same time, assure people that you are looking into the matter and that you will ensure that the will of the people is what matters at the end of the day.
I'm sure that they are listening because virtually everyone is watching this and is watching you at this point in time. But this leaves us with very few, shall we say, good options at this point. But we'll have to take a slightly deeper look at that with you and Prof. Right after this break. We'll be right back.
a mà ti kúrò lórí ìjókòó kí ló dé tí gbogbo kò lórí ìjókòó ṣé kì í ṣe pé wọ́n ti dagboru báyìí wọ́n mà ti kúrò lórí ìjókòó ibo náà lọ ẹ gbà wá o wọ́n ti kúrò lórí ìjókòó ní Nàìjíríà nítumọ̀ mọ́ ọlọ ẹ dákun bo ni gbogbo àwọn INEC lọ. ẹ jẹ́ tún lọ bòmí ń bọ̀ ẹ jẹ́ ń wá bòmí lọ ẹ gbà wá o ẹ dákun gbogbo àwọn INEC officer gbogbo wọn dà. wọ́n ti wá ń jókòó padà o. àwọn ọmọ eléyìí fi ṣe yẹ̀yẹ́.
vote and express their voice, and that expression is important, especially with gubernatorial elections coming up. So imperfect as this may be, we'll all be watching carefully. At the end of the day, Nigerians will need to decide whether these elections were credible in the sense that they captured the will of the people. We'll all be watching the results as they come in. The sooner they come in, the more transparently they come in, the better, obviously. But what we can say, what we do know, is that Nigerians are hungry for democracy, they're hungry to vote, they're willing to stand in line, and they deserve an administration and an oversight that I think is worthy of that.
Right. Now, the world is watching, but more importantly, Africa is watching. On a slightly more positive note, I'd love to know, what do you feel that other African democracies can learn from the exercise that we've just witnessed here in Nigeria? There must be some positive takeaways.
Oh, very much. So again, the hunger to vote, that people want to vote. I think also the lessons around planning and planning for contingencies. We have cash shortages and fuel shortages, obviously. You really have to plan well in advance. And again, I keep coming back to it, but I think doing stress tests and test runs and making sure that you go through practice runs before you ever go live in public with voting. I think Nigeria can certainly provide lessons for other African democracies.
And Ambassador Green, you've mentioned the gubernatorial elections is coming up in about 12 days. Can if we were to have this conversation with you in 13 days' time, after the gubernatorial election, do you think there's enough time for improvements to be made?
Oh, there are always opportunities for improvements, and clearly some of the statements that we've heard from Inec and others suggest a recognition of changes that need to be made, organization and papers and opening of polls. So it's never too late. So we're all looking forward to learning lessons and moving forward.
Well, Ambassador Green, before this election took place on Saturday, February the 25th, there was also a mock accreditation that happened. And most of the issues that were raised and recommendations that were made, we actually saw them play out on election day. So I'm wondering at this point, should we have seen more accreditation exercises from Inec? It seems we've lost Ambassador Green. Can we confirm if we have him? Ambassador Green, can you hear me, please?
I'm sorry.
Okay, Ambassador, if you can hear me, I was saying that before the February 25th election, INEC had the opportunity of carrying out the mock accreditation. And most of the issues that were raised and recommendations that were made, it doesn't look as though, first of all, the issues that were raised were truly addressed and that the recommendations were followed through. Would you suggest that more mock accreditation exercises be done maybe way before the election's supposed to happen and more frequency?
Yes, certainly, and that even goes back to some of the recommendations that were made in the pre-election assessment. Look, Nigeria is a big country. It's a complex country. It has a wide range in its geography and such. So, yes, I think advanced testing, as you put it, mock accreditation, I think that's a wise idea.
All right. In your release, you made reference, of course, to the much celebrated reforms of the Electoral Act 2022. Now that you've experienced the nuances of a Nigerian election, a beautiful document, I believe we all agree. Is it achievable in any reasonable, foreseeable future?
Oh, most definitely. It requires the dedication, obviously, of officials and the people. So I'll give you one real strong sign of optimism. Who administered on the local level so many of the elections were young people. We were impressed with some of the young people and their resourcefulness. You made some reference to in places where there were insufficient supplies or tables, how hard they worked to make sure that there was an opportunity to vote. I think that's a real sign of optimism. I think another reason for optimism, when I looked at the long lines that we saw in some places when the polls opened late or when the materials were a little bit late in coming, nobody left. And people stood there in an orderly fashion and talked about the importance of voting and made it clear. So I think there are lots of reasons for optimism, and the will of the people of Nigeria is strong and vibrant. So I do believe that they will continue to bring about these reforms, other lessons that we're all learning. So I think democracy in Nigeria is definitely moving in the right direction.
Ambassador Green, speaking of moving in certain directions, we're in the digital age. We've got central banks around the world that are looking at, central bank digitized, currencies, CBDCs, and we've got Bitcoin, we've got cryptocurrencies. Electronic voting. Now, of course, the Nigerian constitution doesn't allow for that. We had a special report looking at voting with the possibility of voting with mobile phones. We talked to INEC about it, and individuals in the private sector, they all said we're not quite ready for that yet. What's the future of voting looking like to you, Ambassador Green? And can technology play a role? If we're having this conversation with you 30, 40 years from now, what does voting look like? Can technology ease the process based on your observation?
Sure. First off, I'm like those in the private sector that you spoke to. I don't think we're quite there yet, but most definitely we are well into the digital age. We're into the virtual age. And so I think that there are lots of ways that we can better harness technology. Technology done right breaks down distances. In a country, again, as big and as diverse as Nigeria is, technology will be our friend as we continue to move forward. I think it will also be helpful with such things as absentee voting, and which is one of the recommendations that we make, is to take a look at beginning to develop absentee voting. But all of those are made more possible with technology. We all recognize there are dangers in technology and we need cybersecurity, absolutely. But there's no turning back. We're increasingly in a digital age, and I think digital democracy will be an important part of the future.
Well, thank you so much. Ambassador Mark Green, President and CEO of the Woodrow Wilson International Center for Scholars and former administrator of the United States Agency for International Development. We thank you for your time and your contribution. Thank you so much. But we're still in Abuja, where European Union election observers are giving their report on the ongoing Nigeria election.
As regards making a difference, each election observation mission stands on its own merits. So we deployed here in early January and we began our process then. Nevertheless, our methodology means that we come back sometimes within 3 or 4 years to examine whether or not the previous missions' conclusions and recommendations are leading to actual implementation. And the previous mission came back a year ago and examined the 30 recommendations and found that 13 of them were already implemented or partially implemented, which is, I think, indicative that we do make a difference, that our efforts serve to deepen the roots of democracy here in Nigeria, and we think it's the investment of time and expertise of our core team, our long-term observers, is appreciated, and if there is criticism, it is received in the spirit in which it's given, which is a mutual respect and an insistence on standards of democracy, which Nigeria already aligns itself to, and the standards that are contained in legislation here in Nigeria.
Thank you so much. The Chief Observer will take more questions, if there are more questions.
Just one here.
Yes, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Chiamaka Okafo. I work for Premium Times. I have a few questions. And first is to Mr. Andrews. In your speech, you made mention of lack of transparency and proper planning from Inec. I would like you to expatiate on that. And to the head of the EP delegation, talked about instigation of violence and, of course, violence through the process on Saturday. 2 questions there. Are you concerned about post-election violence? Did you get that? Post-election violence. And then secondly, like your counterparts, the US and the UK, there's been a promise to impose visa bans and sanctions on people who are found culpable for instigating violence through this process. Are you also looking at that too for political parties or political actors who are found guilty? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. On the transparency, first of all, we acknowledge that INEC had to conduct this election in challenging circumstances. And we are very conscious that the Electoral Act provides a very important legislative basis and framework that instilled a lot of trust in INEC in the run-up to the election from political participants and encouraged many people to take part. However, the publication of figures in relation to permanent voting cards and how they had been distributed across polling units was not made available. The information about the distribution of permanent voting cards across states was made available very late in the process, so that it was very difficult for civil society members of the public here in Nigeria to verify or in any way audit the accuracy of those PVC numbers. And clearly that goes to the transparency of the election, and it is an area which we have noted in our preliminary statement. I'll just mention I'll let Evan speak to the question that was directed to her on security in due course. But on visa bans, the mandate of this mission is of any sort. We're here simply to observe the mission. That's a matter for the European Union, the European Council. We are aware that other jurisdictions have made those calls, but it doesn't fall within the mandate of this mission whatsoever. It would be considered an interference in the process. We're here simply to do that, and that's what has engendered a high degree of trust and credibility on the type of findings, conclusions, and recommendations that we make. So I'll hand over, Evan, if you want to address the question about security.
Thank you very much, Barry, and thank you for the question. As stated in the statement, we of course condemn all kind of violence that have taken place. And we also call on all actors to adhere and respect the rules that are in place, and in any case of any disputes, that all disputes are sorted out through legal procedures. So this is our call on all actors in Nigeria, that all disputes should be sorted out through legal procedures. And we hope that everybody will respect and adhere to that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are still taking more questions, please. Yes, please go ahead. Introduce yourself and the media.
My name is Balemu. And if you are going to give this election, put it on the scale, you are going to give it a red. What's going to be your mark on it?
So the question was, what mark would we give to the election? Now, our methodology doesn't allow for anything as clear as a mark. You can give a mark to me as performing as a chief observer if you wish, but so we judge and we assess criteria around election observation. And also on the criteria that are contained in international conventions, like the Convention on Civil and Political Rights that Nigeria is a signatory to, and against the legislative framework that applies here in Nigeria. So, and I also want to emphasize that we're midway through the process, that collation and tabulation is still going on as we speak in other parts of Abuja and across the country. So it would be, it's certainly not something that we would do in any circumstances, but we try to assess the election on the basis of inclusivity, on transparency and credibility, and we'll continue to gather up information as time goes on. Thank you.
Thank you again. Do we have more questions?
All right, that's Barry Andrews, Chief Observer with the European Union Election Observers, the European Mission, giving their observations on the election. Let's head to, we're still in Abuja, the APC, All Progressive Congress. They are now addressing the nation in their press conference. Let's take a listen.
We are particularly concerned and call on the state security services and the Nigeria Police Force to immediately restrain persons such as Melaye, Momodu, and a certain pastor, Paul Enenche of Dunamis Church. They should be restrained from their clear calls to violence. Melaye's tweets threatening violence, Momodu going on TV to announce the purported winner, and Enenche's hate speech from the pulpit clearly violate every law of the land. They should not go scot-free. When failure stared them in the face, rather than accepting the outcome with dignity like good Democrats would, some sore losers began shopping for ways to cut corners or scuttle the process. We have seen so many doctored results giving false victory to the Labour Party in places where it performed abysmally poor. The idea was to give its followers hope and prepare them for a planned street insurrection. The PDP has employed almost similar tactics, despite secretly admitting defeat. They went about with mouth-watering offers, looking for willing partners that would help them to subvert the will of the people. Perhaps, having failed to procure officials to help it to doctor results, the PDP earlier today rented willing television station airwaves to make very dangerous statements on the election. We also wonder why agents of the party at the Abuja Collation Center are pushing insistently for the uploading of the results on the Inec portal when Section 60 of the Electoral Act is clear about who has the power to do so at the polling unit. The state collation officer has no such power. The Inec chairman, who collects what has been collated from the states, also has no such power. Is the PDP therefore calling for the upload to enable it hack the system to give it a false victory? Unlike what the PDP spokesmen have done, we will not announce ourselves as winners despite having the figures which affirm our anticipated victory. We will abide by the laws by allowing the electoral umpire to do its job. A cursory look at the figures from across the states show that our candidate is well placed for victory. The results have shown that the Labour Party, as we kept saying, is no threat nationally to our victory. The PDP, on the other hand, has also failed in its own permutation, making its dream of victory go up in smoke. The PDP's projection of a landslide win in the north has absolutely collapsed. For example, the PDP celebrated victory in Katsina State was only with a difference of less than 7,000 votes. On the other hand, the APC maintains a comfortable lead of over 30,000 and 150,000 in nearby Jigawa and Zamfara states, respectively. The bad news for PDP, however, is its dismal performance in Kano, where the APC is emerging with over 600,000 votes difference ahead of the PDP. This is a monumental figure which offsets the PDP in the entire north. The trend is the same in the south, where PDP is very poor showing in Lagos, Oyo, Rivers, and other key states spell doom for the party. The little gains made by the PDP in the south, and southeast are too little to compensate for the party's huge deficit suffered in the southwest. In the north central, the APC has decimated all parties to a comfortable majority votes in Kwara, Kogi, and Niger. Our impressive show in Benue, FCT, and Plateau is also pushing PDP into third position in those places. Taken together, we are very upbeat, as the numbers do not lie. We call on the opposition to stop the macabre dance of a dying horse and embrace defeat honorably. There can still be honor in defeat. We once again call for maturity and restraint. Nigerians have spoken through the ballots, and the umpire must be allowed to do its work without harassment or blackmail. Security agents should stay on alert and deal with individuals and groups who are planning to foment trouble. Election is not war. This is democracy at play. And everybody in this country knows that our own candidate, our presidential candidate, is a committed Democrat who has a track record and antecedents in deepening democracy, fighting for democracy, nurturing democracy, and therefore is the only avatar of democracy in this game. We once again thank Nigerians for subscribing to our message of renewed hope and ask our supporters to remain calm and hopeful, as we will ensure that their votes are not manipulated by any ethnic power-mongering person, subversive elements, or serial losers. Thank you, gentlemen. Yeah, so. Okay. Great.
Okay, I think as an addendum to that, issues have been raised regarding the legal provision of uploading results, because that is the core of their complaint. So I don't think we would like to address that. We will not be here and and skip that. Yeah, we won't skip that. That is the crux of all the complaint going on. That results must be uploaded before they are announced at the collation center. So we don't want to run away from that issue. And I think it is incumbent on us to address that issue. Now, let me attempt to do this. I don't know. Now,
yes, and all the time, oh, sick.
Now,
The
conduct of election, the counting of votes to make regulations for the conduct of those elections. And so you now have also the INEC regulations and guidelines. In that order, first, it is the Constitution that is supreme. In its supremacy, what the Constitution mainly does in Schedule 3 is to establish INEC and gives INEC the general powers to conduct elections into all offices, at the federal level in Nigeria and the FCT. That is for the Constitution. Now, the Electoral Act, if you see, the Constitution now says that the ways by which INEC should conduct those elections should be regulated by an act of the National Assembly. That is what the Constitution says in Chapter 3, in Schedule 3. Now, that is what gave the National Assembly the powers to then make the Electoral Act. What does the Electoral Act say? Because I'm coming to this issue of IREV and uploading results. The Electoral Act, if you look at Section 60 of the Electoral Act, Section 60 clearly prescribes the mode by which results are entered step by step until the announcement. In fact, the provisions begin from Section 45 all through to Section 68. Go and look at those provisions. It talks about manual entry of those results in different forms, from the unit level to the ward level, to the local government level, to the state level, and then to the National Collation Center. That is the provision of the electoral. Take note, in all of these provisions I've mentioned, there has been no provision regarding uploading results to an INEC, to an IREV, or somewhere you view the results publicly. It is pursuant to Section 70 now, where INEC now said, well, that says that, well, INEC can still make guidelines, because the electoral gives INEC power to make guidelines for the conduct of those elections. It is that in those guidelines that you will now see that INEC makes provision for the declaration of results. Now, before that, even, let me draw your attention to Section 68 of the Electoral Act. Section 68 says that when results have been declared, those results will be posted on a site, a public place for people to see, and on INEC's website. That is what the law itself says, the Electoral Act. It is after the declaration of results. So, those provisions you then see in the guidelines about uploading results to an IREV and all that, they are not strictly in tandem with the provisions of our law, the Constitution, the Electoral Act. They are arranged for ease of the process. And if you look at all the Supreme Court decisions, there's no Supreme Court decision that has said that the guidelines of INEC override the provisions of both the Electoral Act and the Constitution. In fact, all the provisions, all the decisions by the Supreme Court, all the decisions, it was on the basis of that, if you remember, that the other thing they used for accreditation, what's it called? No, not the other one, the one before now. Card reader was declared null and void by the Supreme Court. That the Electoral Act, that the register is still supreme, if you remember. That is so the Supreme Court, because those provisions, first of all, appeared in guidelines of INEC. But then when people insisted, there are many cases in 2015 and 2019, where litigants who lost insisted that the provisions of the guidelines were not followed. What did the Supreme Court say? Supreme Court said that the guidelines were just for the ease of the process of INEC, that the major provision of the law is as prescribed by the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the Electoral Act. So, gentlemen, what you are seeing going on in PDP is drama without substance. It is drama without substance in law. So we are ready to meet them anywhere. If they think that INEC's procedure has been subverted, if they think that INEC has subverted the provisions of the law in releasing the results, we will meet them anywhere in court, because we say that there is no such position legally binding on INEC, and that overrides provision of both the Constitution and the Electoral Act that says that results must be uploaded before they are declared. What the law still recognizes is the manual step-by-step collation until the announcement of the results at the National Collation Center as provided for by law.
That's it.
There's nothing, and let me tell you this. I want you to simply ask the PDP. It's not God, I mean, for the LP, they have called for the cancellation of the results. Fair, well and good. We'll meet them anywhere. But for the PDP, I want you to ask a critical question to all these drama kings you have seen up and down, making noise without substance. Have you picked up a particular result from a particular state and compared it with the ones your agent submitted, and tell the world which unit has been altered, which ward result has been altered, which state result has, tell the world. Because your objection must be based on actual figures that were manipulated, not on the procedure. PDP cannot tell us now that they have not seen results from their own agents. I therefore challenge them. I want to challenge PDP. Publish results from ECHAs that your agents took pictures of, and use that to challenge results declared by Inec at the National Collation Center. It's very simple. So I want you to see through the smoke of what they are doing. I hope you understand me. Yeah. Let INEC tell us, let PDP tell us, in a particular state, show us all your from ECHAs, show us all the results sheets entered at the ward level, and tell the world which discrepancy did you see with the ones announced at the National Collation Center. So, gentlemen, I want to say at the end of the day that what is happening in the PDP and all the drama you see from those characters at the National Collation Center is nothing but storm in a teacup. There's no substance in what they are saying and doing. Thank you.
Thank you. No, wait. Let me say a few things. Thank you.
It's on.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, let me just add to what Dele has said and what my brother Festus has said. And I just want to say a couple of things very quickly. First of all, it's very clear that the words of Dino Melaye and his behavior today, it's like Shakespeare, a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying absolutely nothing. And we need to be very careful at this stage. We are confident of victory. We know that we're going to win this election because we've done our research, but we don't make noise. We want everybody to be cool, everybody to be calm as we coast to that victory. But what they are doing is trying to heat up the polity, provoke us, intimidate our voters and our supporters, threaten us morning, day, and night, and ensure that we react to them. We won't do that. But one thing I will say, just to add to what everybody else has said, and if you don't remember anything that I've said today, please remember this. The minute those results are announced, and we, by the grace of God, are declared as the winner, we will defend our votes. No matter what Pastor Paul Inec, Dino Melaye, and all the rest of them say, Dele Momodu, all the rest of them, no matter what they say or do, particularly the obedience, who have intimidated and threatened our voters, beaten our voters in some parts, particularly in the East, beaten our voters and our supporters. I have all the evidence here on my phone, threatened them, particularly the women. There's nothing they haven't been subjected to. The minute that result is announced, we will not be intimidated. We will defend our votes. We will protect this mandate. And those that have the idea of a June 12th annulment by creating crisis because they didn't win, they should perish the thought. It will not happen under this watch, by God's grace. Thank you.
Questions?
Thank you very much, sir. My name is Gideon Rutusi. I work for the Nation. This morning, Lagos result was released. And Labour Party had the day in Lagos. What is the position of PCC as well as the position of your principal?
Thank you very much for that question. Yeah, we all saw what emerged in Lagos, the results that came out today. The Labour Party had a very slight lead, but a lead all the same, you know. And honestly, we have always said this, and I did say it a few moments ago, that our candidate is the avatar of democracy in this season, in this country today. He has fought strenuously to enthrone this democracy. He has acted in government to deepen this democracy. And he has demonstrated his commitment unalloyed, unavowed to democracy. So he's taking it in his stride. We are all taking it in our stride as committed. There will be fire and brimstone and all that. I ask you, how many of them were in the barricades fighting for this democracy? They were not there. Yeah. So they do not appreciate democracy. They do not understand the dynamics and nuances and the convention of democracy. So they have no stake in this democracy. That's why they can say there will be fire and brimstone. In fact, some obedience have been calling for the return of the military. They are not declared the winner of this election. And that is very, very sad. That will show you that these are not Democrats. And I repeat, because they never took part in the democratic struggle, they never acted in deepening and sustaining this democracy, it is easy for them to want to scuttle it. But those of us who are part and parcel of the democratic struggle, we knew what we went through. Our principal went through the crucibles, harassment, oppression, suppression, and the whole works to get this democracy in place. So we are prepared to nurture. If anything, any lesson is to be drawn from the Lagos results today, it is that when Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu is eventually declared by the umpire Inec as the legitimately elected president of this country, nobody should complain about the process, because the process has been demonstrably fair and just, as exemplified by the results in Lagos, which we are not even contesting now. We are taking it in our strides as Democrats, but it is a testimony to the freeness and fairness of this process. So let nobody come and complain when we are declared the whole rigged. If we did not rig them out in Lagos, we are about to rig them out anywhere else. So it's established and verified by what has happened in Lagos today. Thank you. Sorry, there's somebody.
That's to section 62 and apprentice 64 of the Electoral Act, which Nigerians witnessed the controversy in terms of whether Inec or it was NCC that had the right to determine whether it was network. There was this back and forth. The Electoral Act went to the National Assembly, came back. Nigerians queried the fact that you cannot usurp the powers of Inec and give it to NCC. That was correct electoral. So I want to find out from you, because I was at the National College Center yesterday, and behind the chairman was a projection of results that were also being presented. Right.
All right, we're currently live from Abuja at a press briefing by the APC Presidential Campaign Council. We've heard from Dele Alake, who is a media advisor to the Presidential Campaign Council, who implored the police to immediately restrain Dino Melaye, Dele Momodu, and Pastor Inechi for what he is calling alleged incitement of violence. Dino Melaye via social media, Dele Momodu via television, and Pastor Inechi via the pulpit. He accused both the Labour Party and the PDP of planning a street insurrection and of planning to subvert the will of the people. That is currently happening live from Abuja. Also seemed to have been a response to the broadcast we saw earlier by the Director for Strategic Communication for the PDP, that's Dele Momodu. Several back and forths happening. However, what they did clarify, what Bayo Onanuga did clarify during this press briefing is that they're not trying to join these issues. They're not trying to join the issue that result sheets should be loaded up onto the BVAS, onto the IREV, excuse me. That's not why they've called this press conference. They've called this press conference specifically because they feel that their opponents are
for restraint. I think right now everybody just needs to sit back and let the process play out, because tempers are high. There's a lot of distrust in the air, and making statements like this, whether it's the APC, PDP, or whatever party, making addressing the press and making different allegations, calling for different actions, it might incite a reaction and actually fuel the fire as opposed to dousing the tension. I don't know how you feel about that.
Well, I think it speaks to the fact that this is a very competitive election, and it's exciting, and the two parties are trying to preempt each other with whatever results come forward. Your point is well noted. You want to make sure you don't incite anyone, but it's incredibly exciting. It's competitive. They've both referenced the Labour Party, and so very interesting. All right, we're going to Arise senior correspondent Oba Adeoye, boots on the ground. He's been doing so much work going around Lagos, tracking the elections. He joins us now from the field. Oba, you're in Ladipo, Mushin. Thank you so much for joining us. What is the latest? What is the temperature right there where you are?
Yes, right now, shops are locked in Ladipo here. If you are conversant with this part of Lagos, it's a very busy part. Usually, on a Monday like this, Ladipo is usually busy that you hardly find space for your car or even for yourself if you are trekking. But today, the roads, within Ladipo is very free, very, very free. The shops are locked, but we have traders locking around, just hanging around. And I spoke with a couple of them earlier this morning. They told me that they are apprehensive, that they are waiting for the announcement of the results before they know what they do. They complain that indeed it's affecting our business, but it's a sacrifice they have to make because of the fear of what the aftermath of the election may bring. And this morning when we reached here, we saw a couple of soldiers at the Fatah Atere Junction stroke this Ladipo Road. But right now, at the moment, we have more numbers of soldiers. They are standing by in their vehicles. We have seen about 2 armored tanks here because earlier in the morning, we got feelers that some hoodlums were planning or they were advancing towards this direction to attack traders here who are predominantly of Igbo descent. They said they are coming to attack them, and everybody, had to disperse. We also had to leave here to stay somewhere close by to avoid the danger. And when we saw that the number of soldiers and the number of security men generally had increased, we had to come back here, to see things for ourselves. A particular video is trending online. A particular video is trending online. I don't know if you have seen that video where there's an inferno. We don't know what is being burnt in that video. We have seen the video which claims that it's happening in Ladipo in Mushin. Right now, I can confirm to you that nothing of sort is happening in Ladipo. We have visited, every corner in the Ladipo market, and nothing of sort is happening. So it's either it's a completely fake news or that it did not happen in this Ladipo. We spoke with some of the traders, and someone suggested that maybe it's happening in another Ladipo in Oshodi, because there's another Ladipo in Oshodi for people who are conversant with Lagos. We have not been there. We'll go there to go and check. But yeah, Ladipo, where they sell spare parts, there is nothing of sort as we speak. You can see the traders are just, standing by their shops. Their shops are under lock and keys. Everybody is standing around, and I can see some level of confidence and peace in their mind right now that they have seen, more soldiers, more military men around. Moment ago, you saw a military truck pass through the camera. I just stood beside one there before I moved to this point. You can see some traders, even some commercial motorcyclists are doing brisk business here, but business has been dull generally for them, because on a normal day, the tricyclists would not be scampering for passengers the way they are doing right now. Some of them are practically on holiday. You can see, like the one behind me right here, if the cameraman can see, they are practically on holiday. Let me speak with some of them and see what happens. Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon.
What's your name, sir? What's your name?
My name is Monsu Alijari.
Okay. Today I can see that you are like having a holiday. What's the matter? Why don't you have as much passengers as you used to have on a day?
Passenger no come today. I like the thing where they quickly. No wala, no any something for this area.
Many shops are closed in Ladipo. Almost all the shops in Ladipo. Why are they closed?
You know one violent now. Nobody say make all of the people where they make it no one violent, make it the thing they okay for us.
Okay. All right. So you listen to him. Business has been very dull, not just for the traders, but also for the transporters around there.
Well, thank you so much. Arise correspondent live from Ladipo, Oba Deoye. Thank you for confirming what's true and what's not. Please be safe, and thank you for joining us. Now, Bina Jennifer Efidi, the voter attacked by hoodlums while trying to cast her vote on Saturday, has explained why she insisted on voting despite the clear danger to her. Efidi spoke to Arise News on Sunday after the Lagos governorship candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Jide Adediran, paid her a visit at her Surulere home. She explained that the hoodlums pounced on her while she was attempting to get accredited for the presidential and National Assembly elections. But despite the attack that left her injured, Efidi returned to the polling center with blood dropping from part of her bandaged face. She said, though, that she was going through pain, that she was determined to cast her vote for her preferred candidate. Adediran described her action as a big encouragement to all Nigerians that the resilience of the citizens to participate in how they are governed cannot be broken by any act of intimidation.
Getting to the polling unit, I did my verification. Yeah, that to be sure that is my polling unit, and I was on the queue. The queue wasn't really moving because people were coming in from the front, so I just had to sit down. So later, after some time, some group of guys just came like that, and it was obvious they were not voters. They didn't come to vote, but they didn't come close to us. They just left. So we were still there. The exercise was still going on. And let me say, for after like 45 to 1 hour, there was a chaos. I just felt an impact because I was just sitting down going through my phone. I just felt a huge impact on my face, and I heard it gunshots simultaneously. I even felt I was shot at first, because when I put my hand on my face, I felt blood dripping, and people were running every helter and skelter. A lady had courage to apply hanky or cloth, I don't know, on it. to stop it bleeding, but I was still bleeding profusely. They tried to first take me into hiding, at least let's get shelter. We don't know if the guys were still coming inside the compound we ran into, so I was there and transferred to another place. We had to be sure that they had gone so that I'll get access to a nurse that stays around to administer first aid.
For somebody to have been that injured and returned back to the polling unit to cast a vote, nothing can be more patriotic. I appreciate our can-do ability, can-do spirit. And that's the only way we can end this madness. For Madam, it really does not matter who she voted for yesterday, but the fact that what she did, is for everybody. What she did sends is some sort of courage to all of us that we can stand firm. And to those who did that, I was just wondering, if you say you build a state, I don't think you should coerce people to vote for you to continue leading that state. If you say you are the father of Lagos, I don't think you need to coerce anybody for you to remain, on state. Unfortunately, I've not heard the state government coming out to condemn this violent attack on Lagosians yesterday. But like I said, their days are numbered. Anything they like, let them do. We're going to dislodge them. After this one that they are doing, we won't see them again.
We certainly celebrate Jennifer for her resilience and commitment to nation. But this is where we'll be dropping anchor on this segment of the Arise continuous coverage of the 2023 presidential and National Assembly elections. We'll take a short break now, and when we come back, Hawa Makan, Aaron Akerejola, and Temitope Fabemi would take over anchor duties from us. I'm Bimbai Mutiniri Epeyong.
I'm Rosu Sodiri. Thanks for staying with us.
And I'm Cynthia Are, and we would like to seize this opportunity to thank everyone that has contributed to this segment, including our esteemed analysts and commentators, correspondents in the field, in-studio producers, and of course, our wonderful followers all over the world. I'm Cynthia Are. Have a good day.
Here to the end.
Whether you snatch ballot boxes or beavers or not, these days it doesn't matter. The technology has gone beyond the primitive rigging system that the political actors are used to.
In Banga, no accreditation was done. The SPO disappeared with the result sheet, and he has not been found up till now.
So whatever happens, I remain eternally grateful to Almighty God. Winning election is not as easy as people think. It's a burden because you're going to hold the people's trust. It's people now trying to entrust their life with you. It's a burden. So if God wants me to carry that burden, I carry with joy. But I think I'll win.
The bimodal voting and accreditation system is one innovation that everybody's applauding. It took a few seconds for me to be identified, and I think if it continues that way, it is one development that has come to stay.
Very peaceful, without any incident at all. It will be reflective of what we've seen here in all of the polling units that we have in the state and in the country at large.
I've been effective in selling my program. I've worked more than any other politician in this country to show the capacity and what is necessary.
We must vote. You can still say we must have to vote. So we are waiting here.
whether it's in the night, tomorrow we want to vote. It's our right. We have to vote.
It is very difficult to determine by mere appearance who is a minor or not. Most of the ones you are seeing, maybe their genetic, their growth rate might be impaired. All those that you see voting, they are those that have been approved by Inec, and I cannot change it.
We are confident in what we do, and we thank God for the very peaceful elections. I must really say thank you for Inec for what we see at the moment, and we say thank you to Mr. President for ensuring that there is fairness in this election.
I expect that this is a more credible process, than previous ones, and I think it is good that we are improving with every election cycle.
That's a fraud. For someone to transfer to a place he or she is not living, is a fraud.
They carried our box, they carried my machines, and immediately the police came. The boxes they could recover, they recovered it.
I'm confident because we made adequate preparations to ensure that every polling unit has at least 5 security personnel there.
Politicians are supposed to be disciplined members of we must conduct our affairs very credibly, that both our supporters, our relatives and so on should know that politics is a clean business.
We have never been the kind of people that will incite anything besides peace.
This is I dropped a bullet. This is my bullet. Somebody gave order for them to shoot at us. I tell you to dodge a bullet. Look at my leg with the bullet I dodged. Look at what happened. Look what happened. Look what happened. This is what I came with.
Only worry was that the election here started after 11. And it is rightly pointed out, we have thousands of people there. And not only that, immediately I finished voting, the machine went bad. And now they are struggling to repair it.
We have worked for Inec for at least 3 days, and Inec have agreed to give us ballot paper and boxes and other devices like beavers to work with it. And why you refuse to pay us our feeding allowances and our transport allowances? We use our leg with ballot paper and beavers to our polling unit.
That what unites us surpasses whatever that divides us. What is important for us as a people, irrespective of differences in political affiliations, religious persuasions, tribal or sectional background, is after the election is all and done.
Army is here, civil defense is here, DSS is here, police is here. We only have our PVC. We want to vote.
We have stayed for 3 days without sleeping and without eating. How election will be conducted successfully?
Nigerians, the 2023 Nigeria General Elections is here. Ensure that you have your PVC and locate your polling unit as you set out to vote. At your polling unit, queue and present your PVC for accreditation by Inec. On receipt of the ballot paper, vote discreetly for the candidate of your choice. Remember, there are standards of behavior required of voters on election day, and violators may be arrested. No buying and selling of votes, no intimidation or coercion of voters, no canvassing for votes, shouting of party slogans, or display of party symbols at polling units. Nigerians, the time has come to exercise your franchise. Turn out in full and cast your vote for the candidate of your choice. This message is brought to you by Policy and Legal Advocacy Centre, PLAC, with support from the UK Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office, FCDO.
My name is Abdurrashid Bawa, the Executive Chairman, Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. I want to use this medium to urge all Nigerians to eschew all manner of electoral fraud, either through vote buying, vote selling, or fraudulent manipulations of electoral processes. I'm fully persuaded that we can run our electioneering processes devoid of any form of criminality. Let us all be committed to a free, fair, and credible dealings in the exercise of our democratic rights. Thank you.
Report any electoral fraud to the following numbers. You can also send any relevant information to info@efcc.gov.ng or to all our social media platforms at official EFCC. Also, use the EFCC mobile app, the Eagle Eye, to report. Your vote is your power. Protect it.
Good afternoon and welcome to this segment of the Arise News continuous coverage of the presidential and National Assembly elections. Great job indeed to our own Vimbai Mutaniri Epeyong, Rhoda Sodiri, and of course Cynthia Aref. I'm Hawa Mukaran.
And I'm Aaron Akerjala. Welcome to the show.
I'm Temitope Fagbemi. For the next 3 hours, we shall be bringing you all you want to know about Nigeria's presidential and National Assembly elections. Stay with us.
And Arise analyst Frank Tietia is with us in our Abuja studio to discuss the conduct of the elections so far and where the pendulum is likely to swing eventfully. Good afternoon and welcome to the show, Frank. I'm sure you were busy yesterday. We saw you covering a lot and giving a lot of analysis, and we're asking for some more this afternoon. So really briefly, your assessment of these elections and the way Inec has allowed it to unfold. It has been quite a lot of not pleasant commentary. It's, you know, we're all waiting in limbo to see what happens next. Can you give us your own assessment of how the elections have been conducted in the last few days?
Thank you very much, and my pleasure. Well, you know, the elections had an initial good start. It was filled with a lot of hopes, and we saw those visuals coming in of the BVAS machine working seamlessly, and then the shift came, the turn into the storm, where Inec didn't eventually prove that it had everything under its control. Its ad hoc staff and permanent staff started carrying on forms of dereliction of duty, for which I believe strongly that a number of them should actually be punished at the end of the day. They didn't show up, and if they showed up at the polling venue, they did so late, and all of those are outlined as offenses under the Electoral Act. And INEC has been battling, it's been involved in trying to redeem its image because it has been receiving bashing from both local and international election observers. Civil society situation rooms concluded that its failure to make available electoral materials amounted to voter suppression and almost resembled one form of collusion or the other. Lagos was the epicenter of INEC's failure at that time. INEC struggled so hard against trying to put up an explanation why the much talked about application of technology, BVAS, and the speedy uploading of results to its result viewing portal wasn't working at all. It was practically shut down. INEC battled to a point where it could restore it, and we saw trickles of results being posted there, even though they were done in so poorly, where it is expected, or it was expected, that results should have been uploaded. We saw pictures of core members being uploaded in such a manner that was quite embarrassing. What is more important is that INEC seems to be having his hands back on control of the elections. Collations have been going. Results coming out from the various centers, whether the local government collation center or the state collation centers, have been quite been steady and consistent to the extent that tensions are dying down. What is very important at this time is that Nigeria is having an election. The world is watching, and some African countries are actually here in Abuja trying to learn from the Nigerian experience, because they appreciate the complexity of the Nigerian state, the multiplicity of ethnic groups, and the fact that the tensions are high. The competition for political power is next to nothing in the whole world when it comes to Nigeria. So they came to learn how Nigeria would manage this election, and I'm sure they have quite a lot to learn. In the long run, the application of technology appears to be paying off for Nigeria now, because we didn't expect that the results will even come this quickly. To think that as we speak, we're just expecting about over 100,000 polling units results to ensure that the whole counting collation process will now be over. So with about nearly 60,000 polling units results coming in, we're seeing a direction of the polls already, and the Nigerians are largely satisfied as this is coming in, because, like I've always maintained, there is no expectation of a perfect process, but a process that is conducted in such a manner that even losers will have confidence that they lost gracefully, not because of the dereliction or the failure or the irresponsibility of the election managers in the institution of INEC. So that's what we're working to see now. Right now, parties are apprehensive. There are some who have even confidently, mistakenly, brazenly, congratulated themselves, called the election for themselves, but results coming in seem to be changing. Lagos is teaching a lot of political lessons to the politicians as we speak. It shows that there is a shift, that there's a possibility that issues can actually drive campaign, and that Lagos being a coalescence of tribes and tolerance can actually be an example where it will happen that a candidate that is indeed popular can transcend the barriers of tribe and religion. And that's what the Lagos result is showing. And we're also seeing the magnanimity of the residents of Lagos, I don't want to say the aboriginals of Lagos, who are taking it kindly, even though there are reports of anger and betrayals. But we are confident that with the call from the APC quarters that for calm, there is expected to be less reports of violence in the long run. There is a significant improvement in this election so far compared to the 2019 elections, especially not because of technology alone, but the shift from a sort of bullion van politics, in quote, where money, the application of money in trying to unduly influence the choice of voters, that process has been actually reduced very much this time around. So even though there are complaints, several complaints, especially with regards to persons who believe that they have been deliberately disenfranchised, INEC has a primary principal constitutional and statutory responsibility not to allow any Nigerian to believe that he has been deliberately disenfranchised. So it's a very progressive thing to think that INEC has considered many of those reports from Bielsa that they were not giving voting materials, and INEC officials didn't show up at all. And to the extent, INEC now has ordered postponement of those elections. Some of them were actually held on Sunday. Until those elections are actually held, there probably will not be a return in those states at all. So by and large, and in conclusion, for me, walking around the situation rooms in Abuja, in the Trascorp Hilton, and in the Nikon Luxury, together with talking with international journalists and observers. The election so far has recorded significant improvement, and it's good for our democracy.
All right, significant improvement, you say. Some will think otherwise, Frank. And Arise just brought us the press conference from the APC's PCC, and Dele Alake, Festus Kemiamo, and not forgetting quite a lot of others actually came and defended Inec, some would say, and also gave them a pass mark. But one sticking issue that they actually brought to the fore was what Dino Melaye raised in the day, talking about uploading of results into the IREV. And some have said that the PDP are claiming that INEC has dropped the ball. The APC are insisting INEC are on track and they are doing the right thing. Constitutionally, that first of all, the Constitution must take preeminence before you talk about the Electoral Act and guidelines from INEC. Now, talk to us, try to untangle this for us as it stands right now. Would you think is actually right, or which position is actually the correct position? Is it that of the PDP or the APC as you speak?
You know, the Constitution does not give details. It doesn't talk about the details of processes involved in the election. It delegates that to the National Assembly to make a law to regulate a commission that is supposed to manage election, and that is the Independent National Electoral Commission. To that extent, there is a robust law that has been enacted, which is guiding this election, which is the Electoral Act of 2022. In that act, particularly if you look at the sections regulating the conduct of election, there is also no express mention of when it comes to uploading results for electronically. There was not such an express mention of that. Yet, the Electoral Act under Section 149 and Section 150 all give INEC the powers, the extended delegated powers to make rules, regulation, and guidelines to guide the process of election. INEC enjoys extreme application of discretion in the way it manages this election. Now, what is expected under the provisions of the Electoral Act is that there will be collations at the various collation points, whether the local government's collation center or the state collation centers, and according to the guidelines, which I agree to an argument, and I think we shouldn't defer to the fact that who is right and who is wrong. We should hold on to common standards that are applicable to all the players, including INEC and the political parties. What is expected is that there's a form of communication of the result sheets, the actual fiscal result sheets to INEC. Now, if the guidelines provide for a confidence-building measure that the same BVAS machine that is used for accreditation, that has the possibility of taking pictures and then uploading, what is it, uploading and then send it to the central server? What is important by law is that whatever the figures are that are transmitted, whatever is contained in the document, in the result sheet, must correspond with each other. Anytime there is a discrepancy, INEC, again, under Section 165, is called upon to review the process, to review the decision with regards to balloting, with regards to polling, and then ultimately make a declaration. It doesn't end there. It proceeds in the expectation that giving freedom to any of the candidates or any of the political parties to protest. But by Section 65 expressly mentions that the form of protest should be approaching the courts and not any form of resorting to underhand tactic or playing to the gallery. I don't want to take any position here, but I believe very strongly that if there was as INEC had put in its guidelines, in its regulation, for the election to be, for the result sheet to be snapped, to be photographed by the beavers machine and ultimately transmitted, it is simply a confidence-building measure which should increase the transparency of the election and not necessarily a mandatory thing to be done. What is important is that there is an accreditation process, there is polling, the votes are counted, they are recorded, and the actual result sheets are transmitted to the Central Collation Center, which is the International Conference Center right now, which is the National Collation Center chaired by the supposedly returning officer, who is the INEC chairman.
Now, Mr. Tete, a number of areas saw the outbreak of electoral violence and ballot snatching, including here in Lagos. So I'd like to know what this says about the level of preparedness of our security forces. Of course, you'll recall all the show of force that we witnessed before the election and all the tough talk from security agencies. What does that say about their level of preparedness? And then how do we prevent a repeat of such violence during the governorship election? We already have some party officials warning civil servants who do not deliver their polling units to the governor of Lagos State not to report to work on Monday. How do we curb electoral violence going forward?
Electoral violence and electoral intimidation, inducement, these are things that will always plague our elections. But I've witnessed a number of elections, and in theory, studied quite a number of elections from 1964 through 1979, 1983 to the present elections, and then the famous 1993 elections. What I can tell you in comparison with the 2019 election is that there is a measure of reduction of violence. I saw the elections in the wake of return to democracy in 1999. It wasn't 1998, 1999. They were also ridden with a lot of violence and abuse of money. This time around, we expected more. The International Crisis Group expected the worst of times in 2015. It did happen. President Goodluck Jonathan averted that with that phone call. But what we have experienced now is that we have it on record that in several places, policemen were just idling away without much work to do, except in places where tempers were rising as a result of the dereliction of INEC officials. But in Lagos and some other places where there were clear-cut, invasion of polling areas, polling units by gunmen, by perpetrators of violence, we also saw that there was no appropriate response from the security agencies. That is a minus. Let me tell you this. If we want to curb violence in the coming election, I'm talking about in the governorship elections in March, it depends a whole lot on INEC and its officials. And then INEC must first of all realize this before I address that particular issue, that its failure in 2019 to punish many of his staff that actually disrupted the elections, that created room for violence and protestations, where we actually contributed again to the worst situation we had in Lagos. That's why, for example, when it was time for INEC officials to show up for the elections, they were not there. The ones who came did not bring electoral materials. However, what is important is this. We have records, we have reports of police actually taking down a particular party stalwart for trying to disrupt the counting process. In fact, lethal weapon was used, and the report, even though it's not widely confirmed, was that he was shot dead. That's a response from the police authorities with regards to trying to secure the ballot. Is that important? However, what the panacea to a situation where we would not resort too much of securitization of policing or militarization of our elections as it once was, is for INEC to simply do a good job. So INEC should take a whole lot of the blame. It can cure this, it can prevent this if it gives a list of its officials that contributed to the negligence, to the failures that occurred in Lagos and Bayelsa and other places. Let me tell you, particularly, INEC requires under Section 120, the Section 120 of the Electoral Act, INEC requires an explanation from any of its officers where there are cases of late coming. It's not enough that in cases where you don't show up at all, INEC needs to publish the names of those officials who ought to be on those polling units that didn't show up. And the law, particularly in section 120, subsection 2 and 3, require from these officials to give written explanations to INEC why they were not there. And for the ones that came late, they also they are required by law to give explanations. It doesn't end there. Whatever explanations they give, they will be further subjected to trial because they are truncating a very important process that holds the society together when they choose not to come. Let me tell you, there is a particular oath that officials who conduct our elections take, and that they are committed to it with all that they have. When they fail, it amounts to a very serious offense. And I think that 12 months imprisonment is even a light offense, or given an option of fine of mere 500,000 naira, it makes it light. And that's why these persons can choose to say they are not coming. In fact, anybody who knows that he cannot deliver on the responsibility of being an INEC staff or an INEC ad hoc staff should not take it, because if they take it, they have a very crucial responsibility to deliver. In the cases of Lagos, Bayelsa, and some other places, and in fact, every other place where election did not take place at the appropriate time that gave reason for tempers to rise, all those officials must be listed. That is where INEC failed in 2019 by encouraging impunity. It didn't hold anybody accountable for the failures to which INEC is vicariously liable for. So that needs to be addressed so that we won't have a repeat of this kind of derelictions that are leading to tempers rising and then almost spoiling the huge work that the whole world, the international community, INEC, and Nigerian government, and especially the legacy of President Muhammadu Buhari was about to be destroyed. Hoping that we'll get over it in the next few days, especially particularly by Wednesday.
And Frank, speaking of this repeat, it seems like it's an unfortunate case of deja vu from the 2019 elections. If you recall, it was tangled up with the Supreme Court. We had issues with the server. So some other technological issues that muddied the waters as to the results. Now it seems like we have the same thing again for this BVAS/IREV situation. And are we even surprised that none of these issues were discussed at the press conference of the INEC chairman yesterday afternoon? My question, I know you don't work for INEC, but let's just troubleshoot here a little bit. Was it the BVAS that failed, or was it INEC that failed by not uploading the results to the IREV portal? Was it INEC that failed that didn't train some of the on-ground staff in order to know how to upload the results to the IREV portal? What could have gone wrong in order for this technological green light that we were supposed to see in these elections, which were supposed to allow everything be instantaneous, a little more free and transparent? It seems like the instant results uploading did not happen. And this is why we see drag into today and possibly Tuesday and Wednesday. What went wrong? IREV, BVAS, INEC, all these acronyms.
All of the above, as you have listed, contributed to the disruptions and the disappointment that Nigerians experienced with the much touted application of technology to the process, to this electoral process, which we didn't really quite experience. However, I must say that a whole lot of correction has been made to many of that. But I will also point out to you that Section 47 of the Electoral Act, like I said in my earlier outing, does contemplate that there will be failures of technology. In the case of 2019, there wasn't a robust, copious, provision for the application of technology, as we now see expressly mentioned in 2022 Electoral Act. So let's give it to INEC that now it has been statutorily recognized, but again, the human element kept on failing. I come from my home state of Delta, particularly Ughelli North, for example. The results from Ward 6 were uploaded. But I can tell you, as at yesterday, where you could view all of these results from any part of the world, credit to INEC when it came to its senses and decided to make the results viewing portal to work. But when I got there to see what happened there, in Ughelli, for example, Ward 6 and the various polling units attached to Ward 6, you had the results sheets uploaded, but they were not decipherable in any way. You couldn't see any figure. And then in one very embarrassing situation, particularly in that same Ughelli, you saw a situation where the youth corps member uploaded her own picture and it's still there. You know, just imagine, it shows that training was not well done. Again, there are limitations to which INEC must acknowledge that its staff can actually frustrate its work. Again, the good thing about it is the corrective measure that law applies. Law does not only prescribe standards, it expects that there will be conflicts, it expects that there will be failures, it also expects that there will be sabotage. In that case, it imbues the manager, the electoral manager, with a lot of discretionary powers. And then you must have an atmosphere of free speech, freedom to be able to communicate and make protests and say such and such a thing, it's not working. INEC must have its ears to the ground in its situation room and in its media communication process to ensure that it listens enough to address complaints from these persons. I must agree and acknowledge that it was a fiasco indeed in the middle stage of the electoral process on Saturday, that things were not working. Many machines were not working. The INEC staff were many of them, several of them, especially in southern Nigeria, Lagos State and South Nigeria, were just frustrating the process. But INEC got itself back, and then the INEC review process was, review portal started working. Again, we must look at a situation like this. We are dealing with a large number of registered voters. Unfortunately, very, very unfortunately, the results that are coming in now seem to indicate a measure of voter apathy. So what has gone wrong? Well, I don't want to say that, is it because the vote buying as an incentive has actually been reduced tactically by a supposed policy of the federal government? I don't want to go into that. But I think that a situation where a greater confidence in the process is shored up by the way INEC manages it will be very much helpful.
I want you to hold on to your thoughts. We'll get back to you in a moment. Let's try to press on. Let's tell you that the All Progressive Congress presidential candidate Bola Ahmed Tinubu has appealed to residents of Lagos to be calm and avoid any act that can lead to the breakdown of law and order. Tinubu, in a statement on Monday by his campaign council spokesman, Bayo Onanuga, says that the outcome of the election in Lagos State, where the Labour Party's presidential candidate Peter Obi won the state, should not lead to violence. He says the beauty of democracy is that people have a right to vote for their candidate of the choice. According to Tinubu, as a Democrat, he is bound to accept the outcome of any election, whether favorable to him or not. Tinubu expressed serious concern over reports of violence in parts of Lagos State, especially reported attacks on some traders of Igbo origin, and also condemned any form of violence against people of any ethnic group in Lagos State.
Well, the International Republican Institute and National Democratic Institute's Joint Election Observation Mission has congratulated Nigerians for their resilience and enthusiasm in the presidential and National Assembly elections. The mission, led by the former president of Malawi, Dr. Joyce Banda, presented its preliminary statement about the February 25th elections in Nigeria, where it noted that despite the crowds in some polling stations and long waits, Voters demonstrated commitment to the process. The India IRI 40-member joint IOM was deployed across all 6 geopolitical regions of the country, and it observed all stages of the voting process.
A civil society organization says its observers who were deployed to monitor election exercises in some of the polling units across the state has recorded 97% of an atmosphere of orderliness. The general coordinator of the organization, Reverend Father Peter Akimumi, disclosed this while addressing journalists at the Just Watcher Election Observation Situation Room, located at the Justice Development and Peacemakers Center in Osogbo, the Osun State capital. He commended Inec for improvements on the electoral process in Nigeria in terms of planning and management at the polling units level.
JDPMC observed that there was deployment of Inec personnel to all polling units across the state. It further observed 96% of early commencement of voting, namely by 8:30 a.m. across Osun State. The beavers, which was used for accreditation of voters, was observed to have been deployed to all polling units. It, however, functioned in 99.73% of the polling units, which JDPMC observed. There was malfunctioning in 0.27. This is derived from the fact that of all the polling units observed, only 8 polling units had beavers malfunctioning, with 2 resolved. 6 were not resolved as at 3 p.m. There was a general atmosphere of orderliness in at least 97% of the polling units, with proper spacing to allow for the open secret balloting. Ad hoc personnel of Inec in all polling units did not have data on persons with disability in their polling units. They also confirmed that no assistive materials for such persons with disability were deployed to their polling units.
And we still have with us Arise analyst Frank Tietie. Frank, I want to say thank you for staying with us. And I would like to just draw your attention towards something, because reports have actually surfaced whereby police officers have been arrested in Rivers State for snatching ballot boxes. And we've seen pictures that have surfaced and videos that have surfaced online about all these malpractices. And I asked the question. People say that this was the essence of beavers, to checkmate all these excesses and ensure that it is reduced and limited. But ultimately, do you think the beavers was able to checkmate all these excesses in electoral malpractice? What's your overall assessment as we speak?
The bush with regards to that. When any people are committed to holding on to standards and actually applying or practicing them, you don't really need a technology to enhance that. But again, when a people supervised by authority figures, whether political figures or security personnel, are determined to subverting a well-intended process and application of technology, definitely they'll probably have their way. It is whether that will of subversion against the will of the state or the collective will of the people to ensure that there is standard, it is that contest that matters. So when you report to me, that there were actually cases of compromises,
continue. So may I invite the resident electoral commissioner for Ogun State, accompanied by the state collation officer for the presidential election for Ogun State, the process, some clarification on the issues.
On what happened in Lagos happens to be one state that has one person has actually declared his stance on what happened in Lagos happens to be Bola Tinubu. So he's spoken about saying that Lagosians should be calm. But let's cross over to the conference and the National Coalition Center, which you're seeing there. So the national chairman is speaking on that.
Some clarification on the issues raised. I crave your indulgence to give the clarification when we take the 3 states so that they go back. And then the process will continue. So may I invite the resident electoral commissioner for Ogun State, accompanied by the state collation officer for the presidential election for Ogun State, to make their presentation. I will come back to all the issues you have raised, I promise you. Okay. Okay, go ahead. Please resume your seat. You will be given the opportunity to speak. Please resume your seat. Where is the mic?
Mr. Chairman, sir, I represent the Labour Party. We have made observations. We've craved the indulgence of the Commission to take seriously our observation, and it appears that the Commission is not willing to listen to our own observations. It is in this note that we have, as a party, believed in your own statement and in the statement of the Commission, which you have been promising Nigerians that you are going to conduct credible and acceptable election through the Vivas, which has been acclaimed, which has been said that it is going to be used for the purpose of uploading all the results. As it is, most of the results that have come so far were made observation. From the one that you have even declared here, we observed overvotings. And we have received from our own agent that the upload from the Bibas has not been taking place. So we therefore are not going to accept what we are presenting to us here. This is the position of the Labour Party.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Ina Okopi Agu. I'm the National Secretary of the African Action Congress. I'd like to refer us to the Electoral Act 2022 as amended. Section 64, subsection, you can refer to 64, section 64, subsection 4A and B. With your kind permission, I'll read. It says, a collation officer or returning officer at an election shall collate and announce the result of an election subject to his or her verification and confirmation that a number of accredited voters stated on the collated results are correct and consistent with the number of accredited voters recorded and transmitted, the keyword there is transmitted, directly from polling units under section 40, subsection 2 of this act as amended. B, the votes stated on the collated results are correct and consistent with the votes or results recorded and transmitted, keyword again, directly from polling units under section 60, subsection 4 of the act as amended. Now the point is, when I stood up the other time, the point we raised was that any scope that comes here to share and give Nigerians results from their state, you must demand from them. If these results they are uploading or they are giving to us here
had been uploaded before presenting to Nigerians. This is a simple thing that we want, so that it is consistent with what the Electoral Act has requested the Commission to do. I don't know if this makes sense, sir. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Emeka Ihedioh. Mr. Chairman, I can proudly say that I'm a person of high standing in our society. I've been a legislator for 12 years. I was a presiding officer. Mr. Chairman, I was elected by my people as their governor. Mr. Chairman, I understand the process and procedures. I'm a person who values the integrity of our system. But when there are doubts, it's important we all come up on one page. Sir, the desire of most Nigerians is that this process should be seen as free, fair, and transparent. I have been in contact with several agents of our parties across the country. Now, the fact is that results uploaded from polling units in a number of states are not what is being collected. Now, we've had incidents of hijack, we've had incidents of result writing, we've had incidents of manipulation. It makes sense that we interrogate these processes so that we, at this point, if a result is collected and we accept that those results are okay, then it's good to go. If we do not interrogate this process at this point, then it means that our business here has undermined the process. Mr. Chairman, I plead with you to appreciate the point we've raised and give some time to look at this so that the integrity is sustained. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for this opportunity. I want to actually refer the Commission because we have so much confidence, we from the political parties, we have so much confidence in your leadership. And we know, as a matter of fact, we've been engaged with a lot of quarterly meetings, we have discussed a lot, and we believe you want to give Nigerians the best. And the greatest thing you can do for us is, at the end of the day, let Nigerians, the votes that Nigerians casted be what will be declared. I am very much aware that Section 65 of the Electoral Act, I know this Commission has powers for review. If there are states, for instance, where there are discrepancies, I know Section 65, subsection C, that has to do with the declaration of scores of candidates and the return of a candidate, provided that the Commission shall have the powers within 7 days to review the declaration and return where the Commission determines that the said declaration and return was not made voluntarily or was made contrary to the provisions of the law, regulations, and guidelines, and the manual for election. Sir, please hearken to the cry and the voice of political parties, which I know and we trust you. Don't look at any pressure. We know you can handle this. After all, when forces we are trying to remove you as Inec chairman, we stood by you. And we believe you can give Nigerians the best. If there are areas where there are discrepancies, I know you have the powers to review. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Nkem Okando, agent for ADC. Mr. Chairman, I've actually listened to my colleagues, and I want to urge and plead. Since it is obvious that the results, most of them have not been uploaded on the polling unit according to the electoral law that we just read, I want to appeal that we adjourn this session to maybe 24 hours to enable the state people, the state collection officers, to upload all their polling unit results so that we can proceed. Thank you.
Good day, Mr. Chairman. I still represent APP. Chinemeluba is my name. It is surprising that political parties who are supposed to be fighting now are in unison saying the same thing. Not just surprising, but fundamental. There is no point progressing in error, Mr. Chairman. We are racing to nowhere. This election started on Saturday. Today is almost over. I insist, in line with my colleagues here, that we get it right. Let us get it right before we proceed with the collation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Dino Melaya, PDP. Mr. Chairman, I said the voice of the people is the voice of God. Those of us who spoke from this angle are representatives of the political parties that participated in this election. And it is only responsible for Inec to listen to us. When you made your presentation earlier, you made it look as if agents are just here to rubber stamp whatever the returning officers are presenting. Because you said you passed that stage, it's at the stage of ward, polling units. But the provisions of Section 65 have already mandated you, because you are also a returning officer in this election. It's just the difference is that they are returning officers from the states and you are returning results for the presidential election. And the provision of Section 65 is very, very unambiguous and is clear. And it is that you have the power and capacity to review results here. And you cannot review results if there are no agitation of infractions from the political parties. And that is what we are saying. That we cannot move forward except the law is respected, except the promise you made to Nigerians. I have just done a little research. You have promised Nigerians 68 times that beavers will work. And my brother Barrister Festus Okoye, after I checked using Google machine, I promised Nigeria 118 times that beavers will work. We want to see it work and working by going to the portal to see all these results. It worked in Edo, it worked in Osun, it must work in this presidential election. We cannot proceed with computation or collation of results when we cannot see. The confidence we have in this electoral act is the introduction of the electronic transmission of results. If that is not done, then there is no difference between what we are doing now and what we did in 2015, because what you are doing is practical manual collation. That means the billions of taxpayers' money, including mine, that was spent on the issue of beavers and transmission of electronic results is wasted. And we should not be wasters. We want a categorical response on this issue of uploading results. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Nze Frank White. I represent the APP. Mr. Chairman, last Saturday, Nigerians trooped out in their mass, in millions, because of the confidence that the electronic transmission of results put in them. They came out and, it was so massive that so many of them left what they're supposed to do. Those days of playing football in the streets were not seen on Saturday. Mr. Chairman, the integrity of this process will stand undermined if the electronic transmission that my colleagues here have requested is not guaranteed. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First, I will seek a clarification. Do we speak as individuals or we speak for the parties? A situation where two persons are speaking on behalf of a party. I speak for APC, and I would not think after I've spoken for APC, my colleague should also get up to say he's also speaking for APC. We are not, in my opinion, in a debate. I will also correct the impression when it was said that the political parties are in unison. We are not in unison with, excuse me, Mr. Senator Melaye and Right Honorable, with all respect, kindly let me speak. We are not in unison with them. A lot of law has been procured, preferred, and quoted here, most especially Section 65, which says the Commission shall have the powers. These powers have been conferred on the Commission by statute, and it is the discretion of the Commission to exercise its powers as it deems fit, and not whether we demand it or we want to proclaim or dictate it. Secondly, sir, the same section has gone further that a decision of the returning officer under subsection 1 may be reviewed by an election tribunal. And I think if we are not satisfied, like has been rightly said, the whole world is watching this process. We should let the process run its course. Like has been rightly observed, there were elections in other places, some of which have been contested in the courts. Why is this being made to be different? Let the results be presented. And just to add, that the provision of Section 60, subsection 4, that is now being misrepresented here, says upload from polling units. But we are not here to debate whether it was uploaded or not. That cannot be reviewed here. So my appeal is for the Commission to proceed with its constitutional duty and make the results available. If we are not satisfied, we will approach the election tribunal. And that is all we are praying for. Like we said, the whole world is watching us. I appeal, sir, Mr. Chairman, that you proceed and do the needful and exercise the powers conferred on you by both the Constitution and the Electoral Act, and let us have the results so we can take necessary steps as we may deem fit. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, any more?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. My name is Zafanaya Gisalo. I represent NRM. Mr. Chairman, I've been in the parliament to also make the law and also make the electoral act. Like my senior colleague said, Emeka Edoha. The law is there. The act is there. And just like the Section 65 have said, the power is given to the Inec to conduct this election. And election process had been laid down from the polling unit, which all of us went around to vote. And then after they are counted, the beavers were there to know the number of people, the agents were there, now the collation to the vote collection center. Everything was tight. The agents were there to see what all was done at the polling unit. And from there, the process is also there to go to the local government headquarters. This thing we are done and then subsequently move to the ward, move to the state. And in the state level, all these things were checked. And I don't think there was any problem. Other, all these things have been addressed right from there. Coming here to talk on this issue, we are contrary to some of the agents that are said, whatever they mean, we should not derail this transition. We should not derail to deceive Nigerians on what is happening. What has come here is the right thing that has been done.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Clement Ojukwu. I represent Labour Party. Sir, this is democracy. And we have spoken on behalf of our people. As you have promised Nigerians before today, that our votes are going to count. In addition to that, you told us, or you told Nigerians, that our result will be transmitted electronically. It is not too much to demand of you to fulfill your promises. Again, remind those that is telling you of your supreme powers. Tell them you are not a military officer, but you are a leader of democracy in this country. Please kindly do the needful by telling the coalition officers from the state to first tell us how these results were transmitted before now. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, please.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Bame Vidieno, the agent for Young Progressives Party, YPP. I don't want to be seen to be taking sides on the side of anybody, but on the side of the law. I want to state that this is a fifth level of coalition. The first was at the polling unit, then at the ward coalition center, the local government coalition center, then the state coalition center, before coming to this coalition center, which is the fifth. And I think if there was any issue that should have been raised concerning transmission of results or whatever, they would have been tackled at those stages by our agents, which we had at all the various levels. I think what we are doing here is not in tandem with what ought to be done. I think that this process should be allowed to go, since we couldn't tackle whatever problems, issues we had at the earlier levels. Then if this process is concluded, we have the election petition tribunals that could handle whatever problems that are being raised here. I think the Inec at this stage now should be allowed to go on with the coalition. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much.
Chairman, can I make a quick remark? Chairman, please.
This is...
No, I know I'm not a politician and I don't intend to be one. But we all have a stake and we all have a voice. Let me appeal to our politicians, respected individuals, to please calm down. The soul of this nation is in this hall today. And any individual that inflames this nation and create chaos, history will not forgive you. I appeal to you all. Every one of you have a very important point and you have laid it out. Please, I don't also think in the Electoral Act that politicians have a right to stop this process. I don't like what has happened as an individual, but let's respect the law and let the law take its course. And you have every right to challenge the outcome. Please, my brother Dino and everybody, please, On behalf of the entire nation, we are please asking you please to calm down. Let us have this process, and then we, civil society, will back you and challenge whatever it is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have heard everything that you have said, but I'm going to comment on 3 issues. The first one, which was the starting point of all this lengthy conversation, is over the allegation of overvoting in the result presented yesterday from Ekiti State. What is overvoting? Where the total number of votes cast is higher than the number of accredited voters. Based on the original of the document signed by party agents at state level and the spreadsheet before me, there was no overvoting in Ekiti State. The total number of accredited voters is 315,058. That is what is on the authentic document. Any other figure that shows anything at variance with this did not emanate from the Commission. We provided a detailed breakdown of the scores by political parties across the board. Towards the end of the spreadsheet, we provided 3 columns. The first column is total valid votes, and that is 308,171. Total rejected votes, 6,301. Total votes cast, valid or rejected, is 314,472, which is actually lower than 315,058. Let me recap. Total number of accredited voters, 315,058. Total votes cast, both valid and invalid, is 314,472. There is no overvoting. When you compare the total number of votes cast and the number of accredited voters, if there is anything, you may actually say that there was undervoting, not overvoting. So that is my response to the first issue raised. And I repeat myself once again for clarity. If there is any figure different from what I have presented and what came from the manual forms completed by the State Collation Officer for the presidential election from Ekiti State, please discountenance that figure. It did not emanate from the Commission. I saw some postings on the social media to the effect that the Ekiti election result was published on the 20th of February, 5 days ahead of the election. And what is the evidence? They took the result presented yesterday and took the total number of registered voters for Ekiti State and concluded that the results were prepared several days before the election. All Nigerians will bear me witness that here in this hall, we presented the hard copies of the total number of registered voters in Nigeria on state-by-state basis and the number of PVCs collected. And that information, as we speak, is on the Commission's website. So if anybody is trying to be clever by half, by taking figures from somewhere and saying, oh, these results were published or released ahead of the election, that one can only pass for fake news. And I'm sure that we are responsible citizens not to fall for fake news. So my first response is that for the election results presented for Ekiti, there was no overvoting. Overvoting means the total number of votes cast is higher than the number of accredited voters. The number of accredited voters is in this particular case higher than the total number of votes cast. So that's my first response. My second response is, are the figures consistent from what transpired at the polling units and what was uploaded or ought to have been uploaded to the IRF portal? I am satisfied that the figures on this spreadsheet emanated from the process that transpired at the polling units. The polling units are the only places where citizens vote. Whatever you do thereafter is just collation of result. And we have provided the votes scored by each political party. However, if any political party believes that the figures they have from the hard copies of the results given by their polling agents at the level of collation, that the figures are inconsistent with what has been provided on the spreadsheet that we projected yesterday, I would like that political party to forward the information to the Commission so that we can speak on the basis of facts. I like the suggestion made that the Commission has power under the Electoral Act to review results, but that power is contingent upon one procedure. The process has to be concluded first before you can then talk about power to review. I want to assure political parties that any evidence that you have of any alleged wrongdoing at any level of the process, whether it's at the polling unit or at collation level, please forward this information. And I promise you, as soon as the process is concluded, we will then do the review as provided by law. On this note, I beg you for us to proceed with the process. Thank you very much. Okay. Now that we have established calm, we can calmly proceed with the process and conclude in the best interest of our country. So may I invite the resident electoral commissioner for Ogun State to present, to introduce himself, and for the state collation officer for the presidential election from Ogun State to similarly introduce himself and present the result from Ogun State. The resident electoral commissioner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My name is Olani Ijalayi. I am the resident electoral commissioner, Inec in Ogun State.
Thank you very much, distinguished chairman of Inec. My name is Professor Kayode Adebowale, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Ibadan, and I'm the State Coalition Officer for the Presidential Election Scope of the 25th of February 2023 in Ogun State. The result for the presidential election held on the 25th of February 2023 in Ogun State are as follows. Total number of registered voters. Total number of registered voters. 2,688,305. 2,688,305. Total number of accredited voters. 612,341. 612,341. The total number of votes received by the presidential candidate of each of the political parties are as follows. Party A. Party A, 1153. AA. AA, 331. 331. AAC. AAC, 923. 923. ADC. ADC, 10529. 10529. ADP. ADP, 1734. 1734. APC. APC, 341,554. 341,554. APGA, APGA. APGA, APGA, 934. 934. APM. APM, 6012. 6012. APP. APP, 326. 326. BP. BP, 374. 374. LP. LP, 85829. 85829. NNPP. NNPP, 2200. 2200. NRM. NRM, 542. 542. PDP. PDP, 1, 2, 3, 8, 3, 1. 1, 2, 3, 8, 3, 1. PRP, PRP, 356, 356. SDP, SDP, 738, 738. YPP, YPP, 366, 366. ZLP, ZLP, 2392. Total number of valid votes. Total number of valid votes. 580,124. 580,124. Total number of rejected votes. Total number of rejected votes. 31324. 31324. Total vote cast. Total votes cast. 611,448. 611,448. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Prof. and Scope for Ogun State. Were there places where election was not held or the outcome of the election cancelled?
There are places where we have cancellation. They have been compiled. The respective forms, which is EC 40G, was filled during the state collation exercise yesterday. They were all displayed. And the reasons for the cancellation ranges from overvoting. There are some that voters refuse to use the BVAS. And also there are some that was disruption, which probably some thugs came, but they did not cut away with any election material in any of our polling stations throughout Ogun State.
Okay, thank you very much. Party agents, any comments or observations to the scope? Okay, please submit your result.
Thank you, sir.
How people try though?
Thank you very much, Scope. And the original handwritten completed from ECAD has been duly countersigned by agents of political parties present during state collation in Abeokuta. Thank you. Thank you, VC. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Right. Thank you very much. And I wish you a good day. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, okay. Okay, Coalition Secretariat, which state is next? Oyo, where is Ramon Taylor, the resident electoral commissioner? Oyo? Okay, no, Oyo is there, and there is another state also in the holding area. So, are you ready, Oyo? Okay, please come forward along with the state collation officer. Sarek, please introduce yourself, and the scope should introduce himself and present the results for Oyo State.
My name is Dr. Taylor Adinion Abdurrahman, resident electoral commissioner, Oyo State.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I am Professor Olushola Babatunde Kehinde, the Vice Chancellor, Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta, and the State Collation Officer for the presidential election in Oyo State. Thank you, sir. For the presidential election that held on the 25th of February, 2023, we have the following as the results of the election. 1, the total number of registered voters in Oyo State. Total number of registered voters, 3276,675. 3276,675. Total number of accredited voters, 854,439. 854,439. The total number of votes received by the presidential candidate of each of the political parties are as follows. Party A, 39514. 39514. Party AA, 1124. 1124. Party AAC, 1153. 1153. ADC, 6080. ADC, 6080. ADP, 2298. 2298. APC, 449884. 449884. APGA 1368, 1368, APM 462, 462, APP 1985, 1985, BP 363, LP 99110, 99110, NNPP 4095, 4095, NRM 659, 659, PDP 182977, 182977, PRP 433, 433, SDP 14517, 14517, YPP 572, 572, ZLP 2891, 2891. Total valid votes 809485, 809485. Rejected votes 42471, 42471. Total votes cast, total votes cast 851956, 851956. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Scope. Were there places where elections did not hold or cancelled?
Yes, sir. Elections were cancelled in 17 polling units in 14 registration areas.
Reason?
Overvoting, sir. And the total number of cancelled votes were 7363. 7363.
Okay, thank you very much. Any comments, observations, suggestions? Okay, thank you very much. Please step forward to present your result.
everybody.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, we move to Yobe State. Is the REC and the State Collection Officer around? Is the REC as well as the scope? Okay.
My name is Ibrahim Abdullahi, the resident electoral commissioner, Yobe State.
My name is Professor Umaru A. Pate, Vice Chancellor of the Federal University Kashere in Gombe State. I am the State Collation Officer for the presidential election of 25 February 2023 in Yobe State. With me is Ibrahim Abdullahi, the resident electoral commissioner for Yobe State. The result for the presidential election held on 25th February 2023 in Yobe State are as follows. Total number of registered voters, 1485146. Total number of registered voters, 1485146. Total number of accredited voters, 398874. Total number of accredited voters, 398874. Total number of votes received by the presidential candidate of each of the political parties as follows. A party, 312. A party, 312. AA, 915. AA, 915. AAC, 221. AAC, 221. ADC, 1034. ADC, 1034. ADP, 1295. ADP, 1295. APC, 15145. APC, 15145. 959. Am I correct? Okay. 151459. Abga 875. Abga 875. APM 472. APM 472. APP 256. APP 256. BP 149. BP 149. LP 2406. LP 2406. NNPP 18270. NNPP 18270. NRM 672. NRM 672. PDP 198567. PDP 198567. PRP 265. PRP 265. SDP 192. SDP 192. YPP 630. YPP 630. ZLP 407. ZLP 407. Total number of valid votes 378397. Total number of valid votes 378397. Total number of rejected votes 18934. 18934. Total votes cast 397331. Total votes cast 397331. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any polling units where elections were not held or cancelled?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. 1 in Fika. We had one of the polling booths with about 768 voters registered, and total number of PVCs collected 768. But because of faulty BVA, they couldn't vote. Then we also had Jakusko with LG code 04. One polling unit also affected with about 1073 voters. There was destruction of polling materials, and because of that, it was cancelled. The reports are attached to the submission here, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much. Any comments, any observation? Okay, please step forward to submit your result. I understand that Enugu State will be ready in the next 10 minutes. So wait for the next 10 minutes to check Enugu. I also understand that Lagos and Gombe are approaching the building. Thank you. So 10 minutes, we'll take Enugu State.
So they've got 10 minutes break, after which they'll return, and I think they said they'll go to Enugu State. But a couple of states have been declared here today: Oyo, Ogun, Yobe, and counting. So the APC clinching Oyo, Ogun, and the PDP clinching Yobe states. So more results expected after all the drama that we saw that went on earlier before this latest results were declared. So we also did see a number of party agents who stormed out of that collation center, the National Collation Center. So interesting scenario. They are up in arms after all that argument about the propriety, the legality of the process, whether or not they were going to continue, citing several provisions of the Electoral Act. And goodness, and here we are now. But Mr. Uzi, what's your impression of what's played out so far?
Well, there's a debate as to whether what is going on now is in accordance with the Electoral Act and whether it's in accordance with the Inec regulations and guidelines. My only challenge about the position of the political parties is that they have not come to say that the results being announced are not in conformity with the scores or the total number of accredited voters as they observed in the lower levels of collation. They are not challenging the scores. They're challenging the process and the procedure. They're challenging the fact that Inec guidance provides for a comparison being made with the results as exhibited, as displayed in the IREF portal. And it's a choice between let us follow the process as outlined, the architecture as outlined in the Electoral Act and in the Inec guidelines, or let us ensure that we speedily dispose of this result collation process. So it will appear to me the Inec has chosen the latter. We would rather than wait for the IREF portal to be up and running and display all the results. Yeah. Nobody knows how long that will take. The statement yesterday said we were in this process of resolving all the issues. I think there's still one or two challenges. So it depends on which you think should follow. Are you a process person, technical process person, or Nigerians are interested in timelessly getting to hear who the next president, what are the scores?
So just to put it out there,
okay.
Those are PDP, LP, APP, SDP, and ADC.
Walked out.
The parties who walked out.
So, but is that not opening up INEC to litigation? I mean, the fact that there's a law that provides procedural guidelines, and you even had a guideline that sort of enhances the act. Is that not opening yourself up to litigation, seeing that you're going contrary to what you put out as a procedure?
Well, either course of action will open Inec to litigation, and especially in electoral matters, we are a litigious community. Don't forget that there are over 700 cases dealing with party primaries, intra-party affairs.
As we speak.
Inec is joined as a necessary defendant, but it's not primary elections conducted by Inec, even conducted by the political parties themselves. That's the level of disputation that we have within the parties. So yes, definitely, I think your question was more the likelihood of success of those challenges.
Okay.
But
all right, gentlemen, pardon me.
Okay.
We need to just bring you the walkout, and then after they walked out, they spoke to the press behind this collation center. So we caught up with some of them after they made their points. Have a listen.
Now that we have established calm, we can calmly proceed with the process and conclude in the.
We party agents haven't observed that the national chairman of INEC is determined to rig the election by making sure that results are not uploaded, by vehemently making a presentation that makes it look as if we are all here to rubber stamp the fraud that has been cooked between INEC and APC. We are saying that we are not here to rubber stamp the electoral fraud that have been prepared by Inec and APC. We are Nigerians and we all know that there is nowhere on the server that results have been uploaded. It's now saying we should wait for the process to be completed. But the political parties here stage a walkout to express the unfortunate politicization and commercialization of our electoral process.
How many of the parties are staging a walkout?
We are about 9-10 of us here, understand? And we are saying that INEC is compromised, APC have influenced INEC, and we can see results have been changed. We have records of where elections did not take place and results have been prepared. We have records of where the beavers were not used and results have been pronounced. What is difficult in the INEC chairman showing the uploaded results so that we can compare and interrogate that with the presentation that is made by the state returning officers. But they cannot upload results. They cannot show us uploaded results because they know that what they are going to upload will be at variance with what they are presenting to Nigerians. So the electoral process have been rigged. INEC have rigged the 2023 elections and we are completely dissociating ourselves from it and we know what to do next.
How many parties staged a walkout this afternoon?
Well, we are about 10 political parties that have actively participated in the election.
So are you saying that you would no longer, your party, the Labour Party, will no longer participate in this election?
We have already participated in the election.
Or in the collation process?
The only thing we are challenging the process in which they are declaring the results. You understand? They have promised us that they are going to use beavers. Beavers are used, but the result of the beavers have not been uploaded. What they are giving us now are doctor results, they are fake results, and that is why we do not accept it. And we have called on the INEC chairman. If he did not agree and did not accept what we are telling you, how shall we accept what he is telling us? It's a result that we have a complaint from our agent. We have seen it. Everybody have seen it. We have seen where infractions have been happening, and we have seen where doctor results have been submitted. Our agent have reported to us. This is what we are not. That is what they are telling us here. So, and he wants us to just rubber stamp what they are telling us, and then as APC have suggested that we should meet. They should meet in court, and that's what is succumbing to it.
So what next? So what next for your party? What next?
Well, the next thing is we have done what we are doing now, and then we are going to take the instructions from our masters.
All right, so some of the political party agents that staged a walkout at that National Coalition Center, they've taken a break now. But Abosede, what's going through your mind?
So, I mean, the first thing I did is I went to the IREF portal and I'm just looking at, obviously, how far do we have to go? And it shows that 62,736 results have now been uploaded. But as you know, there are 176 and about 606 polling units. And so technically, we're still around 40%, right? So I think there are two things here. The political parties that walked out were very clear about what they would prefer. And what they're saying is adjourn this process, okay? Now, I think that it's important to highlight that the cost of that to Nigerians is that they need to wait,
okay,
right? But we started this conversation by saying, wow, it's been 48 hours.
Yeah.
And we just don't know. We're not in position to say how long it would take for INEC to upload those results such that when the scope comes and is announcing, they can display it for us. So it's a valid ask, definitely. And I think in line with the Electoral Act that, the part of the Electoral Act and the guidelines that have already been stated, it is a valid ask. However, I think it's important to understand what is at stake, if we were to go in that direction.
Prof, we'll come back to you in a minute, but just quickly go to this APC's press release. The Tinubu to Lagosians, he did ask that they become and maintain peace. So he did say, all Progressives Congress, the presidential candidate Bola Ahmed Tinubu appeals to Lagos State, people in Lagos State to become and eschew any acts that can lead to breakdown of law and order. He said the outcome of the election in Lagos, where Labour Party won the presidential election, should not be a source of provocation, saying that the beauty of democracy is that people have a right to vote for the candidate of their choice. Okay, so we can go ahead and listen to some of them.
We have credible information from my colleagues at the bar. They have consulted some of my colleagues at the inner bar, senior advocates like me, who they have told to shop to go and prepare court papers and proceed to court. I want to appeal to the judiciary to remember the famous or the infamous Justice Inec of June 12th. We should not have a replay of the situation of Justice Inec and what happened to her and what happened to her thereafter. That is my appeal to the judiciary, which is still my primary constituency. Please, please, and please, they should not scuttle democracy. If they think that Inec has subverted provisions of the law in releasing the results, we will meet them anywhere in court, because we say that there is no such provision legally binding on Inec, and that overrides provision of both the Constitution and the Electoral Act that says that results must be uploaded before they are declared. What the law still recognizes is the manual step-by-step collation until the announcement of the results at the National Collation Center as provided for by law. There is nothing, and let me tell you this. I want you to simply ask the PDP. It's not called, I mean, for the LP, they have called for the cancellation of the results. Fair, well and good. We'll meet them anyway. But for the PDP, I want you to ask a critical question to all these drama kings you are seeing up and down, making noise without substance. Have you picked up a particular result from a particular state and compared it with the ones your agent submitted, and tell the world which unit has been altered, which ward result has been altered, which state result has, tell the world.
All right, so there you go. The All Progressives Congress also giving their press conference concerning what they seen going on, reactions to the PDP, Labour Party, SDP, APP, the agents and their parties who staged the walkout and calling for cancellation, or they're not believing in the entire process. Well, Prof, you've heard what's going on now. What did you make of it?
Yeah, I think it's patently very risky for INEC to put on hold the process of announcement of the results. It immediately declared that INEC has admitted that it's lost in crisis. And I think that's what should not be done.
Okay. By the way, Labour Party also had their briefing, just ended moments ago, as a matter of fact. So they're all having these briefings going all over the place, and pressmen will have to make sure we catch snippets, if not the entire thing. So that also went on, and I think subsequently we will. Okay, here it is, by the way.
He has repeated his promise multiple times.
Challenge,
Okay, so that is Labour Party's Akin Oshuntogun. Okay, so he's clearly stating their party's position, but previously I think they had also spoken about how they do not believe in the process previously before today. So this is an addition to what they said previously. Go ahead.
Yeah. I think that the position of the chairman of INEC is reasonable. But that means the case has not been closed. And because, as he himself admitted, once the announcement process is concluded, then the possibility of review can then be activated. Now, but what the political parties are saying is very important for us to note. The first is that they have discovered some discrepancies between what has been announced at the local government level as the result of the state and what they have from their party agents. That's the first point. Then secondly, they said by not uploading the results for access, the argument or their fear is that INEC is not confident that what is going to be uploaded corresponds to what actually happened at the polling unit. They may be wrong, they may also be right. But the important point is really this, that when you look at the local government figures, you can't compare those figures with the polling unit figures that the political parties are talking about. That's why that IREV portal is so important for the purposes of transparency.
Okay, Prof, just for clarity, now those images you see, this press conference by Labour are the initial images that we do have, but we will bring you what they actually said in the press conference. So just stay with us, we'll bring you that one. Conclude your thoughts.
So, which makes it very difficult to argue that the parties do not have any ground for the complaints that they are making. I think what they are trying to do is to establish an environment where it will be clearly established that they have protested the results. Because they are now going to go a step further to put all the documents that they have together and begin to get ready for that review. And if that doesn't happen, of course, to get ready for litigation.
So let me ask this question. Abosede, maybe you come in here. Why go down a wrong, well, not a wrong road, a tedious road? Why go down a tedious road when you can stop and make amends? I mean, going by the guidelines that Inec, and I asked this question earlier, Mr. Ozzy also attempted to answer that question. You have the law, you put out a guideline for yourself and for every other person. And in the course of executing your assignment, you are reminded, this is what you said. Can you stop, correct yourself, and then we continue? And that becomes too difficult.
So I think you're looking at it, as an isolated case. Everything that you have said is correct. However, given what is currently happening, the stakes are too high for the INEC chairman to pause this process. It's going to feel like 72 hours, the next 10 hours or 12 hours before they resume at 11 a.m. again tomorrow is going to feel like 24 hours. So the INEC chairman, as the returning officer for the presidential election, has made a call, right? Whether this is the best call at this time, I mean, we can argue about that.
Okay.
I would say it is, giving what is at stake. Because ultimately, I think in the midst of all of this, the most important people are those people who went out to vote.
Yeah, Ms. Uzi, I'm wondering. Okay, sorry, you want to?
You see, it's very tempting to say, put it on hold. I mean, if you just create an image of June 12th, that the elections were going on, at the point of announcement of result, you suspend the process.
Okay, a couple of things from that. Now, Ms. Uzi, did INEC play into their hands on the one hand? And secondly, I'm also wondering, having been experienced, not the first election for the chairman, perhaps could he have, with the benefit of hindsight, just say, well, I think I might have an idea where this is headed. If they were asking, Mr. Chairman, you have the powers, could you let the returning officers just corroborate and say what we are announcing is in line with what is on the portal or what has been uploaded, and tell us whether it's been uploaded or not? So should he have made a call at that point?
First of all, whether Inec is playing into their hands, I think we should fall back to the Inec statement of yesterday, that they intended to comply with this. They intended to go ahead as required in the regulations. But for certain reasons, these things have not come online. They've not come up on the portal. So I don't think from the explanation, I don't think they had a choice. But now is the call he has made. Do you proceed to start collation even without rectifying whatever challenges or issues you have with the portal, or you'll do what you're doing now? Each individual can make up their minds about that.
Okay.
I wanted to quickly take you up on Section 65, which is something that has been quoted quite copiously by some of the agents, and they kept on talking about it. They talk about, and Section 65 talks about the decision of returning officer on ballot paper. I think that's the header you have there. It talks about the decision of the returning officer shall be final on any question arising from or relating to A, an unmarked ballot paper, B, rejected ballot paper, and C, declaration of scores of candidates and return of a candidate. That is what Section 65 says. And then it also says provided that the commission shall have the power within 7 days to review the declaration and return where the commission determines that the said declaration and return was not made voluntarily or was made contrary to the provisions of the law, regulations, and guidelines and manual for the election. Correct. That is, it looks like it's referring largely to the presiding officer at the polling unit because it's talking about ballot paper. But right now, we all know that the INEC chairman is a returning officer for the presidential elections. Correct. So precisely what are they asking him to do, referring to Section 65 of this Electoral Act?
I really don't know. I'm not too sure whether the reference to Section 65 is opposite. I'm not sure. But when you say it's talking about presiding officers, yes and no. Don't forget that the unit results are the building blocks of everything else. We are here because of the unit results.
Yeah.
So whatever challenges like marking a ballot paper in the unit result is transferred to the next level of question, to ward level. Unfortunately, we're not privy to what happened at the ward level, whether objections were raised or nothing, and they're not referencing that, and also to the local government coalition level and the state coalition level.
Okay, Mr. Ozzy, sorry,
Yes.
if I may come in here.
Yes.
Let's again go back a bit. Section 64.
Yes.
Says the presiding officer, Section 64(1),
yes,
shall endorse the word rejected on the ballot paper. Rejected.
Yes.
Okay, let's go down to if an objection of the decision of a presiding officer to reject the ballot is raised by a candidate or a polling agent. Let's go to 4. A collation officer or returning officer at an election shall collate and announce the result of an election subject to his or her verification and confirmation that the number of accredited voters stated on the collated results are correct and consistent with the number of accredited voters recorded and transmitted directly from the polling unit under Section 472 of this Act. B, the votes stated on the collated results are correct and consistent with the votes or results recorded and transmitted directly. 5, subject to subsection 1, a collation officer or returning officer shall use the number of accredited voters recorded and transmitted directly from the polling unit under Section 472 of this Act, and the votes recorded and transmitted directly from polling units under Section 64 of this Act to collate and announce the result. Please, can you read from your guide there what the transmission there, by INEC's guidelines, what the transmission means?
Yes, it says paragraph 38 of the Inec guidelines. I don't know if your camera can catch this, Inec guidelines. And it says there that on completion.
Mr.
Yes.
Apologies. Yes. The ICC, I think as you can see a picture in the box, they've come back. And we'll have to go back there. So apologies, but let's get back to the ICC.
My name is Dr. Chukwemeka Joseph Chukwu, Honorable Resident Electoral Commissioner, Inec, Enugu State. Beside me is
I'm Professor Madu ABBC of Foiwe, Vice Chancellor Michael O'Brien, University of Agriculture Mudike, Coalition Officer for the presidential election in Enugu State.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. These are the results of the collation we did in Enugu State. The number of registered voters, 2,112,793. 2,112,793. Number of accredited voters, 482,990. 482,990. Votes received by political parties, A 165, 165, AA 77, 77, AAC 128, 128, ADC 282, 282, ADP 200, 200, APC 4772, 4772, APGA 1548, 1548, APM 351, 351, APP 209, 209, BP 504, 504, LP 428 640, 428 640, NNPP 1808, 1808, NRM 414, 414, PDP 15749, 15749, PRP 95, 95, SDP 103, 103, YPP 290, 290, ZLP 1089, 1089. Total valid votes 456 424, 456 424. Rejected votes 12467, 12467. Total votes cast 468 891, 468 891. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Any places where elections did not hold or cancellations?
Yes, Chairman, we had overvoting and disruption in Aninri, Uduma 2, and
Ezago, we also had disruption in Imbo, in Ogu. Those are the three areas that were affected.
Okay, total number of registered voters and PVCs collected. Are they all in the 40G?
Yes, they are. We have compiled them.
Okay, any comments, any observation on the Abia result? Sorry, Enugu result. Okay, thank you very much. Please step forward to present the result. Okay, I understand that Lagos is around. So let's give Lagos a few minutes to cross-check with the Coalition Secretariat before presenting the result. So we give Lagos a few minutes.
Have the announcements from the National Collation Center, where Enugu results were just called out from the figures there. Abosede, what do you think?
So, I mean, democracy is, supposed to be government for the people, by the people. This is what is unfolding, right? I think that it's very unique that we're seeing a lot of surprises. But as far as I'm concerned, these positions are no one's inheritance, right? And it is only, one thing that must be clear is that election is a pathway to good governance, right? And so this is an opportunity. If you have been voted out and somebody new has been voted in, this is an opportunity to give governance to the people. It's about the people. And I know that we're currently going through a process that is painful, that people have different opinions about, but I think that the Nigerian people should see it as a win through and through. And that's why I said, whatever it is that we're looking at, even in the process, we must prioritize the Nigerian people. And so the surprises are pleasant, is a pleasant surprise, a breath of fresh air. And I think it's important for people to know that public office, elective or appointive, is about giving the people good governance. And I think we're seeing it unfold.
Well, they're taking a break right now. I think Lagos is about to do its own announcement of the results, which we also heard from the local, that's the State Collation Center earlier. But perhaps in line with what some of the agents have been raising, the national chairman has asked the resident electoral commissioner to make sure they've cross-checked their figures. And that's why we have this lull right now. I don't know whether this, what exactly would they be cross-checking, Mr. Uzi? Can you let us know?
They might check whether the figures do add up, whether there's overvoting in any particular local government, whether there's overvoting in the whole state constituency, the total number of accredited voters according to the beavers, that read from the beavers, is equal or less than the total number of valid and invalid votes. The beavers records all the cards of the people who have come to vote and computes it, adds it up. Whereas if you have you'll compare that with the figure endorsed in the result sheet, ECHC, and also add the total number of valid votes of all the parties and invalid votes and see to whether there's any discrepancy. But I think there's also this issue of the polling unit result transmitted from onto the server. Okay. And the issue is that, to be fair, the chairman at this stage cannot be comparing 178,000 polling unit results. So it is deemed that they should have done so probably at the lowest level, which is the RA coalition.
Who should have done so?
The first coalition officer. And I think what we want is the assurance that that has been done. If the chairman is satisfied that that was done, which in this case hasn't been done because there are very few, 40% you computed earlier on. As of today, that is about 40% have been as of today, maybe an hour ago. So these are the kind of things that we...
Okay, so it's too late for the chairman to do that comparison, but...
Is that what you're saying?
No, that's what he's saying. I mean, Mr. Oz, if I get you right, you're saying it's probably too late for the chairman to be comparing notes with what's happening at the polling unit. Is that what you... at this point in time?
What it means, basically, if you take this literally, he's supposed to do that. But you don't expect the chairman to... Every coalition officer, because it doesn't discriminate. The section you read, section 64.
Yeah.
64.4 does not. Let's just go back to 64.4 as well. A coalition officer or returning officer at an election shall collate and announce the result of an election subject to the following. He's a returning officer. He's going to collate the president and return. But so, and don't forget there are 176
polling units. Yeah.
Polling units. I don't think the law, if you separate that way, it will lead to an absurdity.
So, is there any implication of that walkout?
No. You cannot compel an agent to be represented at a coalition center. If they work out, the process can continue. It doesn't invalidate whatever is being done there.
What about on the integrity of the process?
It calls to question. There are two different things: the legality of that, and then the perception. So yes, it could affect the perception. I'm sure there are quite possibly a lot of their supporters. Some will disagree that you shouldn't have worked that day, and some will say, it has diminished. It has diminished the integrity of the process. So many parties, 9, 10, rejected the process, and by implication have rejected the result. If you reject the process, I doubt if they will accept the outcome of that process. So everything that happens diminishes the process. All that we're saying in social media also diminishes the process. Whether it's good, whether it's justified or not, it's a totally different thing.
Prof, what will your assessment be?
Well, I think that there's a serious issue here because if the political parties in their numbers work out, it's a very symbolic behavior which detracts from the legitimacy of the entire process. And I'm very sure that Inec chairman is not taking it lightly. And that's why he's particularly concerned about having any kind of repeat of discrepancy from now on. But more importantly, remember the reason why he's proceeding with the announcement of the results is simply that he says he's satisfied that the required processes have been observed at the lower levels, because he's going to do the collation of these returns that are coming from the state and add them up for the final result. But those who were at the decentralized level are those who are expected to have exercised due diligence. In fact, even the uploading of the results at the polling unit level is also supposed to have been done by the presiding officer at that particular polling unit. So all of these have not clearly, because the uploading is taking so much time, and we still have less than 40% of the results uploaded. It's questionable whether due diligence has been done by those officers.
But so if I could ask you, I mean, when Makwa did say, the chairman was saying that Lagos should take a moment and cross-check and make sure certain things are done. As a communication person, in context of what had transpired previously, how does that come across? Because, I mean, people internalize these things differently.
Yes.
Wouldn't some say, oh, well, so the chairman is not trying to do the right thing we should have done before, or what?
You know, really good question. And I think that it's important for us to let Nigerians know what is at stake, right? And I know that as we speak here, there's so many conversations happening, but let's break it down. If it is taking 2 days, 48 hours to upload 66,000 results for the polling units, we can assume based on that baseline, so a baseline has already been established, right? That it would take another 3 days, 72 hours to upload 176,000 polling units. So, Chamberlain, ask me, if the chairman says now, let's take a break for 3 days, you tell me what's going to happen. And it's important for us to have this conversation so that people know what's at stake, right? So I hear that we want to have this argument about right and wrong, but I think the chairman, as the returning officer, based on what we have read, has made a call, haven't considered everything. And you know, these are the scenarios that we're saying. I mean, we thought the IREV was going to work, didn't we? Nobody could have predicted.
The eyes have it.
Nobody could have predicted that we'd find ourselves here. And I think that that's what it is. So and that's why people run organizations. People are in positions of leadership. And so he has to take responsibility at this point, evaluate everything that's before him and make a call. And I think that that's the call that he has made, because 3 days of silence, the same people who would go, if we were to vote, that will go in that direction, when we return to the same process where we're now showing those things, we'll say something else.
Well, there's a law at the National Collation Center at the moment. Everyone's waiting for, I think, Lagos State to.
Been shocking in some instances. We're almost expected. People, the lawmakers at some level, we're already beginning to know who they are in the states that have been declared. Some surprises. It looks like quite a number of old faces that we know where the National Assembly are not going to be coming back. So far, so good. But I am just wondering, at the state level right now, in Lagos, for instance, we've seen statements made by the presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress calling for calm there. We've also heard that the governor of the state, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, has also released a statement urging calm. What do you think should be going on at the state level right now with the results that have been declared, and also even with the tension that is palpable at the National Collation Center?
First of all, in one sense, what has been declared are provisional results in the presidential election at the state level. They are provisional results. They still have to be brought to Abuja. The chief returning officer, chief electoral commissioner, still has to may still have to make a call as to, look, I don't accept this part or that part, or I reject what you brought here. You'll go back and conduct supplementary elections because of overvoting, because of this, because of that. So you have to be very careful what is being announced. Rather use that. What is being announced? It's for the return.
That is at the presidential
level.
Yes.
The returning officer for the other constituencies, Senate and House of Representatives.
Yes.
That is a result subject. Section 65 to make it subject to the decision of the commission. That this was in line. First of all, that it was voluntarily made. And that it was in line with the Electoral Act and administratively with the regulations. So if there's any serious protest, I'm not aware, the commission hasn't done an outline of how you can register such protests. It could come from the resident electoral commissioner, and I presume it can come from any of the candidates or their political parties. So for 7 days after that declaration, if after 7 days the commission has not overturned or pronounced that one, then it is deemed it's now a final result, and you have to go to tribunal to challenge it. So people should be careful about all this. I think I like what is going on now, that they appeal for calm, and people should be reasonable. There are ways of resolving differences and issues. One of the ways is this commission can administratively deal with these provisional results. Otherwise, you will probably have to go to court. But it's important that let the peace accords not be a hollow ritual. Let it not be something that we're not determined or committed to right from time. So I expect the candidates and their parties to do something to calm the situation.
All right, we will do something right now. We'll go to a commercial. and we will be back afterwards.
Become your best self with new and exciting data plans from 9mobile. Visit www.9mobile.com.ng or any of our 9mobile Experience Center.
9mobile. Here for you. Here for Ninja.
Do you feel terrified when speaking before a group? Are you stressed when asked to present? Do you forget your points? Are you shy and need confidence? How do you give a speech with polish? Learn how at the School of Eloquence,
the home of public speaking. Attend the public speaking masterclass or one-on-one coaching in Lagos and Abuja and boost your speaking confidence before any audience. To register, call 0906-781-5830 or log on to schoolofeloquence.org. School of Eloquence, teaching the world to speak.
The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, will conduct the 2023 general election using the bimodal voter accreditation system, BVAS. On election day, the BVAS equipment will be used to accredit voters by verifying their fingerprints or facial photographs. In each polling unit, every voter must be verified and authenticated before they are allowed to vote. Any intending voter whose fingerprint or facial photograph is not verified by the BVAS
speaking in our address to the press and their dissatisfaction with the collation of results happening in Abuja. He has said they had lost confidence in the process and he has called on INEC to seize the process.
Well, of course, Professor Abiodun Adeniyi is still with us. He joins us from our Abuja studio. Professor, thank you so much for staying with us. We are hearing really weighty accusations. First of all, it was Dino Melaye. Now it's Akin Osuntokun of the Labour Party. He says President Buhari and INEC, they've failed in their promise to provide free and fair election. He talked about some criminal
pain and regret, that we are back to this point where we thought we have left about 10 years ago, that after so many years of learning, of falling and rising, falling and standing up, we are still struggling to deliver a credible, free, fair election that will be largely satisfactory to a range of participants. Now we're having two major political parties kicking in at the election, saying that it is discreditable, very unfortunate, And of course, I like the last sentence, the last paragraph that he read out, that Nigerians should remain peaceful, supporters should remain calm, they will seek legitimate means, to seek redress. That's the route to go, and I expect, and the legislature and of course and the judiciary, in an ideal democracy, we'll have that in place as well, and we'll have an executive arm now carrying out an exercise through the instrumentality of INEC, and there are questions to be asked. The option for us now, for those those protesting, is to resort to the judiciary. And I'm sure the judiciary, they are not also from the sky, they are right within us, and they are watching and probably waiting until the aggrieved parties come to them.
Well,
so having
Professor
said that,
Adeniyi,
again, is for us also to,
Professor
Ardini, I know it's been a lot of stop and go this entire interview, but we're always glad to have you on the show and to comment on these very important issues. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. In some more news, the Independent National Electoral Commission has been announcing the results of the National Assembly elections conducted on Saturday, along with the presidential poll. Results so far, announced by Inec, showed upsets in such states as Cross River, where Governor
Yes, you want to? Who has the mic?
I want it to be registered that our party is something.
No.
To the continuing coverage of the election, the 2023 verdict. So at the National Coalition Center, activities are going on and we're just waiting for the next announcement.
Chairman, my name is Sule Mohammed, representing the PRP. I have been receiving chats actually that PDP, LP, and several political parties have pulled out of the presidential coalition, accusing INEC of compromise. I want it to be registered that our party is not part of that process. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Muhammad Ibrahim Biu. I'm representing the Social Democratic Party, SDP. We are not part of that. We are here to do the coalition. So we are not pulling out. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Bameyi Bidieno. I represent YPP, Young Progressives Party. We have also seen the news and we wish to inform you that we are not part of that. We're here for the coalition. Thank you.
My name is Zephaniah Gisalo. I'm a member of NRM agent. We are not part of that. we associated with them. Thank you. We are not part of workout. Thank you.
No, let them say they have confidence.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Ina Okopiago. I represent the African Action Congress. We're not part of the party that walked out. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Babatunde Adedapo Olufemi. I'm here to represent Accord. Accord dissociated itself from this arrangement, working out of this collection center.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I remain Barrister Chief Kenneth Udeze. In law, we say receive loquitur. The first speak for you, so you are seeing me live and direct, so I didn't say any walkout.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. I am Air Vice Marshal Ibrahim Umaru, representing the Nigeria People's Party, New Nigeria People's Party. We are not part of that walkout. Thank you very much. We are still here with you.
Good evening, sir. My name is Mohammed Kabir Umar. I'm here representing Boot Party. We are here. I did not work out, sir.
tí Facebook bá ti kúrò ẹjọ́ mi lórí YouTube face ó lè ṣe pé 8 hours ní Facebook máa stop kẹ́ ẹ darapọ̀ lórí YouTube máa fi gbọ́ kọ́lẹ́sàn wọn.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Barrister Mrs. Ayatoba Juliet, supporting my colleague from PRP. You are seeing us live and direct.
My name is Williams Moses. I'm supporting my colleague here, YPP. We're here live and direct.
Well, for us in the All Progressive Congress, we have confidence in the process, and we are here with you to see it through. We are not part of any boycott, walkout, or revolt as some have done. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Mohammed Dirisu Isa, NRM Coalition Agent. We are here with you. We are confident in the process. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Until the APM, we are here with you, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'm Honorable Muhammad Law Nalado, National Chairman of Accord and representing Accord. We believe in the process and we are not working out. We are after one Nigeria and believe our coming together here to support Nigeria, that is what we stand for. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Venimbe James, National Secretary, Action Alliance. We are with you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Lagos is ready. May I invite the resident electoral commissioner of Lagos to introduce himself, and for the collation officer for Lagos to introduce herself and present the result. Rec Lagos.
Thank you, sir. My name is Olusegun Agbaje, Resident Electoral Commissioner, Lagos State.
Thank you. My name is Professor Adenike Oladije, the Vice Chancellor, Federal University of Technology, Akure. I am the State Collation Officer for the presidential election of 25th February 2023 in Lagos State. And with me is Mr. Olusegun Agbaje, the Resident Electoral Commissioner for Lagos State. The results for the presidential election held on the 25th February 2023 in Lagos State are as follows. Number of registered voters, 7060195. 7060195. Number of accredited voters, 1347152. 1347152. Total number of votes received by the presidential candidates of each of the political parties are as follows. A, 3069. 3069. AA, 498. 498. AAC, 1597. 1597. ADC, 5789. 5789. ADP, 2439. 2439. APC, 572606. 572606. APGA, 2316. 2316. APM, 709. 709. APP, 371. 371. BP, 1837. 1837. LP, 582454. 582454. NNPP, 8442. 8442. NRM, 609. 609. PDP, 75750. 75750. PRP, 1120. 1120. SDP, 772. 772. YPP, 1109. 1109. ZLP, 9964. 9964. Total valid votes, 1271451. 1271451. Rejected votes, 64278. 64278. Total votes cast, 1335729. 1335729.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Any cancellations?
Yes.
Places where elections were not held, reasons?
Yes, there were cancellations. There were 3 local government areas affected by overvoting, 3 registration areas, and 9 polling units. The total number of registered voters in these areas is 5584. 5584.
Okay, thank you very much. Any comments, party leaders? Any observations, any comments for the scope? Okay, thank you very much, Vice Chancellor. Please step forward to present your result. Is Gombe ready? Okay, so Gombe will be next. Okay, next is Gombe State. The resident electoral commissioner is here with the scope. Introduce herself, and the scope should introduce herself and present the result.
I am Umar Ibrahim, the resident electoral commissioner, Gombe State.
I am Professor Memuna Waziri, the Vice Chancellor, Federal University, Geshua. I am the State Coalition Officer for the presidential election of 25th February 2023 in Gombe State. Can I go ahead? Okay. The result for the presidential election held on 25th February 2023 in Gombe State are as follows. For Party A scored 284.
Before the party, total number of registered voters, total number of accredited voters, and then you go to votes scored by parties.
Okay, sir. The total number of registered voters, 157,5794. 157,5794. The total number of accredited voters, 542,997. 542,997. Now the votes received by political parties. Party A, 284. 284. Party AA, 296. 296. Party AAC, 1 158. 158. Party ADC 1446. 1446. Party ADP 765. 765. Party APC 14697. 14697. Party APGA 558. 558. Party APM 348. 348. Party APP 208. 208. Party BP 210. 210. Party LP 26160. 26160. Party NNPP 10520. 10520. Party NRM 1061. 1061. Party PDP 319123. 319123. Party PRP 384. 384. Party SDP 137. 137. Party YPP 439. 439. Party ZLP 969. 969. That's all. Total number of valid votes 510,043. 510,043. Total number of rejected votes 23735. 23735. Total votes cast 533,778. 533,778. Thank you, sir.
Okay, any places where elections were not held or cancelled?
Yes, sir. The total number of cancelled votes 9640.
Okay, reasons for the cancellation? number of registered voters in those areas?
Number of registered voters 16162.
Any record of PVCs collected?
Yes, sir. The total number of PVCs collected 9640. And reasons, you asked for reasons?
Yes.
Reasons for cancellation, overvoting, disruption, and refusal to use beavers. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Any comments on the Gombe report? Okay, thank you very much. Please step forward to present your result. Okay, thank you very much. We're expecting a few more states, but they are not so close by like the last two. So I suggest that we take a break and reconvene at 8 p.m. 8 p.m. Thank you very much. So let's go.
All right, so there you go. A couple of states have also just been announced. Lagos, Gombe, amongst these states have just been recently announced. And so quite a number of developments, a couple of issues has panned out. Guys, what's caught your attention so far, really?
Very interesting results coming in from, well, I think some of them we already saw earlier. But one of the things that's caught my attention is the disparity between the registered voters unaccredited voters. I think I've been monitoring that, and for quite a number of the states, oftentimes you will see that the number of, let me take Enugu for instance, where you had about 2 million registered voters. The number of accredited people was roughly about 480 something. So let's even summarize it and say it's 500,000. That's about a quarter of it. So 25%. But when you come to Lagos and you see that 7 million people registered to vote, and maybe about 6 million plus collected their PVCs according to what Inec released as the number of collected permanent voter cards. And then you now hear that only 1.3 plus million votes were accredited voters. There are big questions. It doesn't seem to follow that same, will I say, ratio that I have come to expect from the states. Normally, you will see a quarter of the registered voters, so maybe 25%. Lagos seems to be doing quite poorly in that regard. Can we really dismiss what it is that we saw? Some of the reports, even though people have said, oh, they were isolated cases of voter suppression in some places, and then the fact that voting materials is not really coming on time. Can we really say that these cases were really as isolated as we think they are? Let me come to you, Prof.
Well, you know, Lagos has always been the state with the lowest voter turnout rate. And the explanation has always been that there's a lot of vote suppression in Lagos. And so when you then look, because I was even thinking there will be a markup in this election considering the level of mobilization, and then we'll also see how competitive the election was. You would have thought that voter turnout would have increased, but it seems that that is not the case even today. Well, because again, it has always been the case, it's difficult to attribute everything, you know, to the violence that occurred in multiple places. Perhaps a lot of people collect PVC, register for election, but are simply not interested in voting.
Can we safely reach that conclusion, Abosede?
Well, I mean, I think one of the things that's coming to my mind, even though, yes, we know that INEC did a great job around redistribution of polling units. So ideally, you know, your polling unit should be a walking distance. You know, there's a part of me that's thinking, in addition to maybe the fear of violence, because some people wouldn't even show up at all because they do have a fear of violence. But I'm thinking to myself, you know, this cash crunch and, you know, people actually sitting at home and saying, you know what, I can't even bother, right? This money that I would use to even, you know, make one step away. I mean, vehicles are not supposed to move and all of that. So I worry as to whether that's a real valid reason. But I think to his point, Lagos has not disappointed in terms of voter turnouts. It has just never been. But because of the additional, the new people who were registered, you would expect those numbers to go up. But I think that we're beginning to see a trend, and I think, you know, you would see it if you look at it, that while all of us were expecting that we'll be in the range of 50%, you know, I remember Shane and the team doing a bet on that, and I think, you know, we're somewhere around 50%. You know, we're finding that we're around the same range of 30-something%. So
well, sorry,
yeah.
Sozi, why do you think, I mean, you were in charge of voter education, if I'm correct?
At one stage.
Okay. But I think when we really got to work with you was when you were in charge of voter education.
That's true.
What did you, let's weigh what you experienced there and what you're seeing play out now, and see how.
What's the missing link?
What's the missing link? What's missing? How is it that people, the apathy, the voter apathy, seem not to have changed in any way? I mean, some will feel like, forget this thing, my votes. A lot of people then forget this thing, my votes won't count. And you hear people go like, it might be your one vote that will make the difference, but that, please. So now, how would you think this is playing out and likely to play out in the next election?
The expectations were actually high that there will be a lot more people, and I had to caution that, look, don't start judging turnout based on the crowds that you're seeing now. Ultimately, to be, when we look at the beavers to see how many people were actually accredited, there are lots of reasons, and I hope some little bit of research will be done into this. But some of the figures from the past may not be accurate, actually, may just not be accurate, because don't forget, before we had the electronic register, we had a dubious register, and you had so many people with different cards who were just, so when you see accreditation in those times, it was just by ticking in the register. So a lot of people just tick things in the register. So I don't think those figures are accurate. We must always put a rider when we compare present day figures with previous figures.
So, sorry, if I may ask you, do we ever take out of those numbers, as in number of registered voters, do we ever take out some people, maybe they died, and have we ever had to do that?
Well, there's a process, and I've been in the studio, you've been here where we say there's a cleanup. And in the cleanup, people are supposed to indicate to Inec that certain people have died. There are many prominent people, for example, whose names are still on the register because nobody came. And Inec zone cannot sell by itself.
Register anybody.
Remove somebody's names. There's some of their coincidence of names, for example. So, but we don't bother, and it's more systemic, more structural. The NPOPC, the National Population Commission, is supposed to register births, register deaths, and there's a linkage between the two. They've been trying to collaborate and cooperate, so that automatically, when they have data, they just send these ones over to Inec. But that hasn't happened, and people don't just bother. None of us on this table, for example, I'm sure we've always lost somebody or the other. I don't think any of us has gone to Inec and at any time during the cleanup.
That's very true.
To say, please, my grandfather died, or I had a close friend who died. None of us is done.
Has INEC even provided a platform for people to send in notices, for instance, and say, hey,
Absolutely.
my grandfather died, my grandmother died?
Channels TV, amongst responsible, reasonable organizations, media organizations, have even talked about cleanup. We've come here to discuss these issues, the cleanup of the register.
So that when we talk about cleanup, oftentimes what people imagine is that they're removing multiple names, more people who registered multiple times, but people don't usually think of deaths. I mean, and now that you've mentioned, I'll come and check if my late mother's name is still on the register. It could be a possibility.
Yes,
and it is significant because otherwise we will still keep seeing this disparity between the number of registered voters for a state and also, but even then, the turnout, 1.3 million. Do you think we need to interrogate further? Do you think that there needs to be further interrogation as to, because I know that Lagos, they had a number of issues, a number of issues in some polling went into the night in many polling state units. There were places where the beavers did not work as it should, at least in good time. There are places where there were even claims of they ran out of ballot papers. That sort of situation, and I do not know how many, maybe those kinds of reports, I mean, I don't know if there's a way that INEC also takes some of these reports much later to be able to interrogate what actually transpired. I mean, how can, for instance, how can they run out of ballot papers if you have this certain number of registered voters? Shouldn't preparations have been made for this? So shouldn't we be really interrogating this number of I mean, for instance, I think it was the issue of Ekiti that the INEC chairman spoke about, and he was trying to clarify that there was no overvoting in Ekiti. In fact, he said, as a matter of fact, if there's anything, it does seem that there was undervoting. And a number of people will ask, how can undervoting happen? After all, it's not a situation where we did accreditation in the morning and then we're coming back for voting in the afternoon. Accreditation was supposed to happen simultaneously with voting. So you're done with your accreditation, then you go to vote. It was supposed to be that seamless. So why are we seeing a disparity between the figures of those accredited and those who went to vote? If they're not tallying, big questions to be asked there, Mr. Ozi.
Simple explanation, actually. There are 3 elections. I can choose not to vote in the presidential and keep my ballot paper. As simple as that. So yes, there's nothing wrong with undervoting. I could have chosen to vote only for the House of Reps or only for the Senate. I know the president said, I don't know the other people, I'm not interested in the other people. So that's very easy. The only problem or challenge occurs where there is overvoting, even by 1 vote. That's the only problem.
Do you think INEC should provide a box where, I mean, we've talked about what they call that now, the tide we're seeing so it's affecting some of the legislative, seats that are, now emerging.
Yes.
And for some people, it was, as long as I'm voting this party for president, then is that party all the way? In some instances, some people just came to the realization, oh my God, I don't even know who is running for House of Reps, who's running for Senate in this particular situation. Some people have argued that perhaps we should have a box that, says no choice or no candidate for that particular election.
Well,
What's your thoughts on
you
that?
can drop a blank ballot. It shows that you don't have chosen. You can do that. Now you're asking a box. Already there are 3 boxes. You're asking to carry a 4th box.
No, not a box. I mean, like a box.
Oh, box.
On the ballot paper.
Yes, ballot paper.
But if you don't indicate, then that means
Then it's no vote.
It's no vote.
Okay, Ms. Susie, let's go back again, and everybody can weigh in on this. We heard in the news, and we actually had that news of the ballot boxes discovered. I mean, voter cards, permanent voter cards discovered in the forest by hunters. That's one. On the day of election, there was this picture that was going around about. It was sent to me, actually. A friend sent it to me. An accident, and voter cards were flying all over the place. Could these contribute to the seeming voter apathy? We have the numbers as registered voters, but we don't see them coming for accreditation. I mean, does that add up?
First of all, I didn't see that program you're talking about, but I think
a friend sent it.
The NSDCC one.
Yeah.
Yeah, the NSCDC they asked
ballot
to
papers, not voter cards. What I noticed, took us away ballot papers.
Yeah, very unfortunate accident.
Yeah, very unfortunate accident.
Yeah.
Seriously injured, and
but let's look at that.
What I was even going to say is really that we need to look at, because if we look at the number of registered voters, few. Now there's no serious discrepancy between the registered voters and then those who collected PVCs, which is why the point they are making is very critical, because it's not as if we have a lot of dead people who are in the voters register. Because if you have 7 million voters registered, but you have 6 million who have collected the PVC, it's still huge, and then you now have 1.3 valid votes. Then there's a problem, and that's where the point that you are making comes in, because it means that many of these collected PVCs don't end up with those who own them. So, and that's why it was really surprising the number of PVCs that were discovered by those hunters. I mean, huge number. That means some people just go to those who have collected the PVC, probably, and just take it from there.
Even though Inec tells us that no collection by proxy.
So can't the PVCs be sent to the individuals that registered? I mean, their addresses. Inec has.
How will that be done?
There you go.
I'll think about it.
Let us know.
I just wanted to piggyback on Prof's point around, if you look at it, only 6, it's not only, but 6,259,229 people did not collect their PVCs. Exactly, but 87 million did, and that's what you're saying. So where are those 87 million, right? If we end up somewhere around 20-something million, and I think
voter suppression possibly.
It's a big, and I was going to make reference to 2 things. First of all, the Yaga preliminary report was very clear, and I'm sure we know that there's a systemic way as to which Yaga comes up with some of this data. So there was a lot around, and I'm saying that because Malcolm made reference to what some of the isolated cases we saw in Lagos, and the truth is that at the end of the day, the beavers was said to have worked 90%, and then for the 9%, I believe that it didn't work, it was replaced. I think 2% of the time it was replaced, the other time it was fixed. So I think that holistically, there's evidence that the beavers worked. And I say that because even if you started late, which we know was a real issue, we had people saying it took them, I had 2 seconds, I had 5 seconds, I had somebody say the entire process took them 5 minutes, and then of course I had people say it took 4 hours or 5 hours. So I just think that it's important to make that balance, because again, the polling units, and Mr. Ozzy can correct me if I'm wrong here, we're supposed to have between 750 people.
Absolutely.
That's why maximum of 750 people, that's why the redistribution was done. So I think it's really important to...
No. So what I heard, and I think we can double check this, was that last minute, there was 1,250 to a beavers.
So that's...
Sorry,
1,250 voters to a beavers, to one beavers.
We were initially confused.
Can take that much.
So that was how much they allocated for this particular election.
Yes.
No, I think it's up to 5,000.
Because
That's a
it's so
totally
much.
different.
That's
Yeah,
the thing.
I think that's a totally. The beavers itself can accommodate data for up to 500.
For per polling unit, yeah. I think it was the same thing.
It was 1,000. We asked Mr.
Initially, it was
Okoye, and it was 750 initially. But later, at the very last minute, we were told, and I still recall very vividly, that in polling units where you have up to 3,000 plus voters, they will have at least 1,250 names on one beavers machine. That was what was said.
That's a maximum that they will program.
They loaded that maximum on each beaver. So, for instance,
no. There are many less than that. Some units with 200.
there are units that they didn't have, but in places where they had more than that in one polling unit, they will put 1,250 names on one beaver's machine. Yes,
then there will be two.
You're right.
Yes.
But is that a polling unit that has 1,250
plus people?
Voters?
For certain reasons, they did not split some units because of the exigencies and the
concentration.
Exactly.
So, because I know, for instance, I'm trying to quickly find that polling unit for you now. This is not something I'm cooking up in my head. It's something that was experienced by a voter who reached out to me. I eventually had to help escalate this matter to Inec, and thankfully they were able to respond much later. They had 3 beavers machines for that polling unit. I think they had over 3,000 voters in that particular polling unit. So the beavers that had the names for A to C was not working, and it took a very long time for that beavers to eventually, for them to replace that particular beavers. But you can imagine the frustration for voters whose names started from A to the letter C. That was and they usually quite
would have lost some voters.
Yes. So I mean, it is very important to interrogate, and I don't know if it's something that INEC does much later after the elections to say, yes, we conducted a successful poll. However, the reactions, but do they really interrogate further the disparity between the number of, now that we now have people who collected PVCs is the new figure we're using, and those who actually came out to vote? That's the question I'm asking.
There's an arm of Inec called the Electoral Institute, and part of their their remit is research and also training, of course, training for election personnel. And part of their research department is actually supposed to undertake some of the studies subject to availability of grants or subject to having funds. But yes, it's an important thing. I think it's something that probably has to be escalated. And they've done some rudimentary things, and I think they're going to go do more detailed things. I recall for once, for example, in the same Lagos state, I think the TILSA, they said, is it because of restriction of movements or inability of people to move freely? And for that particular by-election a few years back, they said no restriction of movement. Put in a Saturday, no restriction of movement. It was lower. The turnout was lower than any other election ever conducted since records began. It's less than 3% of people voted to turn out to vote. Maybe because it was a by-election, it was qualified, some of these things. It was a by-election. I don't know what effect allowing movement to persons had on that. But also there are lots of reasons, and I think you're quite right. A more scientific approach has to be done to undertaking to study these things, because you have things like many people who registered for convenience sake because there was difficulty in registering, and I just registered I just saw a short queue and I entered the queue and registered.
I know.
Far from my residence.
I met someone like that who had to come all the way from the airport area
to come and register
to come vote because she registered while she was at work. So a neighbor had to drive her down to come and vote and then go back.
That took a lot. Some people will not bother. And secondly, because of the fear of the restriction of movements, and we don't know how civil the security people were that day, let me just sit down in my house. I don't want trouble, kind of a thing. So many people, and then some say they tried to transfer and they had issues with their transfers. So those ones also they will not be able to vote. So there's a myriad of issues. But it's something that first of all we have to study, and before we start talking about solutions, we have to study them. If it's, for example, issues of transfer, Inec must work out a way of making transfer more seamless, for example. If it's a question of I think a significant number will be affected by those registered here but cannot be here. And
what do you think will happen, and how will it impact the system if we say, okay, you know what, we shouldn't use PVCs. If you have your NIN, you can go ahead and vote?
Fine, that's an interesting one. That's what some countries do.
Yeah.
Two things. I remember there's a committee, I think headed by the vice president of the country, where relevant agencies who have the same basic data, each has a different database. Unlike a place like the US, I think, but definitely in England, you have one central database. It makes it easy, and the data, the according to the NIMSI, the Data Management Authority, takes care of everything. Now, each of these organizations, the FRSC, the Inec, population, have their own laws. Each of these laws requires them to do certain things. Inec says the electoral access, you can only vote with your voter's card where you registered.
But considering the fact that INEC law and the data management law, the identity they came at different times.
Yeah, correct.
So can't the two of them be fused? At what point do we have
That
the
is why
two
there are
numbers?
technical issues, there are legal issues, there are administrative issues that must be sorted out. And I know that committee was working before I left the commission. I'm not too sure it has been able to submit this report. Certainly, the laws have to be harmonized. Just one aspect. Administratively, things have to be done to harmonize them as well. Technically, they have to be done. Do you wipe up everything and create a new database, or you leave the database as they are, and then they'll be able to communicate with each other? That was another solution.
But it's interesting you say this, because I do know that even in Nigeria now, there are now attempts to harmonize the databases.
Yes.
For instance, you cannot get a driver's license if you don't have a NIN. You can't get a passport, an international passport, if you don't have a NIN.
Yes.
Shouldn't we also be requiring that you might not be able to get a voter card if you do not have a NIN?
These are some of the, how do I put it? I think these are some of the steps towards achieving that. NIN is probably the simplest of the things. If I don't drive or don't see the need to drive, I will not go for a driver's license.
True.
I will not bother. So yes, maybe passports, but I'm not traveling anywhere. Many people cannot afford the cost of a passport.
Yeah.
So they won't even bother.
It is true, but I mean,
but JAM too. JAM says the same thing.
Yes, so it's a first step. But they say you don't have this, but the next step is to get the technical thing. Each database must communicate with the other. We'll probably get there, but I think they should hasten work on that. I recall that right from up to 20 years ago, there was a collaboration between NIMSI then, or the precursor of NIMSI, the Ministry of Internal Affairs that was responsible for registration, and Inec. But there was a drag. In the meantime, Inec had to conduct the 2003 elections because we had constitutional deadlines. The NIN people did not have that deadline. So they have been on it since 1979, and we're talking of 2003 at this time, 2002 at this time. So Inec had to just go it alone, went to the president of Passenger then and said, to meet our deadline, there are certain steps we must do now. So we must start the registration of cleaning up of the register now. NIMSI, it wasn't NIMSI at that time, but the body responsible for registration did not have those kind of time limitations. So these are the issues. It may get to that. It will have to get to that stage. It's a very expensive thing to start to gather data for all these different organizations and basically the same data. 18 years and above, citizens of Nigeria.
Interestingly, a census is coming up after this election, so it'll be another opportunity to let us see what we can do with data. Prof, let me come to you and let us talk about the politics of this a bit, because we now have the results for a number of states. Enugu has been declared, Adamawa, Ondo, Osun, Kwara, Lagos, Ogun, Gombe, Yobe, Katsina, and Oyo states have now been declared. I'm looking at the results. I don't know if you have been taking notes of them so far, but I don't know whether there's any area where you would say that we're seeing any upsets.
Oh, there are quite a number of upsets. The first, of course, is Lagos. It's unbelievable. A lot of people didn't think that Lagos will ever be won by Labour Party, in spite of the obedient movement and their heavy presence in Lagos. The idea is that the APC is too entrenched for any party to be able to upturn it. And that has been. Then another place is Osun State, for instance. Even though we know that the PDP is in charge, the whole idea is that the APC requires substantial support from the Southwest, given the origin of its candidates, to be able to consolidate its hold at least as a foundation for its vote to the party. But
it was a really tight race in Osun, though.
Yeah, it's always been tight. I mean, remember, even for the gubernatorial election, there was a rerun in 2014. So, yeah, Osun is always a challenge. And in 2018, they had even a greater challenge. In terms of what we are seeing from the Southeast, no significant change, because a lot of people expected that with Obi and the Labour candidate and the Labour Party focusing on the East, there is likely to be a swing, from the PDP to the APC. But what has happened is really that we don't envisage the kind of tsunami, that has happened in most of the states in the Southeast. Then in the Northeast, I think that the APC has shown some strong showing, but we expected that they would take Katsina. That has not happened. And then we have also seen that...
But that was close.
Yeah, it's because, again, if you expect one party to win, then even if that party loses, it's supposed to be close. Like you find also in Lagos, I mean, it's bound to be close, even though the Obedience are claiming that the gap should be wider than that. So if you also go to Gombe, which we have seen, Yobe, you begin to see the influence of, Atiku's party from, and PDP. So I think there are pockets of surprises, but those surprises are not really too strange because of the movement that has happened. The whole idea that instead of the traditional 2-horse race, we have a 3-horse race. And before we're actually looking at the upset that is likely to happen as a result of the Obedient movement. And we have seen that it has actually played out. But again, we expect that it will be strong in the Southeast. So that's the way.
Ambassador, did you see it playing out this way?
So I think one of the things that was very clear is that there was going to be identity on the ballot, right? I think that was very clear. And it would be no surprise that people would vote along those lines. And I think that we're beginning to see that play out. But as Prof said, there are definitely surprises. So no surprises from the identity perspective. You would hope that we evolve past that, because as I said, the electoral process is really a pathway to good governance. And I think that, whether it's voter education or awareness, we need to understand that, identity is not enough.
Yeah, but I mean, isn't that what we're seeing in Lagos, for instance?
Yes.
I mean, I was also trying to break down, the results for Lagos. I think I was monitoring, yesterday when we had a bit of the results being collated at the Lagos Collation Center. I mean, I'm looking at the results of the NNPP, for instance. The candidate of the NNPP was expected to have done well, say, in Agege. And in Agege, they came out with 1,513 votes in the local government of Agege. If you compare that with, say, APC's 29,000 plus, or Labour Party's 13,270 votes, it doesn't look like Lagos really does conform with that identity politics.
So Lagos is a melting pot. And I think that the results actually show that, right? Lagos is a melting pot. And I think that is the beauty of democracy that we're seeing there, right? That people will vote. So to your point, as we know, in some places, people are more aware. I think it still goes back to the understanding of more awareness and more voter education. Some people also feel government, right? So they know the difference between I want to change who represents me so that I can change my lot, right? But other people are not voting for those reasons. They are literally voting along these fault lines, clearly and blindly sometimes. And I think that, so that's why, Lagos is a real showing of the fact that actually, you can, every 4 years, you get a chance to change your lots, right? And this process gives you an opportunity to do that.
Yeah. And urbanization mediates identity, because when you have a metropolitan city, the chances are that it's, as you said, a melting pot. So identity is sort of reduced. It's mediated because you have people from different parts. And that's why, because the Southwest is highly urbanized, if you look at the traditional voting pattern, you won't find any state where they will score 65 60% of the vote. But we've seen that in Ekiti and Ondo for the first time. If you look at the results from 1999, it's usually divided among the two dominant parties.
Yeah, but would that also, would that also be as a result of the political actors in that state? So, for instance, if you look at Ekiti now, the former governor there, Ayo Fayose, who is a member of the PDP, but supports the G5 and has not exactly hidden his support for them, wouldn't that have had an effect on, say, what had happened in Ekiti?
No, Ekiti and Ondo is usually the state. They are states that swing. They are swing states. Mm-hmm. If you go into their voting pattern, if you have a strong candidate who is able to mobilize, they just move. So that's why you have Fayose, you have Fayemi, you have Fayose again. These are very swing. They are always swinging from one position to the other. The same thing with Ondo State. You remember the phenomenon of Mimiko? Mm-hmm. When he break away from this thing with Labour Party, mm-hmm. and then he swept the entire seat in the subsequent. In fact, his first coming was through the courts, and then the election that held after that. All the seats in the State House of Assembly, 26 of them went to the Labour Party. So once you have a sitting governor in such states, you'll find that its influence counts a lot in terms of the voting pattern.
But Ms. Uzi, having looked at, perhaps in addition to your comments for Lagos, first of all, let's get that out of the way. Did that come as a surprise to you? How the results came through for Lagos?
Well, the truth of the matter, I don't reflect too well on the results. I tend to concentrate on the processes leading up to the results. Yeah, truly.
Even though you're formerly of Inec, you're still very much
I think it's a condition.
Quite understandable. But so for the process in Lagos then, what were your impressions?
I was bothered. You see, it's as you said, it's a process. I was bothered about news items I was getting about the foundations of voter suppression, about people who registered but could not get their cards. So I have been monitoring this situation since that period. And there were stories coming out. The REC was alleged to have said something about foreigners and things like that, justifying why maybe certain people will not get cards. I thought it was an unfortunate thing. I am happy. I think that it was denied. But it stuck with some people. And there were serious complaints, worrisome complaints, that people with certain foreign names were not being given cards. I don't know whether that was ever proven or not, but already the foundations and perception were already being laid then.
What do they mean by foreign names? Do they mean people from border communities
non-indigenous sounding names,
like your name?
Like your other name. You are like me, have some odd names, but yours is my birth. Now you see, so that was already there. There were antecedents as well. In 2019 and prior to then, there were attacks on places they thought were strongholds. So already, as an electoral administrator, you track some of those things. So in a sense, it doesn't come as too much of a surprise. It came as a surprise because the security agencies probably did not do enough, because they should have done a security mapping and identify these flashpoints, at least through history and through intelligence gathering. So that was a bit of a surprise. As to the actual votes, well, I think it's a good thing when I see competitive elections like that. As an administrator, I'm quite pleased about that. Democracy is all about competition. So there's competition for space, competition for votes.
But this next visual we're about to see is not the kind of competition that you're talking about. Because in Just Not Collation Center, take a look, guys. This is all played out while the collation was going on, and you would have thought that they will conduct themselves decently and ensure that things turn out well. It started out as though it was all going out well until this happened. Let's see if we can get to that
Let me come on.
Inec officials who are coming from the polling, from the local government areas, from the polling units, are supposed to be the ones in the collation center at that point in time.
Yes,
I mean,
the officer brings the results.
Yes.
It comes with the party accredited
Party agent.
Yes. But there's already, they should really hand over to their own accredited collation party agent. The security, accredited security men, not all security will.
So the party agent from the polling unit stays outside the collation center.
If there's space, they can charge them, but it's not really supposed to be.
So hands over to the party collation agent who is inside the collation center.
Yes.
So, and all of them, in your words, are supposed to be wearing their tags.
They're relevant tags, yes.
And from that video we saw there, those guys were not wearing tags.
Several of them were not. So it's difficult without the commentaries.
No, that's what I was telling you. They actually came in there to disrupt the process in the collation.
Shouldn't have had access.
He probably certainly shouldn't have. Even the returning or collation officer should have his own tag. The accredited media people should have their own tags. So everybody there, in fact, you shouldn't have gained access in the first place without the appropriate tag. You shouldn't be allowed in.
You know, there are those who continue to talk about the fact that Nigeria has somewhat like stayed behind the lines in terms of technology when it comes to the electioneering process. Yes. Fortunately, with the amendment of the Electoral Act, we have access, 1 foot into the technological space for electoral process. And now it appears we're not taking that step into the electoral process. We're still going back to the manual process.
That may be
because we're still having issues with uploading the. Would it have been different?
Sorry, that's but your foundation is a bit faulty. With due respect,
would it have been different if Inec was given a dedicated bandwidth for the uploading of this?
Back to uploading. But the truth is that there are many countries that have very little technological injections into their system. Some countries have gone on to electronic voting, for example.
What's the population of those? What's the population of those countries? Let's look at.
It's mixed. Most states don't do that.
They don't do.
But they do things like advanced voting, which is not electronic, by post.
By post.
But the collation. What about the collation?
Don't forget,
is the collation also done manually?
There are different ways. In the US, in Florida, Al Gore and Bush. What was the issue? They said, look, we don't trust this electronic voting that you have done. Let us go and count the ballots manually. It turned on the Supreme Court saying, no, we're not going to do manual. But they were asking for transparency's sake, for the fidelity of the thing, go and do manual counting.
They actually spent a lot of time
advanced technologically as the US is.
All right, so we'll go to break, but we will return in just a moment and then perhaps explore some of the other matters above others. I mean, from what we've seen, what can we do a little differently? We'll draw from the experience and suggestions of our panelists who are here with us in just a moment. Stay with us.
Foreshore Waters has delivered, and we are still delivering homes in the best locations in Lagos. Even with the current economy, We are creating affordable housing options in Banana Island, Ikoyi, and environs. Now, we are bringing you an unbelievable opportunity to own fully built homes in Osborne, Ikoyi. You can own a 3-bedroom apartment with 39.99 million naira initial deposit, or a 4-bedroom maisonette for 59.99 million naira initial deposit. All homes are fully built in Osborne. You can move in immediately after your first deposit and spread the balance while you leave it. Join the League of Luxury Homeowners in Lagos today. For more details and enquiries, visit www.fwl.ng.
Do you feel terrified when speaking before a group? Are you stressed when asked to present? Do you forget your points? Are you shy and need confidence? How do you give a speech with polish? Learn how at the School of Eloquence,
the home of public speaking. Attend the public speaking masterclass or one-on-one coaching in Lagos and Abuja and boost your speaking confidence before any audience. To register, call 0906-781-5830 or log on to schoolofeloquence.org. School of Eloquence, teaching the world to speak.
Set to take the African continent and the world by storm. They are giants in every sense of the word, and they will bring entertainment that's just as big. Don't miss the first ever season of Big Brother Titans with 2 African giants, Laita and Nsamse, under Biggie's roof together. Big Brother Titans starts on Sunday, 15th of January on DSTV 198, GoTV 29, and African Magic. Headline sponsor, Bamboo, Flutterwave, and Lotto Star.
Me, I'm not afraid of that man. Me too. What can you really do?
I hope you people are discussing about paying me my rent.
Oga landlord, calm down. We are discussing about the upcoming elections.
Nonsense. Don't tell me to calm down. Your mates are at the Akamata Community Square selling their votes for 5,000 naira.
That if they do not win, there will be fire and brimstone and all that. I ask you, how many of them were in the barricades fighting for this democracy? They were not there. So they do not appreciate democracy. They do not understand the dynamics and nuances and the convention of democracy. So they have no stake in this democracy. That's why they can say there will be fire and brimstone. In fact, some obedience have been calling for the return of the military if they are not declared the winner of this election. And that is very, very sad. That will show you that these are not Democrats. And I repeat, because they never took part in the democratic struggle, they never acted in deepening and sustaining this democracy.
Presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress, Bola Tinubu, has appealed to the people of Lagos State to be calm and eschew any act that can lead to breakdown of law and order. In a statement released earlier today, the Presidential Campaign Council, signed by the Director of Media and Publicity, Bayo Ononuga, said Asiwaju Bola Tinubu expressed serious concern over reports of violence in parts of the state, especially reported attacks on some traders of Igbo origin. Asiwaju Tinubu says the outcome of the presidential election in Lagos, where Labour Party won, shouldn't be a source of provocation, adding the beauty of democracy is that people have a right to vote for the candidate of their choice. The APC candidate further said that as a Democrat, he is bound to accept the outcome of any election, whether favorable or not. The former Lagos State governor condemned any form of violence against people of any ethnic group. Two agents of the opposition parties walked out of the National Coalition Center for the presidential election results at the International Conference Center in Abuja. Senator Dino Melaye, among others, walked out on the chairman of Inec, Mahmood Yakubu, over a dissatisfaction on the process of the collation of results from state collation officers for the presidential election. Senator Melaye, as well as the agents of the Labour Party and other parties, had complained that the results presented by INEC scopes weren't uploaded on the Commission's results viewing portal. Melaye and others insist the chairman of INEC, Mahmood Yakubu, mustn't accept the results of Ekiti, alleging that there were incidents of overvoting. While the chairman of INEC maintained that there was no voting in Ekiti and that the results, there was no overvoting rather in Ekiti, and that the results presented by INEC is authentic.
Thank you very much. We have heard everything that you have said, but I'm going to comment on three issues. The first one, which was the starting point of all this lengthy conversation, is over the allegation of overvoting in the result presented yesterday from Ekiti State. What is overvoting? Where the total number of votes cast is higher than the number of accredited voters. Based on the original of the document signed by party agents at state level and the spreadsheet before me, there was no overvoting in Ekiti State. The total number of accredited voters is 315,058. That is what is on the authentic document. Any other figure that shows anything at variance with this did not emanate from the Commission. We provided a detailed breakdown of the scores by political parties across the board. Towards the end of the spreadsheet, we provided three columns. The first column is total valid votes, and that is 308,171. Total rejected votes, 6,301. Total votes cast, valid or rejected, 314,472, which is actually lower than 315,058. Let me recap. Total number of accredited voters, 72. There is no overvoting. When you compare the total number of votes cast and the number of accredited voters, if there is anything, you may actually say that there was undervoting, not overvoting. So that is my response to the first issue raised. And I repeat myself once again for clarity. If there is any figure different from what I have presented and what came from the manual forms completed by the state collation officer for the presidential election from Ekiti State, please discountenance that figure. It did not emanate from the Commission.
Professor Mahmood also reiterated that only INEC has the power to declare results, while reacting to a social media post claiming that the Ekiti result had been uploaded before the elections.
I saw some postings on the social media to the effect that the Ekiti election result was published on the 20th of February, 5 days ahead of the election. And what is the evidence? They took the result presented yesterday and took the total number of registered voters for Ekiti State and concluded that the results were prepared several days before the election. All Nigerians will bear me witness that here in this hall, we presented the hard copies of the total number of registered voters in Nigeria on state-by-state basis and the number of PVCs collected. And that information, as we speak, is on the Commission's website. So if anybody is trying to be clever by half, by taking figures from somewhere and saying, oh, these results were published or released ahead of the election, that one can only pass for fake news.
Benue State Governor Samuel Ortom has lost his senatorial bid. An returning officer announced that the governor was defeated by Titus Zam of the APC, who polled a total of 43,151 to beat Mr. Ortom of PDP, who polled 106,882. And the Independent National Electoral Commission has declared the All Progressives Congress candidate Asiwaju Bola Tinubu the winner of the presidential election in Jigawa State. The state collation officer for the presidential election made the declaration at the Inec office in Dutse. The announcement by the scope officer comes after long hours of collating election results from the 27 local governments of the state. In the final result, APC polled 421,390, Labour Party with 1,889, NNPP had 98,234, while PDP got 386,587.
Total number of registered voters in Jigawa, 2,341,441, 2341441. Number of accredited voters, 961,670, 961,670. Votes according to parties. APC, 421,390, 421,390. LP, 1,889, 1889. PDP, 386,587, 386,587. So this is the result as presented. So thank you very much. May God bless us.
Two candidates of the ruling People's Democratic Party have been declared winners of the Adamawa South and Central senatorial seats. The Independent National Electoral Commission declared the Speaker of the State House of Assembly, Iya Abbas of the People's Democratic Party, a winner of the Central Senatorial District with 145,880 votes to defeat Senator Abdulaziz Nyako of APC, who polled 118,555. Senator Ishaku Abu of the All Progressives Congress won Adamawa North with 71,927 to beat a PDP's Reverend Johanna Amos, 61,895 votes. Meanwhile, the senator representing Adamawa South, Binos Yaro of the People's Democratic Party, was also declared winner by Inec. Speaking to journalists shortly after being declared the winner, Iya Abbas urged the people of his zone to work with him for better Adamawa State. And to other news now, the All Progressives Congress candidate Saliu Mustafa has been officially announced as senator-elect for Kwara Central by the Independent National Electoral Commission. He defeated his counterparts, including the candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Bolaji Abdullahi, in all four council areas that make up the senatorial district. According to results announced by the Inec returning officer for Kwara Central, Professor Abdullahi Abubakar, Mustafa, who is also the Tureki of Ilorin, polled 109,823 to defeat the former sports minister, who had 69,202 votes.
Ismaila Hakim of AA 435. Abdurrahim Abolani Abubakar of ADC 697. Abdurrahim Abolani Abubakar of ADC 697. Abdullahi Gamiu of ADP 471. Abdullahi Gamiu of ADP 471. Mustafa Saliu of APC 109,823. Mustafa Saliu of APC 109,823. Anjoni John Temitayo of APM 306. Anjoni John Temitayo of APM 306. Ibrahim Ganiyat Aderonke of APP 322. Ibrahim Ganiyat Aderonke of APP 322. Akabi Umar Farouk of LP 9280. Akabi Umar Farouk of LP 9280. Ayelabegan Kayode Abdul of NNPP 1010. Ayelabegan Kayode Abdul of NNPP 1010. Adepoju Davidson Adekunle NRM 399. Adepoju Davidson Adekunle NRM 399. Abdullahi Bolaji Ganiyu of PDP 69202. Abdullahi Bolaji Ganiyu of PDP 69202. Apo Kaji Ridwan Salahuddin SDP 13193. Apo Kaji Ridwan Salahuddin of SDP 13193. That Mustafa Saliu of APC, having satisfied the requirements of the law, is hereby declared the winner and is elected. Thank you very much.
BBC will have more stories coming your way in just a moment. Stay with us.
When I was younger, I got asked a question by a friend. What is the ultimate dream in life? You see, in my several decades on Earth, I have seen trends come and go, hopes dashed and deserted. But the story of success has taught us that the ultimate dream should be one that inspires you to paddle through the odds to victory. Finally, I had the answer. The ultimate dream is not a destination. It is
at the polling unit, by the time it gets to the center, will not be possible. So when INEC themselves called us as stakeholders and said, this is the innovation, we've tried that in other places and it worked, and this is what's going to happen. As soon as results are announced, it will be uploaded. Now, if they did as they promised, it means that it will be impracticable for the results that have been announced at the polling unit and uploaded to be manipulated before it gets there. Now, the excuse they are giving at the what is it called, International Conference Center, is that because the server is slow, we haven't got the time to wait until they're all uploaded before we do that. Now, you are even supposed to, based on the innovation, be reading the result from the server. Then this hard copy serves as a backup in case there is a contradiction. But what they did was that they looked at the Electoral Act with their eyes, kick it with their legs, and operated as though there is no amendment of the Electoral Act. The law, Electoral Act, is the law of the land. INEC chairman ought to have obeyed the law in the conduct of the election. And when that has not taken place, the only reasonable thing that sensible people will do is not to be going to the street and start fighting, is to call for the cancellation of that result. Our joy is that we've also had Labour, they've done the same, and a number of other political parties. And this is corroborated by observers that saw for themselves.
But despite that, the process is still ongoing. Results are still being declared, although they've gone on a break now. But it's intriguing that you say they are looking for court orders. You just said that.
They're likely.
They're likely to get a court order. I'm saying that because moments ago, a statement just came from one of the director of the spokesperson for the presidential campaign of the APC, Festus Keyamo, saying the PDP specifically and Labour Party as well have perfected plans to finally score to the democracy of the country and throw the country into constitutional crisis by what he calls shopping for an injunction. So I wonder if you want to clarify that, are you also shopping for an injunction to stop this?
Excellent.
And secondly, we just had a guest who talked about the political parties not necessarily flying blind as they're claiming at the National Coalition Center, because they do have agents at the polling units and the ward level where these results were declared. So whatever was declared at the ward and polling units level is what is now being declared here. And you should have copies.
That's not it.
Yeah.
So how is that?
Absolutely.
How come you don't have that when you have agents on ground and what is being declared is different?
How did you sign those?
Yes,
did you sign
for
the
them.
Yes.
results?
So how could we have raised the objection if we had not received from our own agent on the field the result, and if we didn't think that those results were contrary to what was announced?
But they signed for them.
Yeah, that's the point.
Yes, that's right. So
they signed
the
those
results
documents
that were signed and submitted to INEC
are different. Is that what you're saying?
Ought to have been uploaded. Because if you have heard them over time, a few days ago, I was even on a television station where the spokesman for INEC admitted that they were supposed to upload that of the presidential, because they were uploading National Assembly and ignored the presidential, which, you can smell a coffee there. So the result we've had, they are not tallying with what they were announcing.
Right.
They didn't give the opportunity for the uploaded result to be seen, because when they engage the stakeholders, that was the question. Where there is a conflict between the result at the polling unit that was uploaded and then the one that will consequently be announced, which one takes precedence? They say it's the one that is uploaded. So that means that one is the real result. The question is, how comes after the election, when the National Assembly results were being uploaded, the server was okay? As soon as they began the presidential, the server became slow. And by the next morning, and we were all, based on the results that you even see the other political parties sharing, we were doing good. And then by the morning, they've started taking points. Now, let me tell you this. Nigeria is a federation, right? The candidate that they are claiming is winning came from Lagos. He was defeated in Lagos by Labour Party candidate. The Kano, which is their strongest point, he was defeated by Kwankwaso. The Osun, his historic land, he was defeated by PDP. The Federal Capital Territory, he was defeated by Labour. The South, South, and Southeast, APC does not have any significant presence there. How has he been able to garner this point to a point where they will suggest they are leading? That would have been proven if they upload the results, and it will be open to everyone. Let me tell you, the high-level rigging that is taking place in this election can only be carried out by a high-level criminal intent. And that is why we're calling for the cancellation of this result and election, and for the conduct of election.
So are you going to court to shop for judgment, like they said?
God forbid for us. If we, now this is it, this one. If we were thinking about order, like the way they did during this their Naira policy, Before we start talking, we will serve them with order. Those who want to go and shop for orders, don't cry before they go. They simply fling the order at you. But what we are doing is that we were looking at the conduct of election. Everybody had the faith and the confidence, we were seeing the result, and then abracadabra. 3 days down the line, it was even on international TV, that days after the conduct of election, the electoral body has failed to upload the result. That was what you told us from the beginning. That is the game changer. So what happened?
So lots of issues now. I mean, the process, you want it to be stopped. It doesn't look like it's going to be stopped. It's continuing even as we speak. I mean, they're going to be back at 8 p.m. and we're going to cross live and carry more results. So this stuff is degenerating to the point where inevitably it's going to end up in the courts, isn't it?
Well, the thing is that what we know about every election is that the election has to have, or whoever wins has to have the legitimacy of the people. That's in a true democracy. In a democracy where the majority of Nigerian people, because each political party represents millions of Nigerian people that went and voted. Now, their wishes could not find its way. According to European Union, he said there is the denial of the exercise of right to vote. Now, that goes to Constitution. The non-compliance with 65 goes to the Electoral Act. The non-upload goes to the guideline. So you are supposed to conduct election in accordance with it. When you fail to do that, there are so many dimensions. Nationally, how do you garner the confidence of the Nigerian people? Internationally, who will listen to you? That's the point. So ours is, we call for the cancellation as the first step, and we are hoping, because it is obvious to the whole world, I'm not talking about Nigeria, it's obvious to the whole world that this election is marred with this fact that we've mentioned, and is corroborated by observers. They are not from our party, they are not from any other party. It is not our government that is in power. But transparency is very key in every election. So now, we've called for the cancellation. We're looking up to the Inec to cancel the results and call for election.
And should they not cancel it, what will happen? But I also wanted to take you back to a point you made earlier. You said the figures are not tallying. What you have and what they are announcing at the National Collation Center. And I want to know if that applies to all of the states you have won, for instance, in Gombe, Osun, Yobe, or just states that you have issues that you're not winning.
When we started, we were complaining about specific places, right? We complained about rivers. You saw even the violence in rivers. And the international committee made reference to it when they were calling for the prosecution of those behind that. We talked about Lagos. These are facts reported by the news media. You saw violence there. You saw voter separation where they shoot guns in order for people not to come out and vote. Now, when we started, we talked about Borno. In North Borno, for example, they didn't use beavers. And you see that all across Nigeria in different places where they don't have people. Then where they use the beavers, like in Borno, Southern Borno, where I come from, they insisted, the governor said, the results at the Southern Borno must be brought to the center to announce. That's not the procedure. The procedure is polling unit will announce, ward will announce, local government before you go to the state. And then this you find everywhere, including them. You remember when this election started, they were raising the complaint. But suddenly, we started seeing what the people call abracadabra. And then we drew the attention of INEC, because that's all we need to do by the amendment to the Electoral Act. We have a problem A, B, and C here and there and there. And then we need to hear concrete word from him. We're going to observe, we're going to react, we're going to call it. But they said it is after I finish announcing all. As if we are, first-year students of law in the faculty of law. When you finish announcing, then you say, I'm functus official. Then the other one will say, court, stop you from doing it. Then let's go to court and then challenge whether you have power or not. Don't play with the sensibility of Nigerians. Have you seen for the first time in the history of this country, you have highest number of voter turnout, the enthusiasm of the young people? Everybody wanted to be able to speak. And then suddenly the entire nation is sent into the, what we call graveyard silence.
Right.
Because of suppression by certain elements,
now,
collusion.
You mentioned a lot of young people, and you're right to the extent that, this election inspired a lot of people to get out there. Does it make a difference that this protest is not just coming from the PDP, which is what we saw in previous elections, and the fact that you've now got Labour? And secondly, how would you expect those Nigerians whose mandate you say has been stolen to respond?
The Nigerian people are called upon to be law-abiding, because you see, democracy cannot grow in a situation where people express their anger through violence. And our political party will not be a party that will promote violence. So the people, under a democratic means, must be law-abiding as we raise this concern in the hope that this will be dealt with, both locally and internationally. That is point number one. Number two, it makes a lot of difference. If we were the only ones speaking, somebody would say, oh, it's because you think APC is winning and you're not. And the political party involved, let me even tell you, if you look at it from international best practices, once one or two of the major contenders in the party raise complaint, it is the consent of the other lower parties is immaterial. If you put the facts that, okay, by the time you put their votes together, is it going to substantially affect or not? So, and look at them today saying that they are gentle, they are not speaking, and PDP is speaking. Who were the first people to even start saying they won? They started it. Look at their Nation newspaper that people refer to as the Nation tissue paper. They did it on Sunday morning. And even today, they made reference to it. And they've been talking all over the place. Even now, in order to oppress the masses, they are calling on DSS and calling on the police to go and now start arresting people. In other words, rig the election and use law enforcement to silence the people.
I mean, it's a lot to take in, but like I said, this, and Charles has reiterated, this coalition goes on. We've been told that it will go on at 8 p.m.
Let me tell you this way. I heard you twice, and that's fine.
Yeah.
But let me tell you this. We are not under the illusion that if we just say we call for the cancellation, then immediately he will stop. Conduct is the decision of the person. So you can tell me, voila, keep quiet, and I'll decide to talk. So it is not expected that just because we say he will cancel, but they all know the wider implication of violating the law of the land, the constitution of the land. And let me tell you, in the past, the whole effect of this is that the aggrieved party will just cry and go to court. Buhari himself has said, even recently, that I was cheated once, twice, I was all going to court till I got tired and I say, I leave it at God. And then God sent technology. This one he said in Daura, the day he cast his vote. So I've been cheated until I cry to God. And he sent technology. Why is the technology?
It's good that you brought in the president into this conversation. I mean, we haven't heard from him.
Right.
Do you think he should be speaking at this point? What do you expect from him?
I expect the president to look at what is going on, to look at the fact that the confidence in the process is eroded, to look at the fact that there is rigging by the party that he happens to belong to look at the fact that the electoral body has so far not yet exhibited a conduct that can be called by all parties that this is one that is fair. Because when a complaint is raised, you ought to deal with that complaint. And that is what was raised at that international conference center, to which they ignored. They even perfected the plan. They brought a lawyer from APC who sat there like amicus curiae. So when you raise an issue, then the lawyer will act as if he's an innocent person clarifying the matter. Then they have some parties that have declared and adopted them to say we concur. Let me tell you, Nigeria is no longer like kindergarten. People are wise and smart. The new Electoral Act came to cure what they are doing now. And they've resisted and kicked against it before. And they decided to go around it, bypass every of the provision with electronic transmission of results, the upload of the result based on the Electoral Act and the guidelines of INEC. And the INEC man is cheering a session where the law is being violated. So our position is just simple. We reject the result in its entirety as a political party, and we call for the cancellation of that result.
Right.
That's our position.
Okay, so, I mean, I know you might have touched on this earlier, but what's your next move? What are you going to do next in the circumstances?
Until we wait and see what they do before we decide on what we want to do next. Because obviously, if we tell you this is what we are going to do next, then that means we are already concluding that they will not listen to what we say. When you say you call for cancellation, you have to give them that benefit of doubt. So they have the whole of today to look at it and then cancel. And if they don't do that, then we sit down and think of the next thing to do.
But some will say, listen to you, some will say, perhaps you have a crystal ball to tell the end from the beginning. I mean, do you have all the results of all the political parties? You're calling for the cancellation. Should it end up being that the PDP
favoring you?
And yes, should this whole announcement favor you at the end of the day, except you have seen all the results by all political parties? So the question really is, you're calling for the cancellation now. Some would say because perhaps you're not in the lead from the results so far. But should it favor the PDP, would you still be saying these elections should be cancelled entirely?
On the evidence of what has happened and the infractions we have seen, which we are calling for the cancellation if it favors us or not. And let me tell you this. Every political party that is ready for this election have agents in every polling unit in Nigeria, except even Labour that will challenge them. They eventually say they have their people. And we have situation room where we monitor real life results as they go on. When you are seeing results that your agents do, because when results are announced, they give a duplicate copy to the party. When you are seeing non-reflection of those results, when you're seeing magical improvement of result in certain areas, when you're seeing violation of the law in terms of suppressing people, the threat of death, you see people printing, all kinds. I don't think if you love democracy, you will keep quiet about it. And in terms of whether you believe it or not, let me tell you, and this is on the evidence of facts on ground, PDP was already on a clear path. Ask them about the uploads that they did in the first few hours. And even the members of APC in the very WhatsApp application or platform that they were sharing, they were already complaining that they were going well. And then they will now be targeting places to manipulate the results. All these things would have been avoided had the umpire did what they say. Simple, that we are going to obey the provisions of the law. They told us immediately, having more than 5 stakeholder engagement. They were warning it over and over. Send your agent. Immediately after the results are announced, they were going to be uploaded for viewing. So what then, Adesua, with the greatest respect, what do you think is the reason behind the upload to the server? So you don't give room for manipulation. When suddenly you have a server that has been working like everything, what is the difference between me snapping you and uploading it? That's what they say they couldn't do in 3 days. Just snap. My son snapped me and sent me the picture. Certainly, you have to stand up and smell a coffee. And that is the reason why we believe there is non-compliance with the provision of the Electoral Act. And lastly, before you go, let me say fundamentally, there used to be a time in Nigeria where when elections are conducted and you feel rigged, hold your tears, hold your cry, after the election, go to court. In Nigeria from 1999, then people now begin to influence it to a point where by the time you go to court, you don't get redressed. Then it got to a point where people are saying the wishes and the will of the people does not find reflection. That was what led to the amendment, that we can avoid that by rectifying results that are rectifiable so that the rest anybody can go to court. You introduced it. You actually, INEC requested the input in the National Assembly. Strongly, INEC participated in all the stakeholder meetings and made a case for it. And then it got into the Electoral Act amended. After they amended it, INEC now began to teach political parties on that. And on this day, you're saying you're ignorant of that?
Well, Daniel, stay with us because we want to get your reaction to what we're going to hear next. You're watching a special cross-country coverage of Nigeria's 2023 presidential and National Assembly elections here on Arise News, with counting and collation of votes continuing to dominate the headlines in this country and beyond, in spite of the protests. And earlier today, we saw lots of drama as those results were being announced. A number of party agents led by the PDP walked out of the National Collation Center after insisting that the votes from the polling units that were not uploaded to the INEC portal must be uploaded before the release of results could continue. That notion was rejected by INEC chairman Mahmoud Yakubu. It became a hugely disputatious issue, and it led to the PDP's Dino Malaya and Emeka Hedioha and the party agents of some of the other parties, including the Labour Party, walking out of the event in protest and calling for the entire process to be cancelled.
Okay, thank you very much. Next state. No.
Oh, you're still watching the special coverage. Unfortunately, we could not bring you those clips at this point, but we'll definitely bring them to you because we do have them. Daniel Boala is still here with us, spokesperson, one of the spokespersons for the Presidential Campaign Council of the PDP, and Atiku Abubakar. Mr. Boala, I want to ask you if you've spoken to Atiku Abubakar about this issue and what